The story begins on a bright afternoon inside the field archery where 3 participants are ready to shoot their arrows. It was already the 3rd set of the competition, and one of these participants was our main protagonist, Yoo Sanghyun, the youngest among all. He was holding his bow while the commentator said that he got a full 10-pointer on hits by far. They were looking forward to seeing if his last arrow would be the cherry on top of all. Sanghyun extended his hand and prepared to shoot. He aimed his arrow at the board and released it. Fortunately, he managed to strike the arrow at the center of the board. The crowd who supported him were so loud cheering his victory. His opponent wasn't able to make it, and one of them ended up hitting the center of the lens of the camera used to broadcast, causing it to shatter. Sanghyun's friends then went to him and congratulated him for winning the archery battle. He was called a literal god saint genius and was the youngest winner of the national championship of archery. At this time, someone threw papers in the face of Sanghyun. The people around him were startled, and it turned out that he was imagining those things from his life many years ago. "Oi, brat, what the hell are you distracted with right now?" his manager asked, and he then got back to his senses and apologized. He picked up the papers while his manager ordered him to prepare the documents again. His hand was trembling, which was seen by his manager, who then said that Sanghyun is a damn nepo hire who is so useless because of having useless skills and hands. Sanghyun heard it, but he didn't dare to say words to his manager. He comes out from the room of his manager and deeply breathes as he is glad that he managed to hold out for the day. When the night came, Sanghyun was already at his home. He was still recalling his past life when he became the youngest winner of the national championship. He was sad by the fact that everything changed in an instant. It's already been 10 years, but he cannot get over it. 10 years ago, archery was all he had. But pursuing archery required a lot of money. He lived alone with his grandmother, so he had no choice but to go for the scholarship. And for that, he put his all into practice. One day after the other, he kept shooting arrows again and again until he became pro archery and obtained lots of medals and also a trophy. For him, it was awesome. It is to be someone with a promising future in any domain. Shooting arrows was his only reward. He had the utmost trust in his destiny that he would have a bright future. While he was facing his computer and holding his hand on his mouse, it suddenly trembled. He put down his hand to rest it for a bit. Because of this hand, he resigned as an archery player, and if it was not for his coach who introduced him to his company now, he'd surely have been unemployed all his life. At this moment, he decided to stop reminiscing about his past and just focus on the present. He then opened a game stream on his computer for him to watch. While staring at the streamers, he noticed that almost all of these streamers were full dive gamer streamers, which was a pretty hot game these days. Full dive is a game that makes the player feel like they have stepped into its world. The best existing medium for vicarious experience. Players can only play it with a device called a capsule. The game is often called a capsule game. The bad side is the capsule costs a lot, which Sanghyun could never dream of. Still, he considered himself lucky and blessed that he got to watch the game online. A player he was watching was aiming at a boar, planning to eliminate it because of the viewer who donated 100,000 won to kill it. The player was confident to easily kill the boar, and surprisingly, it seemed like he was going to shoot it with 3 arrows at the same time. He released the arrows, but then he failed, and unfortunately, the boar saw his existence. The viewers bashed him for failing, and there was also one who donated another 5,000 won to belittle him, questioning why he used a bow if he didn't know how to use it. The player was so annoyed and reasoned out that he just picked it cause he thought everything was possible in the game. Sanghyun, on the other hand, was just watching and didn't dare to give a comment. He was reading the opinions of the viewers and concluded that everything works in the game. To be honest, he envies these streamers. No matter how lacking a streamer is, he cannot deny the fact that a lot of people like them, including him. Back then, he could sacrifice his everything to do his best and be acknowledged by everyone too. He decided to exit the stream and just sleep peacefully. The next day, Sanghyun's manager wrote a resignation letter for him. The manager said that the company was restructuring, and if Sanghyun would leave without a fuss now, he would be taking care of the payment. But if the company ousts him during the restructuring, there's a chance he won't get any penny. Since Sanghyun felt that the company really wanted him to be kicked, he chose to resign. His manager was shocked at how he decided so fast and asked him if he was really sure about his decision. He then answered yes, since he also wanted to get good severance pay. His manager then handed him the resignation letter and asked him to sign it if he really made up his mind. "Don't be down over this. You got in through connections anyway," his manager stated. When Sanghyun was about to leave, all of his workmates were looking at him and gossiping. He still heard his manager say that all of the employees in this company went through so much trouble, from graduating from university to working on their resumes. Sanghyun then left after his conversation with his manager. The night came again and he was lying on his bed with disappointment. He was staring at the bulb inside his room and imagined it as an archery board and reminisced about his past again. He cannot forget that he was once the youngest winning athlete at a national championship. However, Just a high school graduate with nothing to show for in his resume. He can't go back to his past. He was upset with himself. He doesn't know what to do either. His phone suddenly rang. It was a notification of a Bubblegum's live stream which was about to start. There was also a message from his friend Kim Juhyuk asking him if he was fine. He suddenly flinched to see that everything is possible in the game. And if anything is really possible inside the game, then he believes shooting arrows like in his past must be possible too. He was thinking of showing his skills by live streaming. However, he wasn't sure if it would make him popular enough to get some donors for him to earn much to pay his bills and everything he needed. Bubblegum, whose stream he often watches, isn't good at the game, and it felt like most people enjoy that more. Compared to a stream like that, he wonders how many skilled streamers are there. He immediately checked it on his computer and found a lot of skill streamers. It was a lot more than he thought. In fact, there are way more skilled streamers. It seemed other than people proving their skills through streaming, there are a lot who are trying to improve their skills by watching the stream. It's just like a world of sports which excites Sanghyun more. In reality, there are way too many variables. School ties, city ties, blood ties, a series of variables he simply cannot predict. But this world, he feels like it is similar to the life he liked and lived when he was young. A life dedicated to competing with their skills, progressing at leveling up one stage at a time. A simple but fair world. His eyes focused on his monitor and he clicked the Tribi app. A blinding light emerges and he decides to try and stream his skills. The next day, he went to a cafe together with his friend Kim Juhyuk. He informed his friend that he was going to buy a game capsule. Juhyuk was shocked and even screamed knowing that Sanghyun didn't have a lot of money and would only use all his separation pay just to play a game. Also, he remembered that Sanghyun told him back then that he never played a game. "Don't you remember when you let go of your bow?" he asked, and Sanghyun casually answered yes. Juhyuk then asked one more question, if he was really good at games for having the confidence to buy a capsule. Sanghyun then told him not to worry as he was confident that he could do well. Juhyuk then asked him how he was sure if he never tried. "Stop talking nonsense and be realistic," Juhyuk angrily said. Sanghyun was aware that his friend Juhyuk was just worried for him, and seeing how worried he was made him feel like there might really be a problem if he tried the game. In his previous life company, Juhyuk was the only colleague he could confide in. They were not a single trustworthy person existed, living a life completely opposite to him. Juhyuk was the epitome of an elite among elites, raised in a wealthy family and following a sold path to success. So whenever Sanghyun talks to Juhyuk, he feels like something is getting resolved. Juhyuk doesn't understand how to force Sanghyun not to try the game without proper knowledge. For him, it would be better for Sanghyun would go to Gangwon Land instead to play cards. But then, Sanghyun said that he don't have any skills of playing card games either. Surprisingly, Juhyuk asked Sanghyun about how much is the cost of one capsule. As per Sanghyun, it would cost 4,000 won. Juhyuk then computed everything and he concluded that to start the game, Sanghyun would also need additional equipment and his electricity bill would surely go up. Sanghyun was puzzled since he never thought he needed something besides the 4,000 won device. He was shocked when he found out that he needed at least 40 million won to start. Juhyuk needs to work, so he tells Sanghyun to wait for him until he comes back. After his work, he brings Sanghyun somewhere. They were standing in front of a building and as per Juhyuk, this was a capsule rental room. Sanghyun was puzzled since he needed to buy his own capsule and he couldn't understand why his friend Juhyuk brought him here knowing that this place is where capsules are used, not sold. Juhyuk led the way and as they went upstairs, he saw a person he knew as Kangsuk. Kangsuk was carrying a garbage bin but immediately introduced himself to Sanghyun, and he heard from Juhyuk that Sanghyun wanted to buy his own capsule. And good thing that he still has left ones that he could give to Sanghyun at a cheaper price. Sanghyun was staring at him, concluding that this guy was the boss of this capsule rental room. With closed eyes, Juhyuk thumbs up and Sanghyun does the same thing while thinking that his friend Juhyuk is really an elite. Sanghyun then checked the capsules inside the building and he saw lots of capsules all over. Before purchasing, should we try it first? Kangsuk asked while moving closer to Sanghyun. Sanghyun answers yes and Kangsuk suddenly pulls him to another room while saying that they must gather Sanghyun's physical information first before anything else since biometric information is required for capsule usage. Sanghyun was inside a private room to process his biometrics while Kangsuk was in front of his device and Juhyuk was behind him. Sanghyun's biometric scan has started. Inside the room, Sanghyun felt like he was floating in the air. There were also screens that appeared in front of him. He doesn't know that his friend Juhyuk told Kangsuk that regarding they were friends, he still wanted to stop him from playing the game and spend too much despite that he's jobless. He knows that there are people who like Sanghyun already. They get carried away after watching game rankers or streamers. Games are a bit expensive these days, and many people mistakenly believe that they can show their talents in games. But in reality, it doesn't always turn out that way. Kangsuk said, though even with full dive, games and reality are quite different. But does it differ that much? Juhyuk asked, and Kang-suk answered yes, stating that players can utilize their physical abilities. Since there are no physical limitations, discernment becomes lacking. In the end, it's also about mental strength. Kang-suk was aware that Juhyuk's family was the owner of the company where Sanghyun worked and got fired since the company wasn't doing well. He concludes that Sanghyun might give up the game after playing the test game once. And if that happens, he wishes Juhyuk would comfort his friend. Juhyuk was just silent. For him, letting Sanghyun try the game is better than putting his entire fortune in a capsule. After making Sanghyun's biometrics, Kang-suk then let him sit on a game capsule. Kang-suk informed him that the game he was going to access was called the Real Olympics. And because Sanghyun played archery back then, Kang-suk decided to sit it up as his job. He then instructed Sanghyun to tell him the score after the game and say his decision if he would like to continue the game and purchase the capsule. He then closed the capsule and Sanghyun felt like he was floating in the air again. He felt an interesting sensation while entering the game. He was sitting on the capsule but he felt like his body was going somewhere else. He opened his eyes and saw a blinding light suddenly appeared. He saw leaves dropping on the ground and he found himself in the archery field. He was surprised upon seeing a bow in his hands. He then heard an AI voice declaring that he arrived at the stage with his bow. The AI voice talked a lot of words and his feeling now is similar to reality when he was playing archery 10 years ago. He then grabbed one arrow and the system asked him if he still remembered when he let go of his bow. He tried to extend his right hand, the one that was injured, and it still shakes even inside the game. He paused for a moment as he felt sadness. At this moment, Juhyuk and Kang-suk were watching him on a screen. Juhyuk was wondering why Sanghyun didn't shoot and Kang-suk answered that Sanghyun might only felt nervous since players often like that. Knowing that Sanghyun was calm in everything, Juhyuk could not believe to see him being nervous now. Sanghyun felt a different feeling while stretching his bow. He felt the tension of the string and the feeling of the grip, which are definitely not real. When he finally extends his hand and prepares himself to shoot the arrow, he feels that his hand is no longer shaking. He told himself that it wasn't real so that he wouldn't assume once he came back to reality. He then released the arrow and hit the center of the board, which means a perfect score. Juhyuk and Kang-suk were shocked since they never expected it to happen. Sanghyun extended another arrow again while hearing the system that he was knocking fast and getting 10 points. For the second time, he hit the center of the board, which means another 10 points. For the third time, it was another 10 points again. He released another arrow and hit the center of the board for the fourth time. Both Juhyuk and Kang-suk were dumbfounded. They expected that Sanghyun would have a hard time adjusting to the game, but their prediction was wrong. In addition, Juhyuk remembers that Kang-suk mentioned that the game is different from reality. Kang-suk then said yes, but he thinks that Sanghyun just adapting the game quickly. He observes Sanghyun and he realizes that his conclusion is right. For him, something is different. He then asked Juhyuk about what was Sanghyun's true identity. After a few minutes, Sanghyun finished the game easily. The capsule opened and both Kang-suk and Juhyuk then approached his, acknowledging his amazing moves inside the game. Since he was good in the game, Kang-suk proclaimed that it would be a waste if he just bought a second-hand item. But then, despite that both men were amazed at him, he still felt exhausted, so Juhyuk asked him if he was getting motion sickness. He looked at his hand and saw it tremble. Juhyuk then realizes why Sanghyun was sad. And a part of him also wondered about what was really the true identity of Sanghyun. With the question of Kang-suk earlier, he just answered that Sanghyun was the youngest gold medalist. And he even thought that Sanghyun must be the best in the world in terms of archery. Sanghyun had an accident causing his hand to always tremble in pain. When the accident happened, Juhyuk always comforted him and sent him home after drinking all night. He knew how painful it was for Sanghyun to lose the capability of playing archery again, knowing that Sanghyun really loves archery so much, and even cried because of it. Before Sanghyun tried the game, Juhyuk asked him if he still remembered how to shoot since it had been so long since the last time he shot an arrow. Sanghyun smiled that time and confidently said that he couldn't forget something he loved the most. Sanghyun also still remembers the accident as if it was yesterday. He cannot forget the cold, indifferent look on the doctor's face either. The dream he had to give up on crashed him to pieces. He suddenly cried while sitting on the capsule. Juhyuk was sad for him and was about to pat his back, but then he told him not to come closer. He lifted his head and said that he felt embarrassed. Juhyuk understood his reason and just chose to let him vent his sadness. After buying the capsule, Sanghyun then set up everything in his house. He successfully completed the capsule's connection and the program installed. He then sat on the capsule and closed it. While inside, he was very happy knowing that he could finally start streaming. He was grateful to Kang-suk for giving him a good deal because of the skill he had. He was hoping it wasn't a loss on behalf of Kang-suk, not just a bargain. He then touched the screen to start the broadcasting for the first time. The system shows him the category setting of the game and he chooses the King Age, a game set in medieval times, focusing on the life of a mercenary. It's a game filled with realistic and gritty combat. It may not be a massively popular game, but it has its own fan base due to its unique appeal. Popular games tend to have many streamers playing them. Sunghyun was aware that Kingdom Age has moderate recognition, and since there aren't many streamers due to the game's difficulty, it's a good choice for first-timers. Right now, Sunghyun completed his character appearance customization in the game. The full dive will begin in 5 seconds. He gulped as he felt nervous. The blinding light emerged as usual, and as he entered the game, he heard someone screaming at him, ordering him to wake up. He opened his eyes and found himself upside down in a cart. He had bruises on his face and he didn't know where he was. He looked at his surroundings and then saw people fighting. He then instantly realizes that he is in the middle of a battle. Someone was in front of him, angrily asking if he would still dawdling for long. "Do you need another hit to snap you out of it?" the man asked. He was Roman, a mercenary captain. Sanghyun then concludes that it was Roman who hit him. Roman pointed his sword at Sanghyun while calling him a worthless maggot. As per Roman, bandits are attacking them, so he wants the Sanghyun to grab a weapon and fight. A system window then appeared, asking him to choose a weapon. He knew that it was a selection menu, but the only options were spear and sword. He questioned why bows aren't in the options, but then a comment came from a viewer who asked him if the game was a bow challenge. He was shocked upon seeing a comment. He was so clueless that he already had 5 viewers in total. "A bow challenge? Are bows not good?" he asked. The commenter then concludes that Sanghyun was a newbie in the game, and he informed Sanghyun that bows can hit allies, bounce armor, and Sanghyun has to manage his arrow count, which is why he believes it might be tough for Sanghyun. Sanghyun gave thanks to this unknown guy's help, and he saw more comments coming from other viewers. Someone suggested him to use a sword since he was a newbie, but then he really wanted a bow as his weapon. He immediately chose the bow when he finally saw it on the system. The commenter was confused as to why he didn't listen. The other viewers then laughed and said that newbie streams are the best. For Sanghyun, this kind of comment is like welcoming him to the game world. He had already chosen the bow as his weapon, but he was confused since no bow appeared. Luckily, a man suddenly flew beside him. This man was struck by a bow and the bow flew above him. He then caught it without him knowing where it came from, and the system then notified that he finally obtained a bow with 20 arrows. With his startled reaction, commenters laughed at him, but they already expected how he would react as someone who chose a bow. At this time, Roman was currently fighting and angrily screamed at Sanghyun for not doing anything. He said that Sanghyun wouldn't hit even one with his mindset. The viewers then told Sanghyun not to listen to Roman since he was really like this all the time. Sanghyun ignored Roman. He sighted the enemy instead and released 1 arrow. He hit an enemy with a headshot, which surprised the viewers. After that, Sanghyun deduces that this game is similar to a real Olympics but quite different from traditional archery. He feels like it is somewhere between traditional and modern archery. Because of this, he started to get the hang of it. "Is an arrow always a one hit?" he asked, and a viewer named Rebasword said now and explained that it is only if it hits a vital point. Plus, the game is quite realistic, so it simulates actual organ locations. There was also a headshot mechanic, so if he hit the head, it was usually a one shot. While aiming his arrow at the enemies, he gave thanks to Rebasword for explaining, and he proclaimed to take 1 shot at a time. The viewers laughed at him for being so confident despite that he's just a newbie. He just smiled and concluded that these guys don't believe in his ability just because he's new in the game. Now, he doesn't have a choice but to prove it with a result. He knew that despite he was in the game world, it was still all about sportsmanship. He started to headshot the bandits one by one. There were 20 totals of bandits while he had 20 arrows, so he had precisely 1 arrow for every target. "It's clearing up quickly. Let's keep going," he uttered and released another arrow again. Unlike the stationary targets in archery, the enemies are moving, so he was worried he wouldn't hit them. But it turned out that it was easier than he thought. He was hiding in the backyard while Roman was fighting 1 bandit. The bandit had a shield, so Roman was having a hard time eliminating him. Sanghyun knew that with this shield bearer, this could be tricky. He was hesitant to take a shot since he was worried about running out of arrows. Roman still fought with the bandit but still wasn't able to hit him. With a blank reaction, Sanghyun extended his hand and aimed at the bandit, waiting for an opening to shoot. When he saw an opening on the side, he immediately released his arrow and successfully hit the bandit's head. Sanghyun was kneeling on the ground, but then he noticed that all the bandits disappeared, so he concluded that the shield bearer he just shot might be the last one. He also noticed that the chat had stopped, so he was expecting that shooting arrows wasn't entertaining for the viewers. But then, after a few seconds, the comment came back and he was shocked to see the comments of the viewers. There was a commenter who said that Sanghyun isn't a normal newbie, and they wondered and thought that he might be a pro gamer who created a new account. The comment that surprised him the most was from someone saying that he killed the boss. "Is it not okay to kill the boss?" he asked, and one viewer informed him that it is allowed, it's just that there's a possibility that the boss won't die. But then, Sanghyun was informed that everything dies with a headshot. The viewer then told him that bosses usually don't get in the head. "But did I hit him?" Sanghyun asked, and the commenter said yes and asked him how he managed to do it. Sanghyun was also dumbfounded by his own actions. One commenter then said that the boss has a shield and moves faster, so if it's not at maximum power, he dodges everything. Sanghyun then concludes that the viewer means to say that shooting with the bow pulled all the way back which isn't that hard for him. But isn't aiming at full draw difficult? One viewer asked, but Sanghyun didn't know what to answer. So the viewer who asked the question concludes that Sanghyun really shoots at full draw every time. This time, Ramon approached him and asked if the last arrow that was shot at the boss was really from him. The next day, a trend post about a strange broadcast was posted on a website. Of course, it is referring to Sanghyun. It was also written on the post the player was acknowledged by Roman and was told that he's a new kingdom player but super good with the bow. In this video, everything about how Sanghyun shot was recorded, including how he managed to kill the boss easily. It was also recorded how Roman was thrilled, saying that he had never seen anyone shoot a bow like Sanghyun. With Roman's face, viewers believe that he is melting in happiness. It was also the first time they had seen this kind of reaction from Roman. The viewers were very curious to know Sanghyun's nickname in the game, and there was a commenter who said that the newbie's name appeared at the end of the video. Roman asked Sanghyun about his name and Sanghyun said that his name was Almond. His username was so trending and he started to be known as streamer Almond. The Kingdom Age community, known as Kingdom Age but had stagnated like a game itself. Although most of the users are passionate enthusiasts, the lack of interesting moments and interaction was turning the community into an echo chamber, where the conversation on the same topic was being repeated by the regulars, until one post changed everything. It was a post with the title, "A Total Newbie Getting Praised by Roman." The video about a player named Almost was trending. Some thought that the title was just clickbait, but after watching the video, they confirmed that Roman actually gives compliments to a player. There was someone who commented that the video was just a clickbait from some newbie, but then another player replied to his comment that he might not watch the whole video. Several of these comments were seen by Sanghyun and he was enjoying reading it all. He was in front of his PC, and he read someone's comment saying that his stream doesn't even have a proper link, which made him a real newbie. Luckily, someone else shared his stream link and this helped Sanghyun to promote his streaming. Then he noticed something else. There was a comment saying that the boss fighting bow challenge stumped even a veteran like the player with the nickname Electron. Electron was the name Sanghyun remembered from the top rankings when he was looking for skilled streams. He heard that this player was a former pro gamer, a legendary pro gamer and top-tier skill streamer, Electromagnetic. The people who watched the stream of Sanghyun couldn't believe that a newbie like him managed to easily defeat a bandit's boss while Electron didn't even make it. There was also a commenter who said that Electron doesn't play the game anymore, even though he used to do bow challenges. Now, Sanghyun was being compared to Electron. He suddenly became puzzled, and when it sank into his mind, he was surprised to realize that he only broadcast for one day, and he was already being compared to the top tier in the industry. Someone told the commenters to stop comparing the two players for the reason that Sanghyun might quit the stream. Also, some of the players believe that comparing a newbie to a world-class player seems a bit cruel. They didn't know that Sanghyun was very happy with the outcome. He still cannot believe that he is being compared to a pro player. All of a sudden, his phone rang. It was Juhyuk who called him. He doesn't know the reason for the call, but he still answered it. "Did your stream go well last night?" Juhyuk asked, and Sanghyun then gave thanks to him since he knew he could not start a stream if not because of Juhyuk. Juhyuk then asked about the capsule to make sure it was working fine, and Sanghyun then answered yes since he didn't encounter any issue. Juhyun was enjoying the meal in the cafeteria in the company he was working. There were workers who greeted him, but he was busy talking with Sanghyun over the phone. He asked Sanghyun if he had viewers, and he answered that he got a total of 20 viewers at the end of his stream. 20 viewers is quite a lot for Juhyuk, so he was shocked and unintentionally screamed. Upon realizing that he was not alone in the cafeteria, he immediately apologized to the people. He then asked Sanghyun what he did on his first day to get that many viewers. Sanghyun was eating a nut while he answered that he just picked a good game. "Wow, are you even here with talent like that?" Juhyun said, and Sanghyun answered, "If someone offers you a parachute into a big company, are you not going to take it?" They had a conversation for almost half an hour, but Sanghyun cut the conversation so he could start to prepare for his stream. Juhyun was confused as he thought that Sanghyun was streaming only after dinner, but for Sanghyun, there was no lunch or dinner for him since he saw streaming as his job now. Juhyun was shocked with his answer. He smiled a little and screamed on the phone, telling Sanghyun that he never worked during lunch or dinner at the office, but now he's showing that he really loves what he is doing. Sanghyun then moves away the phone from his ear since it hurts him. Juhyun was mocking him not until his manager Kim, his senior, came, so he told Sanghyun that he needed to hang up. Sanghyun knew the reason. He believed it was because of manager Park, who scolded Juhyun again. After eating breakfast, he immediately went to his gaming capsule, but his stomach suddenly growled, so he realized that he should eat a proper meal before playing. His mind changed instantly, thinking that even meal times felt like a waste for him. He sat on his capsule to start streaming as soon as possible. Ever since he checked out that community earlier, his heart hasn't stopped racing. The pressure that comes with comparison, the tension he feels when he's being judged, is too long since he felt this way. It was amazing for him how much energy he got from people's attention and feedback. With that, he felt like he was a true sportsman at heart. He immediately started his stream, and there were already a lot of viewers waiting for him to start. He was surprised to see the comments moving much faster than yesterday. He wondered how many viewers he had, and shockingly, there was a total of 189 despite that he just gotten started on the stream. The viewers greeted him, and some were looking forward to seeing one shot and one kill again. The number of viewers jumped ninefold in just one day, which he never expected from a small community. His hands trembled. He has never been in a situation like this, so he's a bit nervous. He sighed and imagined that this wasn't a game world just to calm himself. He told himself that he was just in a game playing in the third person. When he distanced himself from reality, the nervousness disappeared like magic. "Alright then, let's pick up from where we left off yesterday," he uttered. At the same time, Juhyuk was at his working desk facing his computer. He was smiling ironically while clenching his fist out of annoyance against Manager Park. He sipped his coffee and tried to calm himself. His phone beeped, and it was a message from Sanghyun, giving thanks to him once again and promising to buy him a coffee next time. He then smiled as he was sincerely happy to see his friend finally working hard again. In his eyes, Sanghyun is always a diligent guy. He then flinched when he realized something. It turned out that his call to Sanghyun earlier had a reason, since he had a question to ask, but then he completely forgot it. It was about the capsule. There was something Kangsuk wanted to inform Sanghyun about the device, and he told Juhyuk about it for him to tell it to Sanghyun instead. A worker suddenly approached Juhyuk to inform him that there was a meeting in seminar room 3. He then told the worker that he'd go ahead straight. Now, he completely forgot what he should inform Sanghyun, but he thinks that it might be something about body optimizing or something. Sanghyun was inside the capsule and he didn't start the game yet. Before Sanghyun went to sleep last night, he did some research by going through a few websites. It was mainly about how popular streamers manage their audiences, controversial cases, and some common taboos, and much more. He found that mentioning the viewer count may disrupt his audience engagement, and establishing some rivalry with other streamers. He learned that he shouldn't let his audiences think of him as just a streamer, and he should make his streams feel intimate, like someone's watching their friend playing a game. Yesterday's viewers, Ruby Sword, Eggplant, Mr. Dummy, and so on, those of you who came back to watch me again, thank you, he uttered. Eggplant and Ruby Sword then greeted him and were glad that he still remembered his nickname. A viewer then commented that Okun stood by his stream, an unemployed people who are active at dawn and sleep when others go to work. They cannot believe that Sanghyun already has Okunfans on his second day of streaming, and he thought Sanghyun was a genius because of it. Sanghyun then entered the full dive game. He opened his eyes and saw himself riding in a horse, and luckily, he was already doing something that was his expertise. He concludes that it might be because he stopped streaming yesterday and played a little more. He also had Roman, who introduced him to the mercenary leader, and now he has a new mission. First, he has to start with some uninteresting stuff. He needs to explain stuff to the audience briefly. There's nothing special about his current mission since he only needs to escort the traveling noble. He thought mercenaries were supposed to fight in wars, but it seemed like he was a bodyguard at this rate. Because of his mission, a viewer commented that the game is quite realistic. There was also a commenter who said that the mercenaries with him were the Naburing's mercenaries. Sanghyun agreed that it was really insanely realistic since he felt like he was actually riding a horse. He flinched when he heard someone asking him if this was his first time riding a horse. A man in front of him then asked him if this was his first time riding a horse. It was Roman. He answered no, but only had a handful of opportunities to ride it. Roman suddenly blurts again, just like last day. He told Sanghyun that he must get familiar quickly as he needed to do a lot of riding ahead. He thumbs up and smiles widely. Sanghyun was puzzled, and at the same time, the viewers were shocked to see Roman laughing, which was unusual. They were questioning Sanghyun what he did to Roman, but Sanghyun was confused at all. While heading their way, one viewer asked Sanghyun about what mission he was doing right now. Another viewer then concludes that it must be the one where a group of bandits on horseback appear. Sanghyun was shocked upon reading it. His horse at the same time suddenly stopped. The horseback bandits then appeared. There were a lot of them. Roman then screamed, commanding all the mercenaries to strike the bandits. The bandits grabbed their sword and swung it to the mercenaries. Blood splattered and the mercenaries' front line was breached. Sanghyun was confused as he confirmed that his mission was really the horse bandits. The chats were so loud, and someone asked him how many quests he skipped to instantly get this difficult mission after a day of streaming. They were looking forward to seeing his archery ability again. But of course, there are people who doubt him or wish for his failure. He already expected it, knowing that it was a common reaction in the sports world. He was calm since he was confident that it was quite easy to silence them though. That is, to let the outcome silence the reactors. At this time, Roman proclaimed that the bandits were moving really quickly, heading to them, which were about 50 men. Sanghyun prepared himself to shoot and said, "No, this time it wasn't even an ambush. Why do these mercenaries always lose?" The viewers then laughed, and he then released his arrow while saying that he would handle the bandit in front without him knowing that it was the captain of the bandits. The boss was struck in the head and unintentionally let go of his sword. The mercenaries were dumbfounded. The bandit captain died instantly and his men didn't dare to fight back anymore. The viewers were shocked once again upon seeing Burak, the bandit boss, get killed by Sanghyun easily. The chat flooded again, which confused Sanghyun. He was confused for a moment, not until a commenter said that he just shot the captain dead. The fact is that Sanghyun doesn't have any idea that it was the boss at all. He just shot Burak first since Burak was at the front, but it turned out that Burak was the captain. His current viewers are a total of 230, but the chat section is huge compared to his viewer count. He was so flattered, and he then prepared his arrow knowing that the battle wasn't over yet. It was enough for him to be happy after leaving the battle as the victor. He shoots the remaining bandits one by one and the mercenaries are too stunned to react. Some viewers also thought they were watching fake footage. The bandits started to retreat and Sanghyun then said, "I can't let you retreat, sorry." He then released another arrow and dealt a headshot. The viewers were impressed, but there was someone who noticed a different posture of Sanghyun at this moment. The enemies are running away, catch and kill them all. Roman screamed, and Sanghyun's mission suddenly updated. His current mission now is to chase and eliminate the horseback bandits. Sanghyun was determined to chase the enemies and end the mission as soon as possible. On the other hand, another streamer opened the Kingdom Age and saw a post saying that a newbie opened up the horseback bandit extermination route. There was a comment asking if there was a route to insta-kill the bandits. But then, no one knows either. This player who currently opens the Kingdom Age only stopped by this community to see if there was any news about him, but it turned out that was nothing since the community was busy talking about Almond. He was very curious to know about this player named Almond. He found the footage that leaked just today and he found out that Almond is holding a bow to fight. He was guessing that there would be a bow challenge coming. I was wondering who's this stupid streamer who wants to play this unpopular game. Turns out, it's none other than this pervert. The guy uttered. He was also a games streamer, Acorn Jelly. The streamer watched by Sanghyun before he decided to be a streamer. He played the video to watch expecting that Sanghyun is just like him. But then, after watching the video, he was surprised to see the bandits killed by one arrow to their heads. He stood and was still in shock, knowing that a simple headshot wasn't enough to kill someone instantly. But contrary to that, bandits died right away without even a moment to react. Is that perhaps a perfect shot? He asked. He couldn't believe that someone managed to kill enemies with a perfect shot. In Kingdom Age, the enemy will die right away if players hit their critical point. But that's only for enemies of a certain rank. In other words, if it's a boss level enemy, even a critical hit won't insta-kill them. That's what has been reported, but in reality, this game has a hidden system. The only skill that can surpass critical and has higher accuracy than a headshot is a perfect shot. But most users don't even know the existence of perfect shots. Even among the veterans, there are different opinions about whether it exists or not, because the reason is no one ever used it. Acorn was confused. He doesn't know if it's normal to meet the insane activation condition, the first attack within 1.5 seconds of sneaking up and precisely hitting the target center of the vital spot. He doesn't know what to believe anymore. Moreover, he clearly saw that the player Almond not only succeeded in that but also seemed to make every attack a perfect shot. He then concludes that Almond might have used a hack, but then a part of him won't believe it unless to someone like an idiot. Because of the perfect shot, he started to become interested to know about Almond. He wondered if it was only Almond who played Kingdom Age and if he was an Olympic gold medalist. He searched for more details about Almond, then he was more surprised when he found out that Almond was a newbie in the game and a newbie streamer. At this time, Sanghyun together with the other mercenaries was still chasing the remaining bandits. "Go after him, catch and kill him," Roman screamed. Roman then asked Sanghyun if he was planning to shoot while riding a horse. He was thinking that using spears or bats would be more advantageous for striking their enemies right now. Most of the viewers agreed with Roman, even Sanghyun, but then, he still really likes to use a bow even in a situation like this. Since he really doesn't want to swap a weapon, he tells Roman that he's okay with the bow. Roman was surprised with his decision, but he never insisted and never stopped him with what he wanted. "If it's you, I'm sure you can do it," Roman said calmly, and the viewers were shocked by Roman's attitude toward Sanghyun, as he seemed like a girl who spits in front of them but cheerfully smiles in front of a popular guy. Sanghyun felt a little nervous since he had never ridden a horse before and it was also his first time shooting a moving target, but of course, he was confident that he could do it. He aimed his arrows at the bandits, but unfortunately, his hands were still shaking no matter how much he visualized. Still, he released the arrow since he didn't want to just give up because of his flaw. As expected, he hit one of the enemies. And as usual, the viewers were so noisy because of being surprised. Despite that Sanghyun had hit one enemy, he was still a little bit upset since he was aiming for the head but it hit the neck instead. He doesn't want to be going like this always. He then realizes that he needs to match his body's movement to the horse's rhythm. He chased the enemy as fast as he could, and when he got near, he then aimed his arrow at the enemy's head. He released the arrow and finally took a headshot. The enemy dropped on the ground and his companions were all scared to be the next. The viewers were impressed and some said that he becomes better now than before. He aimed another arrow at the enemy and took another headshot once again. The enemy dropped from his horse and Sanghyun didn't waste more time and shot the remaining two enemies. All the enemies were eliminated. Roman was so proud of Sanghyun as he could not believe a huge number of enemies could be wiped out in a flash. "You're a god-given archer," Roman uttered while showing a thumbs up. The other mercenaries were cheering for Sanghyun as they had also never seen someone shoot like him in their entire life. They all felt so lucky that Sanghyun had joined their mercenary group. Some of the viewers were impressed since it was their first time seeing the mercenary group being so affectionate toward a player. They called him a person with real talent and they could never believe that someone like him appeared in the game. At this moment, Sanghyun's system window shines bright. It was Acorn, giving him 100,000 won for shooting perfect shots. After a few minutes, his system window also declared that he successfully subjugated the devil. There was a man who walked toward them. He was grateful to Sanghyun and he concluded that he could not remember his name, which was Almond in this world. While this guy and Roman talked, Sanghyun checked his streaming window. He was still surprised since it was his first time receiving a gift. And because of the other viewers' reaction, he concludes that this Acorn might be a famous guy. Since he was expressionless, the viewers questioned him why he didn't give any reaction after Acorn gifted him. There was also a viewer who said that he must still be in shock for receiving a huge amount. Sanghyun was so clueless as he didn't know why his reaction seemed to be a big deal to everyone. He asked the viewer how he should react and there was one who said that he should react like he shoot the arrow shot. Sanghyun then got an idea. He then told everyone that he would now do the reaction and show them right away. He aimed an arrow at the sky then released it. When it reaches so far, it brights like a star. The viewers were confused and he then proudly said, "Tada!" The arrow disappears. But when the arrow dropped, it hit his head causing the game to be over. The viewers laughed knowing that it was a suicide. Sanghyun was reading the comment and for him, the reaction of the viewer was good. He opened the capsule and realized that the arrow he shot in the sky had bounced off and ended the game to be over. He also complained that the capsule was so hot inside and he concluded that it may be because it was an old version. He remembered that he was still on live and upon checking, he found out that the broadcast had ended while the chat room was still alive. He then chatted to the chat room to inform everyone that he had just gotten out of the game because of his old version capsule. To his surprise, the viewers aren't disappointed since their reaction is far better than he thought. There was a viewer who chatted to say that he had a great talent and he was surprised upon reading it. He then deduces that this might be an advantage for a streamer. He felt so lucky, and he was planning to explain it but then he realizes that there's no need. He then officially ended the broadcast and the viewers cannot believe that he just casually ended the broadcast without informing them all. After taking a bath, Sanghyun read some comments about it and someone mentioned that he was gifted by Acorn. He then searched Acorn's name on AllTube and confirmed that Acorn is really a famous person. When he checked some videos of Acorn, he found out that Acorn also used a sword and he was really amazing. He was so clueless about why such a talented streamer was on his broadcast. Something popped up that surprised him. It was because Acorn sent him a message in Trivia. Acorn Jelly is not only a master in Kingdom Age, but an all-rounder game streamer. That is what Sanghyun wants to become in the future. Now, he was wondering how he should reply to Acorn's message. Acorn said that he mainly plays Kingdom Age these days as a gamer and he's instantly captivated by Sanghyun's gameplay. He wished that Sanghyun wouldn't misunderstand his message as he was still into girls. It's just that, he was wondering if Sanghyun wanted to have a collaboration with him once, either their topic is to share some tips or he can make a reaction video of gameplay. Sanghyun was surprised that Acorn Jelly, a popular game streamer, suddenly offered a collaboration proposal. On the message, there was a note below where Acorn hopes that Sanghyun won't get pressured and would feel free to contact him for more inquiries. Sanghyun was confused since there was no reason for him to be pressured. Knowing that Acorn Jelly is an all-rounder game streamer that he wanted to be like in the end, he believes that Acorn would really be helpful to him if they would collaborate. And if he would agree with this, he concludes that it seemed like he was riding on Acorn's fame. Sanghyun cannot just decide and he was having a hard time since he doesn't have anyone to consult. At this moment, his phone rang and it was Juhyuk who was calling. Juhyuk was in the park and he was glad to inform Sanghyun that he had searched his broadcast and found out that Sanghyun was the player with the nickname Almond. Sanghyun then answered that it was really him. Then Juhyuk asked him about the reaction of his viewers. But then, Juhyuk felt that Sanghyun was just bland. Sanghyun then said that he should be calm as an archer. Besides, everyone has called him a genius since he was a kid, so he was used to getting a lot of attention from others. Juhyuk was annoyed by his confident answer. Sanghyun then asked if he just called to talk about his streaming. But then, Juhyuk said there's another reason. He was very happy to inform Juhyuk that he had resigned from his job. He was laughing so loud while Sanghyun was dumbfounded. He was stuttering while asking Sanghyun why all of a sudden. Sanghyun drank his drink and calmly answered that he had fought with manager Park. He was so mad at the manager and he was blabbering a lot without knowing that Sanghyun wasn't listening to him, since Sanghyun realized that Kim Juhyuk, the top elite, is now a free agent, referred to a player who, after a certain period of activity with their team, can freely negotiate contracts with other terms and transfers. He heard over the phone Juhyuk said that he had endured his hatred towards manager Park for a long time. Still, Sanghyun doesn't care about it at all. He was clenching his fist, thinking of asking Juhyuk to be his manager instead. But then, a part of him was hesitant as he was afraid that it might be nonsense for Juhyuk. Starting from today, I'll be your manager. Looking forward to working with you, Juhyuk said, which surprised Sanghyun. He screamed out of shock, so Juhyuk thought he didn't like it. Sanghyun then remembered that Juhyuk only had 100,000 won in his savings account. Juhyuk then said yes, then he suddenly changed the topic by recalling how Sanghyun cried the first time he tried the capsule. Sanghyun was annoyed and asked him why he suddenly talked about it. And he flinched the moment he heard Juhyuk answer that it got him thinking when he saw him crying. As per Juhyuk, that time, he really confirmed that Sanghyun loves archery so much. And when he saw him crying, he realized that he had never done something like that. He also wants to find out what he likes too. However, if you do that, your career in a big corporation will be ruined, Sanghyun said. But Juhyuk told him not to worry about it since he would be fine with taking a year-long break before hunting for a job. And if he and Sanghyun would do well, he's willing to have a contract. He then asked Sanghyuk if he was hesitant, but then Sanghyuk slightly smiled and said, I let you sit on the money cushion, so just fucking resign right away. Juhyuk then laughed as it seemed like Sanghyuk was copying manager Park. Sanghyun then told Juhyuk to start working as his manager by tomorrow. Juhyuk then asked why it was too sudden, and he was surprised upon hearing Sanghyun answered that he had a collaboration proposal. He was so happy, boasting that picking a proposal was his ability. Are you really okay with that? Sanghyun asked, and Juhyuk answered yes, as he didn't want them to lose such an opportunity. Sanghyun then reminded Juhyuk that he's not good at impressing people. Then Juhyuk told him that he could just leave it to him. Also, he already had something in his mind, so it is better for him that they would show their skill to the people instead. The next day, Acorn Jelly and his manager went into a cafeteria to meet Sanghyun. Acorn's manager, Naeun, was looking at Sanghyun's account, which already had 324 followers. Is it okay to meet him in such a shabby place? Neon asked. Acorn was also staring at his phone. He confidently said that he just chose Almond because he thought Almond really had the potential, but he was sure that he was still the superstar. Acorn Jelly's real name in the real world is Juhyuk. At this time, Naeun reminded him that he collapsed the last time he collaborated with a streamer. Acorn was annoyed and asked her why she suddenly mentioned it. He proudly said that Almond's physics is the best in this country, and finding someone like him is like their future investment. Naeun then sighed and said that this world is a world where people only look at the skill. She then asked Acorn if he had already seen Almond in person. Acorn then answered no, which annoyed Naeun and questioned him if he really was a pro. Both of them were arguing without knowing that the person they were waiting for had finally arrived. Sanghyun then approached Acorn and they were too stunned to speak the moment they saw a gorgeous young man in front of them. Hello, I'm Almond, Yoo Sanghyun. Nice to meet you, Sanghyun stated. Naeun and Acorn were speechless. Acorn immediately stood and introduced his real name. They then shook hands and Acorn noticed a person beside Sanghyun. I'm Kim Juhyuk, Yoo Sanghyun's manager. This is my card name, Juhyuk said and handed a name card to Acorn. Acorn and Naeun then accepted the card, and Acorn at the same time was glad, thinking that he thought he was the thick-skinned one in the game streamer industry. But he realized that he was wrong now that he had met such a socialized person like Sanghyun. He was wondering about what kind of person Juhyuk was, then he got surprised when he found out that Juhyuk was working in a big company before. Sanghyun at the same time was confused when Juhyuk had prepared a name card. Juhyuk then asked about the lady beside Acorn, and Naeun then smiled and introduced herself as Acorn's manager. I'm not the same as you, great manager. So, I'm looking forward to working together with you, she said, and bowed down her head. Both men then sat down so they could start the meeting. Acorn started discussing their collaboration's details for 30 minutes. He was about to discuss the money or the payment of collaboration, but then, as per Sanghyun, he can go with the collaboration without the payment since he was new in this field and he thinks he really needs Acorn's help. Acorn refused not to pay him and he said they were not living in the slave era. Nayeon also disagreed with Sanghyun, knowing that they would be bashed later on if they did not pay Sanghyun for the collaboration. Sanghyun then insisted, but then he was cut off by his friend Juhyuk. Still, with our experience, receiving compensation makes me feel bad about it. But if you insist on doing that, you can give me around the minimum wage, Juhyuk stated. But then, Acorn informed him that they don't get paid by the hour in this industry. Instead, what about doing this? I'll give you half of the donations that I'll get when I do broadcast with you, Acorn said, which shocked Juhyuk, knowing that half of the donation would surely be a big amount. He looked at Sanghyun and asked if what he thought about Acorn's offer, and Sanghyun was too stunned to speak. After discussing everything, including the collaboration payment, both Sanghyun and Juhyuk then decided to go back home. While walking, they were talking about half of the donation as they believed it must be a lot. Juhyun looked it up and he discovered that the minimum donation amount for Acorn Jelly's stream in the last month was 2 million won. He then sent something to Sanghyun's phone and asked Sanghyun to open it. It was a stream recording of Acorn Jelly, and Juhyun said that it was just a preparation in case. Sanghyun was speechless at how prepared Juhyun was, and he concluded that Juhyun was like those people who end up as executives in conglomerates. Juhyun then suddenly mentioned their profit sharing. He said that he wanted at least 20% of the money Sanghyun would earn. Since it was little for Sanghyun, he asked Juhyuk if he was really fine with it. And Juhyuk then answered yes, since he had a lot of money saved up. He even boasted that people knew him, calls him the investment genius. He held Sanghyun's shoulder and said that he had a plan for everything. Sanghyun then said that he trusted him with everything. He cannot believe that Juhyuk was so generous despite that he was born with a silver spoon. When they got back home, Sanghyun immediately started streaming. Lots of viewers are waiting for him and most of them have heard that he will collaborate with Jelly Acorn. Sanghyun was shocked since he never expected that the rumors would spread in an instant. He was wondering where the rumors had leaked from, and he also noticed that he had a lot of viewers now than usual. A collaboration. What could a small fry like me possibly do? He said, since he remembered that Acorn told him to keep it a secret for now. He was pretending not to know and he just changed the topic by informing everyone that he would be going after the bandit leader and taking them down in one shot as usual. He logged into Kingdom Age and the comments of the viewers are telling him that killing a boss with one shot isn't possible. Sanghyun was confused since the bandit leader he killed last time was due to one shot. Then, there was a viewer who informed him that Burka, the one he thought was a boss, was not an elite mob. Sanghyun then regrets boasting about taking down a boss in one shot. All of a sudden, Ruby Sword donated 10,000 won. And if he succeeds in one-shotting the boss, Ruby Sword is willing to donate 100,000 won. There is an option to decline or accept the mission, and since it was a huge amount and Sanghyun was confident, he decided to accept it without any hesitation. The viewers were laughing at his decision, thinking that he could not resist 100,000 won. Sanghyun then remembered the comment earlier that a huge boss can't be killed in one shot. But even if it's an impossible mission, he believes this is a good flow, knowing that a large mission reward will lower the barrier for subsequent donors. So, he decided to be shameless. Thank you for the donation, Ruby Sword sir. Let's definitely get that 100,000 won, he said. And another viewer with the nickname Eggplant donated 2,000 won and cheered him. More viewers donated. There was a viewer who was willing to 10,000 won once Sanghyun one-shot the bandit boss. A viewer named PogChamp donated 1,000 won just to tell him to show them the PogChamp play. Sanghyun was so happy to see many donations coming in. If missions drive the stream, this kind of chit-chat donation greatly helps sustain revenue. Sanghyun hasn't completely logged into the game yet, so he never expected that donations are coming in right away. He then gave thanks to everyone who donated, then finally entered the game. He appeared at the last place where he was the last time. He suddenly heard a voice behind him and seemed like the viewers had an idea who it was. When Sanghyun turned around, he saw a lovely lady giving thanks to him for saving them from the bandits' attack. The viewers mentioned that this lady was Emilia, and they said they loved her so much. The lady was shy, saying that she didn't know how to thank Almond enough. Sanghyun then concludes that this lady might be the heroine of the game. He was puzzled at this moment. He doesn't know how to respond, knowing that it could change the course of the game. He checked his system and showed an option to answer. The viewers then told him to say the answer number 2, asking the lady to pay him to show her appreciation. But then, he didn't listen to the viewers. He chose the number 1, which is, it's nothing. It's what mercenaries do. Because of his answer, the viewers were disappointed and called him Boringmond. The lady gave thanks to him once more, and there was a viewer who said that the ignorant kingdom was all about Resignation. Sanghyun then remembered that Resignation was the second heroine. Roman then came and informed the lady that there was a risk that remnants of the bandit gang were positioned all over the mountain range. He suggested sending a special assault team to subdue those bandits. Emily then permitted him to do it, and Roman then let her know that the defense team would stay in this area and prepare a camp. When the night came, they slowly walked in the forest to hunt the bandits' camp. When they arrived, they observed the place first. Roman was giving them a signal where to position, and he told everyone that they'll approach as close as possible and strike from behind in one go. Sanghyun was nervous as he realized that the task this time was more nerve-wracking than he expected. In addition, the sensations in a full dive game are almost distinguishable from reality. He can't dismiss it as just a simple game. At this moment, Roman lifted up his sword and ordered everyone to attack. The mercenaries then charged at the enemy's camp, and the enemies panicked knowing that it was ambush. Sanghyun started shooting, and a bandit rattled as they never expected to encounter an archer enemy. Then, he was also killed with a headshot. Many bandits insta-killed by Sanghyun. He released more arrows and killed lots of the enemies, which is why the bandits are aiming to kill him first. Sanghyun's system window popped up just to inform him that he have fulfilled the condition of 3 consecutive headshots, so skill consecutive shooting has been unlocked. The viewer was surprised and asked him if he usually unlocks it quickly. He focused on the game again and stretched another arrow. Let's see what's the difference, he uttered while aiming his arrow with his skill of consecutive shooting being activated. He released his arrows and the arrows multiplied to 3 and headshot 3 enemies. He killed more enemies and the viewers didn't expect it, knowing that a consecutive shooting was a trash skill before. They were also surprised to see Sanghyun hitting all the headshots. They were confused seeing him shoot very fast, which was unusual to the consecutive skill. A viewer then said that it's not the skill that's fast, but it was Almond. Once again, the viewers were impressed. Sanghyun at the same time feels that his bow is better now than before. 30 Ivergen has donated 1001 just to beg him to say that he doesn't have a girlfriend right now. He was shy and said that he didn't have. He then smiled as he was having real fun, even if it was just a game. It's not just about money why he was happy. It was the realistic sensation of full dive and the reactions and cheers of people which was so addictive for him. After the fight, Roman approached him and gladly said that he was truly amazing and he was not far from being the best in the empire at this rate. Sanghyun was flattered because of what he said. A viewer with the nickname Comslime has donated 5001, and he was questioning why the fight was over and where the boss was. Sanghyun then remembered the boss as he had never seen the boss yet. At this moment, a mercenary calls Roman and declares that the corpse of the boss is right in front of them. The boss was really dead, and the viewers could not believe it. They didn't confirm if it was one-shot headshot, and Sanghyun was also confused if he failed the one-shot mission. He read the comments of the viewers and they cannot explain what had happened. Acorn Jelly suddenly donated 100,001 and he declared that Sanghyun dealt a one-shot kill to the boss, and it was a perfect shot which caused the boss to die instantly. But then, the viewers won't believe it since they never know there was a perfect shot. Sanghyun also doesn't know about it either. The viewers then said that the perfect shot was only made up by Acorn, and Acorn was annoyed when there was a viewer calling him a bow one tricks. He was shaking in anger and wished to show it to these people so they could believe in him. He was also hoping that Sanghyun could also explain it to his own viewers. But then, he was disappointed when even Sanghyun questioned him about what a perfect shot is. Acorn donated another 10,001 and questioned him if he really didn't know. Sanghyun then answered yes without any hesitation since he wasn't lying at all. Acorn was confused since Sanghyun had been shooting perfect shots all this time, but then it turned out that he didn't even know about it. He was annoyed at Sanghyun and questioned how genius Sanghyun was for not knowing about it. He typed on his keyboard, telling Sanghyun's viewers that Sanghyun was the real deal. He then donated another 100,001 and told everyone that he would prove to everyone that the perfect shot really exists. He then asked Almond to stream together tomorrow, and because of his chat, the viewers then conclude that the rumors about their collaboration were really true. Sanghyun then also concludes that Acorn was promoting the collaboration now. Then he decided to play cool. He acted like he was still thinking if he could accept it. There was a viewer who told him to decline Acorn's invitation if he didn't want to be doomed. Because of the chats of his viewers, he concludes that many people are concerned about the new members joining. But it seems like everyone is secretly looking forward to their collab stream. While Sanghyun was thinking, Ruby Sword suddenly donated another 10,001 and told him that if he proved in their collaboration that a perfect shot was true, he would give another 100,000 more. Sanghyun was sweating. He gave thanks to Ruby Sword and accepted the collaboration stream, which was witnessed by his viewers. It would be an honor for me, Acorn Jelly. Acorn then smiled and donated another 10,001 to give thanks to him and bid goodbye. The comments started to become positive, which made Sanghyun glad. Until this point, he believes that Aorn was just creating a story like there is an unknown skill like a perfect shot to build up hype. Because of this, he could say that veteran streamers truly know their thing in this area. There was a viewer who said that Almond didn't have a reaction despite that he received lots of donations from Acorn Jelly. Sanghyun then said that Acorn already left his stream after all. This time, the viewers sensed that he would leave his broadcasting without any words, so they begged them to continue streaming. But then, Sanghyun stretched an arrow and pointed it at the sky, thinking that this was the perfect moment to end his stream since he had defeated the boss and promoted the collab stream. He then released the arrow and gave thanks to everyone who donated, especially to Acorn. Oops, he uttered since he was expecting what would happen. And again, the game was over after he got headshot by his own arrow. After the game, he then washed his face with water since it was very hot inside the capsule. Right now, he was wondering if it wasn't dangerous to get bound out every time he died. He was afraid that it would definitely affect his brain waves. He opened his phone when he saw that Juhyuk sent him a message. Juhyuk told him that he enjoyed his stream, and he asked him where they would meet tomorrow since Sanghyun already agreed to it. Sanghyun was confused and Juhyuk then asked if he had already forgotten what they agreed the last time they met. He chatted again, reminding Sanghyun that they agreed to do a real-life interview and stream the game. Sanghyun then remembered it and he was wondering if it was fine. Still, he never changed his mind as he told himself not to worry. He then told Juhyuk that they should meet at the Hujai station tomorrow morning. He then walks to his PC to check some reactions on the site. On the forum, there was a person who mentioned the perfect shot by Acorn Jelly. There was also a person who said that Almond ended the stream by dying again. One post made him surprised. It was a breakdown video of him one-shotting the boss. It was said on the video that the boss was killed in one shot, and the poster of the video also edited the boss part so that everyone could see it clearly. In the video, it was still unclear even in slow motion. 2 shots seemed to land quickly, one after another, but it did seem to stagger after getting hit once. It was also too far away, making them harder to tell. Even Sanghyun was confused after watching the video. There was a person then asked everyone why they were confused. He suggested them to wait for the collab stream by tomorrow since he believes everything will be clarified by that time. The people were talking about Almond's face, believing that he might be a nerd. But then, Sanghyun ignored and just stood to eat dinner. His phone suddenly rang. He looked at it and answered the call from Juhyuk. He then asked Juhyuk why he called again, and Juhyuk asked him if he had already seen his video on AllTube. As per Juhyuk, the video was insane since it got over 40,000 views despite that it was just posted an hour ago. "We don't have an AllTube account, don't we?" Sanghyun asked, and he was shocked when Juhyuk answered that Acorn Jelly made a teaser video regarding their collab stream on his channel. Sanghyun then decided to watch the video. His last fight earlier was seen on the video. It was clearly shown how he one-shot killed the bandits and how he headshot the boss. At the end of the video, there was a question if the perfect shot truly exists. And there was a note that they will find out tomorrow at their collab stream. There are a lot of comments on this content of Acorn, and those who didn't witness how Sanghyun plays were curious if the video of how Sanghyun played a bow is true or just edited. Everyone who saw the video that day was excited about the collab stream, and on the next day, Acorn Jelly's stream recorded the highest viewership across all of AllTube. They had rented a studio for their streaming location. "We're about to start the stream, show our faces, and greet everyone. Are you okay with it?" Acorn asked, and Sanghyun answered yes. As per Acorn, usually 3,000 or 4,000 people are present from the start, so Sanghyun can just stand by for now. Their managers are with them, and Juhyuk told Sanghyun to tidy up his clothes to make sure that he would look professional during the live. Juhyuk then sat beside Naeun and he wished Sanghyun a piece of good luck. They then started the stream and Acorn Jelly was the one who greeted the viewers first. As expected, a lot of viewers came in. In just a minute, there is a total of 10,000 viewers. Acorn was surprised since he was only expecting around 4,000 viewers in the first minute. They had broken a record in an instant. He continues to talk with the viewers and greets them first while Sanghyun is just waiting to be called. This time, Sanghyun got the idea that he should also be interacting with the audience while waiting for more viewers to come. When the viewers almost reached 40,000, Acorn then declared that he had a special guest and they would do a collab stream and then conduct a brief interview. And of course, more importantly, he aims to prove whether the much debated and controversial perfect shot truly exists. The viewers were so loud chatting. They were cheering for Almond. The viewers finally reached 40,000 plus views and at this moment, Acorn Jelly calls Sanghyun. "The genius archer of the hour, please welcome Almond," he proclaimed, and Sanghyun then walked toward him to show himself in the camera. There were a lot of chats from the viewers. Some of them were expecting that he was ugly or a nerdy one. He held onto his chair and greeted everyone. He then introduced himself using his streaming name and seemed like the female viewers were thrilled because of his handsome face. And of course, bashers won't disappear in this industry. "He's handsome, right? I was surprised when I saw him for the first time too," Acorn said, and the viewers conclude that Sanghyun is just trying to make his face look good. Acorn then asked the viewer if they should start with an interview or a play, and the viewers had different wants, but most of them wanted to witness the perfect shot first before anything else. Since there were negative comments, Acorn asked the viewers to keep their manners, knowing that Sanghyun was a newbie in this industry. Sanghyun doesn't care about it, since one thing he just noticed is how fast moving the chat room was, which made him unable to read anything. Acorn decided to do an interview first before the game, and Sanghyun agreed with it. The first question Acorn had was Sanghyun's optimization code, but then Sanghyun didn't know what optimization code was. Acorn was puzzled for a moment. He then explained that it's the code that he uses to optimize his capsule, tailored to match his brainwave and body together. Still, Sanghyun doesn't know it, and he told Acorn that he wasn't aware that it is important. Acorn was shocked, thinking that Sanghyun really didn't know about it. He cannot believe that Sanghyun was playing all this time without optimizing his capsule. For him, it feels like dragging around a heavy sandbag while playing. He also wasn't sure if it was possible. At this moment, Juhyuk suddenly screamed as he remembered that it was the information Kangsuk, the capsule seller, wanted him to tell to Sanghyun. He was sweating as he completely forgot about it. During the interview, he interrupted the two players. He told Acorn that Sanghyun really doesn't know about it, and he admitted that it was his mistake for not telling Sanghyun, since he also forgot about it. At this point, Sanghyun was so confused. Since Juhyuk's body was seen on camera, the viewers conclude that he was Sanghyun's manager, and they cannot believe that he never told Sanghyun about the optimization code. Acorn then informed the viewers that Sanghyun only bought a second-hand capsule and was just playing without knowing anything. The viewers were surprised and called Sanghyun a true legend. They were questioned if it was possible to play without optimizing. There was also a viewer who said that it might be the reason why Sanghyun suddenly logged out. "Have you logged out like that before?" Acorn asked, and Sanghyun answered yes, and he just logged out every time he died. Acorn then asked him how he continued playing after dying. One commenter stated that the player would start from the beginning once he'll die. There was also a viewer who informed everyone that Almond only died because of shooting himself. Because of it, Acorn was shocked and said that Sanghyun was a real genius. "I think so too," Sanghyun answered. Acorn was speechless, thinking that Sanghyun was really something. For him, Sanghyun was a typical genius figure that everyone wanted. Besides, he looks like he has some experience dealing with people, well suited for live streaming. Acorn was smiling as it felt good for him without knowing why. He then offered to help Sanghyun make an optimization code, and Sanghyun then agreed. They entered a virtual world and the optimization was done in an instant. His optimization code is Z102938. Acorn then asked him how he felt, and he answered that it felt good. He closed and opened his hand many times while saying that he felt like he didn't have a body. Acorn then let him know that it is because the virtual world is their conscious world. Acorn smiled widely at Sanghyun, then declared that they should now play a game and aimed for a perfect shot. He was so excited, and the viewers were also looking forward to witnessing it. They then entered the Kingdom Age while Sanghyun was still wondering if he could really deal a perfect shot. They appeared together with the mercenaries as usual. As per Roman, Lady Emilia has assigned them another task. There is a goblin cave nearby that is giving the farmers a hard time. They will find the cave and eliminate the goblins. Roman said that it had been a while since they had received a nice mission, so he was hoping to get a good result in this task. He asked everyone if they understood, and both Sanghyun and Acorn answered, "Yes, sir." They were riding in a cart, and while they were on their way, Acorn told Sanghyun that he should know when to use the perfect shot. According to him, there's a point system even on the vitals in this game. He told Sanghyun to imagine a circle on the forehead with smaller ones surrounding the middle, and the first condition is just hit it like in archery. Sanghyun then asked about the second condition, and as per Acorn, the second condition is really hard since the player has to succeed on the first try when he is trying to fulfill the first condition. In other words, there is only one chance. Sanghyun wasn't nervous at all. He then casually said, "So that's why it's called a perfect shot." Acorn was so puzzled as he was expecting Sanghyun to feel nervous. He was wondering why Sanghyun's reaction was nervous, seemed like the perfect shot meant nothing to him. He then smiled and concluded that it might be because Sanghyun was confident to give a perfect shot. All of a sudden, Roman hits Acorn's head and the viewers laugh. "What are you doing? We've just arrived," Roman said with anger. Acorn gets a lump on his head and he apologizes to Roman. But then, it insults Roman and tells him not to talk back if he doesn't want to be split in half. Roman was mad at him, asking him where he came from. But Roman's mood changes when he sees Sanghyun, and he tells Sanghyun that they must do well in the mission. Acorn was so annoyed, wondering why Roman was mad only to him. Meanwhile, they had arrived at the goblin's cave. Acorn then told everyone to prepare witnessing the perfect shot, and for the second time, his head was smashed again by Roman, wondering him to be quiet. The viewers were laughing, and for them, it seemed like the stream was Roman's stream, not Acorn's. Surprisingly, Roman ordered Sanghyun to take the lead and show Acorn, a newcomer, how to fight. Sanghyun then answered that he understood, while Acorn was so upset and questioned why the beating only happened to him. Sanghyun was hiding in a bush. He gets his bow and it is now easy for them to move since his character has been optimized already. He was glad and satisfied that the uncomfortable feeling every time he plays has finally disappeared completely. He aimed his arrow at the goblin nearby, and he was far so Acorn could not believe it. But, no matter how impossible it looked, he was sure that Sanghyun could pull that off. Sanghyun released his arrow and headshot a goblin. Acorn was so impressed, especially now that he witnessed it in person. There was also a viewer who said that Almond's shot seems different now. Sanghyun pulled another arrow and shot continuously at a fast speed. Acorn was speechless, but he could see that Sanghyun was more advanced now than before. He also noticed that Sanghyun was adjusting his shot to be quieter to fit the ambush perfectly. He was so impressed. Besides Sanghyun's monstrous physique, he has a distinctive characteristic that can be seen in his speech and attitude. It's like he is standing in the spotlight, and seeing it made Acorn proud of him. Sanghyun continues to shoot without knowing that Acorn is watching him as the star of his own show. In just a short period of time, Sanghyun has eliminated all regular goblins. Roman was so proud of him and acknowledged him for doing a good job. Roman then told everyone to move while Acorn at the same time was still speechless in disbelief. Acorn was staring at Sanghyun, thinking that the stage where all the mercenaries have to work together was cleared by Sanghyun alone. Everyone saw that, right? Isn't a perfect shot really crazy? It's an instant death that's different from just dying, he stated on his live stream. But then, the viewers still won't believe him that a perfect shot really exists, since for them, it was just a normal headshot. Right now, the mercenaries block the cave by setting a fire. It was an order of Roman, as he concluded that the leftover packs of goblins can't come out and die after getting cooked inside if they block the cave like this. The fire was strong enough to block the cave, but then they heard a loud roaring sound coming from inside. A huge foot then appeared. Its eyes were shimmering, and it turned out that it was the goblin boss. A quest then appeared, asking Sanghyun to eliminate this goblin champion. The viewers at this moment are looking forward to seeing a perfect shot from Sanghyun. Roman then told his mercenaries to get ready. Acorn answered yes with excitement, and while the goblin boss swung its weapon, ready to attack the mercenaries, Acorn screamed to Sanghyun, reminding him of the first condition of a perfect shot. He then stated to his live stream that this is the perfect time to prove how Opus perfect shot is. Sanghyun extended his arrow while sighting the boss head. But then, Sanghyun noticed something which made him put down his weapon. As expected, viewers were wondering why he stopped, and some of them concluded that he might be nervous cause it had to be on the first try. But then it turned out that Sanghyun was just worried that he could not shoot the goblin boss as it had an iron mask on. He believes that aiming for the forehead is out of the equation, so his option is go for a different spot altogether. But then, he was hesitant, knowing that the head is the most vital point and the easiest target to hit, and cannot be compared with anyone else. Since that is the case, he decided to shoot up high. He released his arrow, and the viewers thought that he would end his streaming by suiciding again. The arrow went up straight, then went down, heading to the boss goblin's back of the head. Knowing that a perfect shot only needs to hit the critical point, Sanghyun then believes that it doesn't have to be a forehead. With just one arrow, he hit the goblin boss, and the viewers, even Roman, were surprised. Acorn was also speechless. Sanghyun at the same time stares at the goblin boss and saw it in his own eyes how he hit the goblin. The blood of the goblin boss splattered from his head, and he then fell on the ground lifeless. All the mercenaries were staring at the goblin boss, who was lying on the ground, and after Acorn's realization, he then screamed in happiness that Sanghyun killed the boss with a perfect shot. Chats were so fast. Some congratulated Sanghyun and some acknowledged Acorn for the perfect shot. Rubisword, Sanghyun's top viewer, then immediately donated 200,000 won and congratulated Sanghyun for winning over the goblin boss. Sanghyun then gave thanks to him, and when he checked his system window, he found out that he had received so many donations from the viewers. Some gave around 10,000 won, 3,000 won, and 5,000 won. Someone with the username PerfectShotBeliever also donated 100,000 won for showing the perfect shot. After the game, Sanghyun then opened his capsule, and he felt very hot despite that he was using the latest capsule. He concludes that it doesn't have a cooling system after all. When he stood and looked at Acorn, he saw how happy Acorn was. Acorn went to his manager and proudly said that he made it to show everyone that the perfect shot really exists. Dayan then reminded him that the server was congested, so the game stream went down. Acorn then said that it may be because the chat and donations are too many, which is why the game gets paralyzed. Juhyuk then interfered by saying that he could not believe the game glitched just because of the chat and donations. He also informed everyone that the stream outside the game was still running so they could still get donations if they sat in front of the camera and did the interview. Acorn then agreed to his suggestion. Since Sanghyun was sweating, he wanted to clean himself first, but then Naeun told him that he's still looking good right now. In the end, he and Acorn went back to their stream and greeted everyone. The viewers are still active, and a lot of messages have appeared. Acorn introduced himself to the stream again, and after that, Sanghyun then said to the stream that he really didn't know anything about perfect shots at first. A lot of the viewers admired his handsomeness despite that his hair was messy. Acorn reads the donations, but then there was someone who commented that Acorn cried after the screen of his game had turned off. Acorn then defended himself that he didn't cry, but nobody won't believe it. The donations are still a lot, but Acorn cannot read it all due to the flooded chats of the viewers. Still, the donations are ongoing even though Acorn can't be able to mention their names. While they were in front of the camera, Juhyuk was shocked when he realized that more than 40 people had donated already. He was curious to know the total amount they had received right now. But when he checked the system of Naeun, he abruptly saw someone named Sojia donated 1 million won. Because of this huge amount, Sanghyun and Juhyuk were surprised. The viewers were also shocked, and Acorn said it was his first time seeing someone donated too much. But then he was a little bit upset when he read the message from the donator saying that Almond was so handsome, and even wished that Almond would keep up his hard work. The same donator added 100,000, and it has the same message again. Is this for real? She donated to you twice. Does she have money lying around? Acorn said. Sanghyun then gave thanks to the donator while Acorn wanted to cry knowing that the comments and donations were all because of Almond. He then informed everyone that they would resume the interview again. He has made a questionnaire based on the votes he got on his site. But then most of the people voted to ask the skincare and tint of Almond, and also if he had a girlfriend. The viewers then conclude that Almond really had a lot of girls fans from the squad of Acorn. Upon reading the question, Sanghyun then answered it instantly that he doesn't use any specific skincare and tint. Acorn was annoyed at him and asked him why he needed to answer this kind of useless question. Sanghyun also told at the live stream that he doesn't have a girlfriend either. Everything feels heartwarming for him, and he guessed this is the interesting part about streaming. Playing games while streaming, though, feels even better for him. After the streaming, Naeun then handed a towel to Sanghyun knowing that he was sweating too much since the capsule he used didn't have a proper cooling system. Sanghyun then told him that the capsule at his house was also like the one he used earlier. Acorn was thinking something. He concludes that it might be better if they will stream at home. But before that, he gave thanks for everyone's hard work. And he said that it was his first time getting too many reactions from his viewers. Juhyuk then also gave thanks to him, and he handed a small present to Acorn for helping them. Inside the box were a lot of chocolates, and both Naeun and Acorn were grateful for Juhyuk's kindness. Sanghyun at the same time stared at his friend Juhyuk, thinking that Juhyuk is really good at this kind of socialization. Acorn then said that they should talk about the money they got. He was holding the tablet where they could see the total amount, and both men were very curious to know it. And when they saw the total amount, they were both surprised. They got a total of 5,360,000. Sanghyun was shocked in disbelief. He then asked Acorn if he usually gets this much amount. But then Acorn said that it was also his first time. Naeun then asked how much if they would divide it in half. Sanghyun and Juhyuk were so speechless upon hearing that it would be 2,070,000 won, almost 3 million. They then gave thanks to Acorn for helping them, but Acorn felt awkward and told them that he should be the one thanking them since even 500 won is considered a jackpot when there's a collab stream. Upon hearing it, Juhyuk thought that donations weren't the main source of income. He then asked Acorn how he generated income. Acorn then told him to think of advertising as the main source of income. According to him, the advertising revenue from Tribe is proportional to the number of viewers. It's like a basic salary. In addition, Naeun brings in third-party advertisers, a manager's job. She added that it is mostly game ads or product sponsorships. Clothing, broadcast equipment, and capsule sponsorships are typical. They proudly said that even Acorn's outfit was also sponsored. Juhyuk was surprised to know that it was quite similar to celebrities. Well, really good-looking ones get 90% or more of their income from donations, but since he looks like that, he has no choice but to do something like a celebrity-like. Naeun added, and Acorn was wondering about what was wrong with him. Acorn also said that being funny-looking in this industry is the best asset. Naeun then calls Sanghyun just to tell him that she thinks he can actually be partially known as a celeb because of his appearance. Acorn was upset since it seemed like the lady was more in favor of Sanghyun. Sanghyun put down his coffee and said that he didn't have any plans of becoming a celebrity. What he really wants is to become a video game streamer. Nayeon then said that she understood. It's just that she was just talking about strategies for generating more income. While they were doing game streaming, increasing the proportion of external activities is also important according to Acorn. He gave an example, Soggy Ramyeon, a streamer who used to be a cartoonist. While Horn Ramen does live streaming with the game as the main content. He also does entertainment activities like appearing on mainstream media as a celebrity. For reference, usually for those people, AllTube is their main source of income. They can think of live streaming as a fan service for communication. Streamers can be divided into two parts, the major scene ones who focus on making content for AllTube, and the live streamers who are more of a niche as they focus on live streaming on Tribe. Nayeon recommended Sanghyun consider moving into the major scene, and she informed him that they were closer to the niche scene. But instead, edited videos have a significant influence on AllTube, so it's crucial to find a good editor. Acorn then asked Juhyuk if he had ever done editing works, but then Juhyuk said no. Acorn then told him that he must find someone separately, but since their income isn't high yet, they must take it slow for now. Juhyuk then gave thanks for his advice, and after their discussion, they decided to part ways. They were at the parking lot and both Acorn and Sanghyun then shook hands. Acorn was still hoping that they could collaborate again next time and Sanghyun agreed with him. Acorn was staring at him for a moment thinking that if they collab again next time, Sanghyun might surely be ahead of him. While Juhyuk and Sanghyun left, Acorn was looking at them with crossed arms and he felt that he was envious of Sanghyun. He then sighed and told himself that he could not do anything if Sanghyun's talent was really just beyond reach. Meanwhile, Sanghyun arrived at their village. He then gave thanks to Juhyuk for sending him home and before Juhyuk left, he told Sanghyun that he noticed Sanghyun seemed to be giving a lot of thought to AllTube and Tribe. He wants him not to rush things. He knows that Sanghyun is talented so he believes that Sanghyun is bound to succeed no matter what he does. Sanghyun then smiled at him and thanked him for his help and concern. When Juhyuk left and then headed upstairs, he felt that the weather was starting to get quite chilly, and since the stairs were frozen in the winter, he was worried that his grandma might slip. He whispered in the air, telling his grandma that he made around 2.7 million today. He also mentioned that Juhyuk didn't get even a penny. Money is money, but this is actually quite fun for him now, so he was thinking about continuing the game streaming. He stared at his hand and said that his right arm didn't tremble, it was perfectly fine. That car accident back then remains a terrible memory for him. Not just for him, also for his grandma. He remembered his grandmother's wrinkled eyes when she cried alone in secret. So, his right arm is more than just a bad memory. It's the most hateful presence that causes his grandmother pain. But at the same time, it's something that accompanies him in everything. His right arm has always been a deep and unpleasant shadow that followed him from that point on. Now, with that right arm, he can finally pull the bowstring again. Isn't it amazing? You would have fainted if you saw me like that, he uttered while staring at the sky. He was happy that he was now surrounded by a lot of good people who are helping him. He feels like those people were sent by his grandma for him. He started to cry thinking that he didn't know how to repay those people. He then wiped his tears, then told himself that he was going to try his best. He was thinking that it might be too late for him to try, but he recalled that his grandmother always scolded him for saying that it was too late, and also reminded him to work harder instead. He then smiled and uttered that he will. He then continued to walk and he felt a little bit sad at the fact that his grandmother was no longer alive to see everything he achieved right now, and that was what he regrets the most. At the same time, Acorn Jelly checked the reaction of the people to Almond's perfect shot in the community. Almond himself was shocked by the fact that the reaction of the people inside the community was really huge. There was also a post that made it into the community's top 10, and as per Acorn, it was the first time. Isn't the video amazing? Nayeon said, but then Acorn didn't see a notable video posted. Nayeon then said that it could be found in the editor's community. She decided to just send him the link so he could find it easily. And when he checked it, he was speechless. After watching it, he then said that it was like heaven lending Sanghyun a hand at this point. The video was posted in Tribe and the caption says that it was a streamer named Almond who's so handsome. The next day, Sanghyun took a bath early in the morning. He was planning to organize later on what he should do based on what he had heard yesterday from Acorn and Nayeon. He remembered that there are mainly two types of revenue models for streamers: donations from live stream viewers and ad revenue that's proportional to the number of viewers, which is the main focus of Tribe. And about edited videos, receiving various ads or sponsorships is the main focus of AllTube. Among them, what suits him probably be the so-called celebrity style, the all-tube side. Juhyuk said the same thing earlier. Juhyuk believes that Sanghyun is definitely not the acorn jelly type but is closer to horn ramen. While thinking about aiming for a CF model, Juhyuk drives too fast, which scares Sanghyun. He watched the streaming style of horn ramen and noticed that this guy was the complete opposite of him. He concludes that what Juhyuk mentioned must be about ramen's revenue model. He aimed to have a stable all-tube revenue and add sponsorship, so he was thinking of finding an editor as soon as possible. He sat on his computer to start searching. Since all-tube makes good revenue but requires skilled editors, one of his options is to look for talent among popular game videos. While checking, he found a video with the caption "Kingdom Age, the elegance of the archer montage." This has a total of 110,000 views in the past 17 hours. But then he was shocked when he realized that on the video was him. The channel name is Almond fan Sojia, and he remembered that this was the person who donated $1,000,000 during his collaboration with Acorn Jelly. He started to play the video and heard background music. There's a risk that bandits are positioned all over this mountain range. How about sending a special attack force to subdue them? Hearing these narratives made Sanghyun speechless. The background music, color scheming, and even the editing that adds a narrative are like a real movie. His eyes in the video were shimmering. It was clearly seen in the video how he extended the arrow and released it. The narrative then said, to express battles that could feel similar in such a thrilling way. The last part of the video is Sanghyun's face. After watching it, he, himself, was amazed by his own gameplay. He checked the comments section and found people became interested in playing the game because of it. One commenter also said that no one else can play like him, so it would be a waste of money. Sanghyun was so happy. With the video itself, he could see that it had insanely good quality, and the actual gameplay was even more amazing, and the video added another layer to it. Plus, most of the comments are positive. He then decided to call Juhyuk to report it to him right away. But when he opened his phone, he almost felt it upon seeing Juhyuk's message. It turned out that Juhyuk also watched the video, and Juhyuk suggested contacting the editor of the video. But then, Sanghyun was hesitant, knowing that they still don't have a steady income. Juhyuk then told him to talk it out well, as it would be his job as manager. He wanted to handle it so that Sanghyun could focus on the game instead. Strike while the iron is hot, he added, and reading his message made Sanghyun speechless. He suddenly smiled and stretched his body while thinking that it would be more rude not to focus on the game when he had such a capable manager. He then sat on his gaming capsule, and right now he is more confident in shooting arrows. But physically, he knows that he's not outstanding compared to other streamers. He also knew that training was essential if he wanted to continue skill-based streaming. He stares at the screen and the system asks him to select the training difficulty. Shockingly, he chooses the highest difficulty. After training for 3 hours, he then opens his fridge to get something to eat. He then noticed that his streaming time was almost near. He then decided to eat nuts so that he couldn't spend lots of time eating. While eating, he remembered that it was about time for the reactions to the collaboration and all-tube videos to come in. He already had an idea of the first direct result to be shown. He then started his streaming. He suddenly felt a bit nervous, but he still continued to start the stream. At the same time, the director of the game sighed and he seemed to be upset. He was at his working table and said that he just brought a fantasy game in for nothing. This man is the largest domestic game distributor, Funk. He knew that the game he developed wasn't a genre that would hit big commercially, but he could not accept that they really had such low sales. It surely has to get better, right? The expert reviews are so good, he uttered. He concludes that if they held an event to attract new users, the outcome might be different. But then, he knew that there was no way the company do such a promotion for a game that was not making sales. He was hoping that he could find at least a star player, but he was still hopeless, thinking that a star player wasn't possible since it wasn't an esports game. He was thinking of a way to revive the flop game they developed. When he went to the Kingdom Age community, he saw the trending video of Sanghyun. He decided to watch the video and he was amazed by its incredible quality and well-done editing of the player, which was Sanghyun. For him, Sanghyun's skills are the real deal. He cannot believe that a player like Sanghyun exists, and when he checks Sanghyun's account, he is shocked to know that the account was created just a few days ago, which means the player was a newbie. He also found out that the player's name was Almond. He watched some of the replay games of Sanghyun and said that not only did Sanghyun have the skills but was also talented in streaming itself. He also saw the collaboration of Sanghyun and Acorn Jelly. Then he saw that Sanghyun really had an appearance that could catch the viewer's attention. He suddenly smashed the table, causing the worker near him to be startled. He then follows Sanghyun's gaming account while thinking that Sanghyun's rate won't be high since he's a newbie. After following Sanghyun, he then received a notification that Almond had started streaming. He was so happy by the fact that he just followed the player Almond and instantly got a notification that the stream started at the same time. He wanted to see the gameplay himself, so he decided to watch the stream. To his surprise, Almond's viewers were growing so fast. Right now, it instantly reaches 1,000 plus viewers. Sanghyun himself was also shocked since 1,000 people joined the stream as soon as he started it. In addition, it's still skyrocketing. Collab, perfect shot, montage, whatever the direct cause, once breaking through the wall of 1,000 live viewers, he can become a full-time streamer. Juhyuk also watched his stream and was happy that he had reached 1,000 viewers. The viewers at this time were confused as to why Sanghyun was silent. Sanghyun was still staring at the chats and he was speechless that it was going crazy. He remembered that Acorn and Nayan told them that they got a total of 50,000 viewers during their collaboration. And still, everything was fine. That means Acorn and Sanghyun managed the stream well. Now, Sanghyun realizes that he needs to handle it alone. He then closed the capsule, then said, "Awesome. Wow, such a warm welcome right from the start." The viewers then welcomed him back and he then started talking, informing everyone that he would go and start the Kingdom Age right away. But then, the viewers asked him why he was not showing his face. Then, there was one commenter who said that Almond's main streams really didn't show face. It turned out that a lot of his viewers right now are newbies on his streams, so they weren't aware that he has always been a no-cam stream. Almond then noticed that a lot really demanded a face cam. At this time, he received a direct message from Juhyuk. Juhyuk sent him a link. It was the new streamer Almond's face reveal. There were 3 images of Sanghyun, and it was said in the caption that he has a beauty, he's a holy and sexy guy. Sanghyun was shocked to see that his face was captured by some of the viewers during his collaboration with Acorn. He then replied to Juhyuk that he guessed he was a show-off. Juhyuk was confused and Sanghyun suddenly said that he loved it. Juhyuk then told him to open his camera. Sanghyun listened to his friend/manager and everyone was so happy to finally see his face again. Some viewers even donated money to say that he was very handsome. "Bro, that perfect shot was a killer. Couldn't donate then, so I'm doing it now. Thanks for the donation right from the start. Since we're running late, let's start the game right away," he uttered. The moment he finally entered the game, he then saw Emilia. "Almond, I've heard about your skills. You easily dealt with the goblins that have always been a nuisance in our territory," the lady said. The viewers then mention Emilia's name and show their appreciation for the beauty of the lady. Sanghyun then told the lady that he didn't do it alone by himself. But then, Emilia suddenly held his hand and replied that she already heard everything from Roman, that it was really because of him killing the goblins alone. Emilia looked straight into his eyes and the viewers were shocked to see the lady holding Sanghyun's hand. They were so confused about when the two became so close to act so sweet. It turned out that the lady was just giving Sanghyun another mission to complete. The viewers then said that Emilia and the others were just using Almond. Sanghyun then asked the lady why she didn't inform Roman directly, and the lady then replied that she would like Almond to do this mission alone. She informed Sanghyun that she already asked the Lord and the Lord permitted her to give this mission to Sanghyun. Emilia pointed to the castle nearby, while Sanghyun at the same time thought that it might be a simple mission since it was a solo mission. "Please, kill the lord of that castle," Emilia said, which made Sanghyun dumbfounded. She then asked the lady if the lord of this castle leaves the castle often. The lady replied no and told him that he would have to sneak in. A commenter then said that Emilia had misspoken the word "please die." Most of the viewers were confused knowing that Emilia wasn't like this. Sanghyun didn't respond for a moment. Emilia smiled at him and cheered him up by saying that he could definitely do it. One viewer named Noonable then donated 2,001 just to tell Sanghyun that he could surely bring down the castle. Mission Machine also donated 10,001. And another 10,001 from a viewer named Emilia Antoinette. The window then appeared, asking Sanghyun if he would like to accept or reject the mission. Sanghyun was still thinking for a moment, but he was hesitant that he could possibly kill the castle lord. On the other hand, Funk, who also watched Sanghyun's streaming, had played Kingdom Age multiple times, but he believed that completing the quest Emilia gave with just a bow was impossible. He checked the real-time chat and there were newbies who were curious about how Almond could attack the castle with a bow. The old fans of Sanghyun then said that Almond doesn't die, only pretended to get donations. There was also a viewer who said that the only thing that can kill Almond is a 100,001 donation. He also read someone's comment saying that anyone who's done a siege even once knows it's really hard. He agreed with this commenter knowing that Kingdom Age's sieges are not notoriously difficult. Players have to climb up each wall, and the enemy AI is so advanced that the player is immediately surrounded if spotted. That is why sneaking is nearly impossible. But the biggest problem he believes is facing Lord Talrant. This lord is heavily armored from head to toe. He's the worst possible opponent for a bow user. Funk was thinking that the player Almond might actually be able to clear this given mission with a bow. For him, Almond is certainly skilled and handsome, but in this industry, that is not enough to become a star. Becoming a star required a little bit of magic. As expected, Sanghyun accepts the mission given by Emilia. Emilia then smiled at him and said that she knew from the very start that he would accept this mission. Some of the viewers expected him to die and failed the mission. But even though he knows this mission will be tough, he still wants to pull this off to make it big. Plus, he told himself that he shouldn't have started this game if he was going to back down. Besides, he does have something up his sleeve. If the Kingdom Age presides itself on historical accuracy, he concludes that medieval castles aren't as grand as he thinks. He believes there probably aren't more than 50 people at most. He was staring at the castle and proclaimed that he thought he could do the mission. As expected, he saw negative and positive comments. He looked back to the lady, wondering what the possible reason could she have to order someone's death. Although she's just a game character, she doesn't seem like someone who would easily hate or harm others. "My lady, what did the lord of the castle do wrong?" he asked, despite that he was aware the lady didn't give him a moment to ask. The lady was silent for a few seconds. Then he said that Talrant was turning our own people into slaves. Sanghyun was shocked upon hearing it. It turned out that Lord Talrant lent his people money at high interest rates and kept them in debt. Eventually, he turns them into slaves who must serve him for life, including women and children. If the lord dies, Emilia is sure that their family can take care of the people. She'd prefer an all-out war, but they lack a just cause. Sanghyun was speechless. The lady then asked him if her answer gave him a clarification. He bowed his head and answered yes. He really accepted the mission, and the system then reminded him that his main goal now is to assassinate Lord Talrant. The night came. Sanghyun was staring at the castle while standing in the middle of the cornfield. While hiding, he was wondering if this game also detected him talking to himself. The viewers laughed and some answered, maybe. Someone also informed him that he could change at the setting anytime. Right now, he was thinking that realism is important in this game. He then decided to go straight to the castle by passing through the cornfield. Some viewers were amazed that he was passing through the cornfield without making a single sound. A commenter also noticed that his movement right now is unusually good compared to before. And another viewer then concludes that Almond's character has been optimized pretty well. There was one who then believed that Almond was just born with extraordinary concentration. Sanghyun himself also feels some improvement in his character's movement. He smiled as he was aware that it was surely because of the training program that he had taken earlier. With his changes right now, he was glad that his 4 hours of practice was really worth it. After a few minutes, he was very near to the castle and saw a guard roaming around with a torch. He then moved at the wall at a fast speed and made sure he wouldn't create a noise that would surely disturb the guards. Now, his next question is how he could climb the wall without being detected. There are 2 guards nearby, and if he attacks recklessly, he believes the other guy will call for reinforcements. The textbook method is to approach from behind, cover their mouths, take them out, and then lay them down quietly so they don't make any sound. However, he's not yet confident with weapons other than a bow. He grabbed a stick, but there was a viewer who questioned him if he really planned to use a bow. He then answers yes for now, but the viewers tell him that the bow won't work. The viewers suggested him to kill both guards at the same time so he would not create noise. Then, there's another viewer then questioned how to kill both guards at the same time. Sanghyun was thinking about what to do. After a minute, he told everyone that he finally had an idea. I have thought of a way to kill them simultaneously with a bow. The viewers were confused, and there was a commenter who concluded that he's talking about shooting 2 arrows at once like in the movies. Someone then said that he could not do it since it was just a movie, while the fact is that he was in the Kingdom Age. But then, Sanghyun didn't listen to them. He pointed one arrow at the sky, and the chats in his stream were almost negative as they were afraid Sanghyun could not make it. They also believe that once he cannot kill 2 guards at once, everything will be over. Still, Sanghyun believes that he can do it. His plan first is to aim for the guy on the left and make an arch high enough to delay the landing. He was positioning himself and the viewers didn't understand what he was doing. He then released the arrow and grabbed another one. He pointed the arrow again at the guard on the right side. He was staring at the first arrow, and when it was almost near to the guard standing on the left side, Sanghyun then released the second arrow, and surprisingly, he hit the 2 guards at the same time. The 2 guards instantly died, and witnessing Sanghyun's impressive move made the viewers shocked in disbelief. Lots of messages coming out again. They really cannot believe that Sanghyun killed both guards at the same time. Sanghyun stares at the area where the guards were standing earlier just to make sure that there are no other enemies. The viewers were amazed at him and some even wondered if what he did was possible in a real-life situation. Because of what Sanghyun did, Rubisword donated 10,000 won. Another viewer also gave 1,000 won and said that he wants to be like Almond. Sanghyun then gave thanks to them. Another viewer then donated an additional 3,000 and said that he bet even the developers wouldn't have expected this coming. Going back to Funk, he really didn't expect this would happen. He was shocked and he could not utter words. He has worked in game distribution for years, and he has seen countless players, but he has never seen anyone like Sanghyun. He grabbed his phone and called his assistant. He said that he wants to have a company meeting by tomorrow. He also told his assistant that he found someone and he would send his streamers details. What he wants is to recruit Sanghyun no matter what. At this time, Sanghyun climbs the castle wall. He reached the top and he complained that this quest was really difficult. "I think this game is like hell, except for the bow shooting part," he uttered. And the viewers then said that the shooting part was really the hardest part. There was also a viewer who said that Almond was really impressed by the fact that he could climb walls right away while others normally needed 3 times to try to do it. A commenter then concludes that Sanghyun might have practiced before entering the game. Sanghyun smiled upon reading the comment since the commenter was right that he trained himself to climb walls. He plans to repeat this part multiple times, knowing that repeating practice is fundamental for athletes. He stares at the corpses of the guards and decides to clean up the mess first before making another move. After a few minutes, a guard roamed around, but then he noticed that the 2 guards guarding this area disappeared. He concludes that those guards might sleep and he wasn't aware that Sanghyun was on the corner, aiming an arrow at him. He then killed another guard for the 3rd time and the people at the lower part of the castle were clueless. Sanghyun then checked the comments again and the viewers were impressed with his ambush technique. They also noticed that Sanghyun aimed at the throats of the enemies and they believed that it might be the vital point. For them, it was indeed a perfect shot since the guards died without bleeding or struggling. Sanghyun then hides the guard's body he just killed. He just put it in the corner together with the 2 dead guards. A viewer then commented that this quest seemed to be easy for Almond, and another viewer then said that it would get more difficult inside the castle as there would be more enemies. Even if Almond is a sharpshooter, most of them believe that close combat with many enemies is possible. Sanghyun checked the lower part of the castle and he agreed that the lower part wouldn't be easy. He stares at the corpses, then he finally gets an idea of what he should do. Meanwhile, he continued to hunt in the castle. At this time, he was wearing a guard suit and he was now more comfortable exploring the castle. After a few minutes of walking, he suddenly saw the castle's armory, so he decided to just grab some arrows first and then go. He entered the armory and there was a sleepy guard yawning behind him. Despite that this guy was sleepy, he still saw Sanghyun entering the armory. The man screamed at him, asking him what he was looking at in the armory. Shockingly, he instantly killed the man without any words. And at this moment, the comments changed from positive to negative again. They now thought that Sanghyun had a plan of killing everyone, so they told him that he might have misunderstood the quest as he only needed to kill the Lord. When he looked at the other side, there was another guard spotted him. He was alarmed upon seeing the guard, so he immediately grabbed another arrow and put it on his bow. He feels nostalgic as it reminds him of when he was in an archery competition back when he was young. During those days, he couldn't hear anything, and his focus was on the target in front of his eyes. The guard immediately screamed, calling for some help without knowing that Sanghyun sighted at him. At this point, the complications have become simpler for Sanghyun just like then. He knows that it's only about whether he hits the enemy or misses, the only 2 outcomes in this world. He was able to hit the 5th guard and he was thinking that coming across such an extreme fork in the road has made him infinitely stronger. He then ran away and the viewers informed him that he was so loud. There was also someone who reminded him that this quest was supposed to be an assassination. They then said that Almond seems so immersed that he's not even noticing the chat. Another guard saw Almond running. Almond then immediately shoots him and hits his foot. The viewer thought that it was a mistake. They concluded that he was now tense and losing his form. Sanghyun was looking at the guards and saw that there were more coming out. One guard then ordered him to stop running. He really stopped, then turned around and released another arrow, causing the guard that called him to be instantly killed. The guard who carried his comrade was confused about what was going on since he thought that Sanghyun was also one of them. Sanghyun then shoots their heads and insta kill them. The comments become positive again as they now realize that he only uses one of the enemies as bait to kill them one by one. Because of his impressive move, some deduce that he was a military-trained archer. Since no guards around, Sanghyun then believes that it's now the best time to enter the castle. But then, when he was on his way, he saw another enemy. He then shoots it without any words, and it turns out that there are another 2 guards behind. A guard who was holding a horn then declared that there was an intruder. Many guards then started coming out immediately and pointed all their different kinds of weapons at Sanghyun. Sanghyun was calm, and the viewers could not believe that he got caught. Lots of guards were standing behind him and ready to kill him at any moment. He then aimed an arrow at the enemies while the enemies intended to kill him. Someone in his stream mentioned that there were basic rules to assassination. Since he has been completely exposed, the viewers are looking forward to seeing what he will do. But for Sanghyun, it's fine to be exposed. He then activated his consecutive shooting skill and grabbed several arrows. He struck the arrows on the ground so it would be easier for him to pull it. He kneeled and started shooting the enemies. He killed them one by one at a fast speed, and the guards were terrified at him upon seeing that he perfectly hit all his arrows from the foreheads. One guard behind was shaking in fear, calling Sanghyun a monster. "That's a monster. Run away," he screamed. He was running away with his comrades, but then he was sweating and he panicked when he saw Sanghyun chasing them. Sanghyun ran as fast as he could, and the remaining soldiers all ran away. One viewer then asked Sanghyun if he was really going to shoot arrows while running. None of them believed that it is possible, but of course, for Sanghyun, shooting arrows toward the enemy is possible. Though, it's not because his right arm is free in this virtual space. What makes it possible is unwavering concentration. He shoots the remaining enemies despite that they are running. He was very serious and he was able to shoot their heads. The men in front continued to run despite the fact that they were almost wiped out. After just a minute of running, there's only one enemy left. This guy was asking Sanghyun not to kill him, and he was about to cry, but then Sanghyun didn't show any mercy and shot the back of his head. His blood splattered and he fell on the stairs. Sanghyun then breathed deeply and then asked his viewers how were his moves. As expected, they were so impressed again. Rubisword even donated 10,000 won. More viewers started donating, and Sanghyun smiled upon seeing it. Because of the donations of his viewers, he concludes that his stream might be doing really well. He then headed downstairs and said, "Now then, shall we go kill the Lord?" He headed inside, and his footsteps made of blood were very clear. He entered the castle and saw an armored man sitting on the throne. He wondered if this was the castle lord, since he was expecting to see a fat old man with a belly. Because of the castle lord's appearance, he believes that this guy has a boss vibe. But then he concludes that the Lord was clearly waiting for him to come, even though it was supposed to be a secret infiltration. And if the Lord really knew, he wondered why this guy didn't come out to help his buddies. The viewers suddenly laughed so much and told him that he really spilled the beans. While he was thinking, the Lord suddenly threw a sword on the door behind him, which he was almost hit. He was puzzled with a smiley face while staring at the Lord. "Are you alone?" the Lord asked, and at this time, he immediately prepared his bow to fight back. He deduces that the castle lord has an insane strength, as it can casually throw a huge greatsword toward him. He flinched when he noticed something. While he was preparing to shoot, viewers were laughing, saying that he was finally caught on. Almond felt disappointed as he realized that the armor that the castle lord was wearing was flawless. The castle lord suddenly called his men by just giving them a signal with his finger. 3 of his men then appeared and walked towards Sanghyun. The 3 guys are also wearing full armor, so the viewers don't have any idea how Sanghyun deals with them. There were even viewers who thought that using a bow would be tough in this case, and a blunt weapon would be better in this situation. Sanghyun then concludes that the greatsword the castle lord threw at him will make up for a blunt weapon, but then, he wasn't sure if this would be a good call to use a weapon he's not familiar with. He knew that it would be risky since he couldn't even break through them with his bow. Even he, who hasn't played games that much, knows of these basic rules. Every game has a way to clear its missions. As long as there's a bow among the weapon choices, there's always an answer. For him, he must observe and look closely. The armored men continued to slowly walk toward him. When they got near Sanghyun, Sanghyun smiled as he finally got an idea to deal with them. One of these men tried to attack him, but he managed to dodge and run away. He then aimed his arrow at the helmet's loop of the man near him, and it turned out that he just knocked off the helmet using his arrow. The helmet flew away, and Sanghyun released 2 arrows again and did the same thing to the 2 men. Now, the 3 of them don't have any armor on their heads. One of them was annoyed at Sanghyun and immediately charged at him. He swung his weapon, but Sanghyun was able to bend down and avoid it. He then released his arrow and shot the man with a headshot. Now, there are only 2 of the Lord's minions left, and Sanghyun believes that it's too late for these 2 to take a move. He aimed an arrow at them and also killed them with a headshot without any words. Both men fell to the ground, and the viewers became noisy again and called Sanghyun as Korean archery god. "Now bad," the Lord said, and since the castle lord's helmet doesn't have a loop, the viewers questioned Sanghyun how he could deal with this guy. The castle lord stood and walked towards Sanghyun while swinging his weapon. At this time, Sanghyun believes that he met the 3 conditions by obtaining 3 headshots. Now, he just has to verify if the breakthrough he found is indeed the right way. His aura changes, together with it is his consecutive shooting being activated. The viewers then realize that they almost forgot he had this consecutive shooting skill. Sanghyun struck the arrows on the ground, but the viewers still don't have any idea how he would deal with the castle lord. He aimed 1 arrow at the castle lord while holding another 3. "How pitiful, you can't kill me with arrows," the castle lord proclaimed. The viewers were shocked by the fact that the castle lord straight up says that arrows won't work. Sanghyun was calm as he had found a way. He then shot 1 arrow to the castle lord and it only flopped since it was hit at the armor. The castle lord then asked him if he didn't understand what he just said. He then said it once again, but at this time, it's more precise. "I said it's useless," he uttered. He slowly walked towards Sanghyun while telling him that he would grind him to dust. He felt insulted that Sanghyun dared to turn his castle into a mess. Sanghyun continued to shoot his armor at the chest part. The castle lord then asked him what he was doing. At this point, Sanghyun started to release numerous arrows and the castle lord was confident that this technique of Sanghyun won't accomplish anything. Sanghyun released 3 arrows at a time and slowly destroyed the castle lord's armor. He was very focused, making it faster and sharper. He was only aiming at the heart. After releasing many arrows, the armor of the castle lord started to spark while he still continued to attack it. The views then said that he seemed to be a wielder at this rate. "How accurate do you have to be for sparks to fly?" the view asked. Luckily, the chest part of the armor slowly broke. The castle lord was screaming in anger since Sanghyun wouldn't stop. Few arrows left, which made some viewers nervous, thinking that it won't be enough to deal with the castle lord. But for Sanghyun, he knew it was enough. He released 1 arrow and still hit the same spot. Luckily, the chest part of the castle lord's armor was finally broken. There was already a small hole in it and the castle lord could not believe that Sanghyun managed to do it. While he was wondering, he didn't notice that Sanghyun released another arrow again. At this point, he was pierced in his chest, causing his blood to splatter. He fell on the ground lifeless without having any chance of fighting back against Sanghyun. And as usual, the viewers were so loud again, cheering for Sanghyun's victory. Many of the viewers were impressed and the donation started again. Sanghyun clenched his fist while being proud of himself for completing the quest again. 3 hours of training followed by a high difficulty quest and a tiring schedule, but the joy of success energizes him time and again. He then gave thanks to his donors and talked with them for a moment. There was a viewer who then said that he was now a total pro streamer. "Now, let's see the surprised face of Lady Amelia," he said. But then a donation popped up and it came from Sojia once again. The amount was 300,000 won and this person told Sanghyun that he was so cool. The viewers then remembered that Sojia was also the one who donated 1,000,000 won and they said that this person was surely born with a silver spoon. Sanghyun was dumbfounded and he stared too long on the screen. An hour ago, in a train station, there was a lady who wanted to get off the train without knowing that the exit door was on the left side. She forced herself to get off even though some people were annoyed at her for pushing them. At last, she exited the train. She was irritated with the noises around and the crowd of people. She headed back to her house while wondering how long she must be swept away. She arrived at her house and she hoped she could fall into the vast empty sea. She seemed to be a hopeless and sad person. After removing her white jacket, she immediately sat in front of her PC, and she wondered if her favorite streamer had started the streaming. When she confirmed that it just started, she finally smiled genuinely. It turned out that her favorite streamer was Almond. She thinks that watching the stream of Almond is the only joy in her life. Initially, she watched him because of the nickname Almond since it was her favorite snack. She got hooked the moment she saw his stream. The solo quest Amelia gave to Almond was weird for her and she doesn't have any idea how Almond would clear it. The moment Almond accepted the quest, she widely smiled, believing that Almond was seriously thinking of clearing the solo quest. She was focusing on watching the game of Almond. She enjoyed every detail and she was impressed every time Almond dealt with the enemies in a surprise and unexpected way. She also witnessed how Almond unalived the castle lord and finally completed the quest. At that moment, she was so amazed and even cheered proudly that Almond really cleared the quest. After Almond completed the quest, she instantly decided to donate money. She was thinking of giving 100,000 won, but in the end, she made it 300,000 won. She doesn't want to lose to anyone in donating. She has already spent quite a bit, but she believes money spent to be happy. "Thank you so much, Sojia. Your nickname seems familiar," Sanghyun said. And Sojia, this girl out of nowhere, is none other than Sojia. She was shocked by the fact that Sanghyun still remembered her, and she was wondering about what reaction Almond will give this time. Sanghyun was thinking, and he said to his viewers that he would do a somersault to end his stream. The viewers then laughed, and he really flipped once in front of his viewers, thinking that he'll gonna eliminate himself this way. But then, the system said he had died and returned to the last checkpoint. He stares at his hand and concludes that he didn't disconnect, maybe because he did the optimization. The comments then said that a streamer loses its concept due to optimization. Someone also asked if he's gonna end the game and continue the stream. He awkwardly laughed in front of the viewers and informed them that he had to manually end the game. Before ending it, he gave thanks to Sojia once again. A lot of chats popped out, but Sanghyun really exits the game already. He was panting and sweating as usual. He opened his capsule and he discovered that he wouldn't disconnect now even if he died inside the game. He was surprised when it didn't disconnect, but looking at the reactions, he believes that it seemed to have worked out. He was so glad to get 300,000 won from the viewers. He never forgot the name of Sojia, knowing that she was also the one who donated 1,000,000 won during his collaboration stream. Because of the huge amount Sojia gave, he wondered what this person did for a living. It's a bit overwhelming for him. He feels like viewers might be young because donating such big amounts to a stream is a bit doubtful. He scratched his head and told himself that he was just being so judgmental. He doesn't know that Sojia was so happy watching his stream and doesn't mind the money she donated. The lady was lying on the ground while saying that today's stream of Almond was so much fun. She then gets up as she realizes that she has to clip the recent battle of Almond. She started editing a clip and chose a nice background song. She thought that today's content was clean in story and outstanding in visuals. She witnessed that Almond played even better this time than before. As Almond continues to grow, she also decided that the montages she will make will only get more impressive. She then smiled and told herself that this video she was currently making was going to be epic. The next day, Sanghyun's phone rang late in the morning. It was a call came from Juhyuk. He then answered it, and the first thing Juhyuk asked was if he was still sleeping. Juhyuk then informed him that their lunch for the day was lasagna. Sanghyun then smiled and told him to stop joking and go straight to the point. Juhyuk then told him that there seemed to be a problem. She mentioned Sojia and the montage she posted. Sanghyun then asked what about that person, and Juhyuk then said that Sojia wouldn't look at the comments. It turned out that Juhyuk commented on the video Sojia posted telling her that he and Almond would like to discuss something with her. Another problem is that Juhyuk found out that the Tribe account of Sojia was private. Sanghyun then asked what they should do now to reach Sojia, and he heard Juhyuk suggested to mention her on his next live if she will donate next time. Sanghyun got up and answered that he'd rather not go on that route. Juhyuk then asked if they should wait instead, and he answered yes. The call then ended, and since Sanghyun had clouded with thoughts today, he decided to clean up his house by throwing the garbage first. He goes up and down the stairs every day, but each time he finds himself catching his breath. He then told himself that he must not complain and instead think of it as an exercise. He also believes that everything tough is only temporary until it becomes familiar. While heading his way, a lady wearing a hat, staring at her phone, suddenly opened the door of her house, so Sanghyun got bumped into it. The lady was startled and apologized to him. Shockingly, it turned out that it was Sojia, and she was living in the same building as Sanghyun. Sanghyun sat down on the ground while enduring the pain. Sojia then asked him if he was hurt anywhere. He then looked at the lady while holding his shoulder. The lady was speechless upon seeing Sanghyun's face. She covered her nose and mouth with her hands as she was in disbelief that the person she idolized was right in front of her. Since she was staring at Sanghyun for too long, Sanghyun was confused as to why. "You're okay, right?" he asked. Since the lady wouldn't answer, he then told her that he was going since he was sure that the lady was unharmed. He then threw the garbage outside, and he now feels better that he was sweating naturally. He opened his phone when Juhyuk called again. He asked him what was the matter, and Juhyuk was smiling while staring at his laptop and informed Sanghyun that Sojia's newly uploaded video of him was awesome. It just premiered and had 3,000 concurrent viewers and already had over 100 comments. Plus, it was tagged as a trending video in the gaming category, ranked 78th. At this rate, reaching 200,000 in 24 hours seems possible. Sanghyun was shocked upon hearing it, and he said it was a hit. Juhyuk then also informed him that he left a contact comment as soon as the video was up, so they should wait again and see. Sanghyun then said okay and hung up the call. He then heard someone call his attention. It was Sojia again. She was panting, and he seemed like he was running fast to chase Sanghyun. Sanghyun immediately checked his pocket, trying to figure out if he had dropped something. The lady was stuttering. She was nervous and suddenly handed a pen and paper. Sanghyun was confused and Sojia then asked him for an autograph. Sanghyun was puzzled not until she realized that this lady was one of his fans. He then asked her if she watched his streams and she then nodded as a sign of her yes. Sanghyun was flattered knowing that she was not even famous yet but met a fan near his home. He cannot believe that this thing would happen, especially in a hillside neighborhood. He then signed the paper and asked the lady's name. While he was sighing, the lady said that she was Jaya. She completed her name by saying that she was Sojia. Since both of them met, Sanghyun then invited the lady into a coffee shop together with Juhyuk. Juhyuk then asked Sojia if she had been involved in video work before. Sojia then answered yes and added that it was her major and also a hobby. Juhyuk then told her that it was impressive that she made videos as a hobby while working. Actually, we've been looking for you, Miss Sojia. Never thought we'd run into you like this, Juhyuk said. Sojia then asked him why they were looking for her. Juhyuk then said it was nothing serious. He put a contract on their table and offered the lady to work with them as their editor. Sanghyun was looking at Juhyuk as he was shocked that Juhyuk instantly prepared a contract in a short span of time. Together, Sojia asked, and Juhyuk then caught Sojia's hesitation. Juhyuk became serious and told the lady that there seemed to be some issues with revenue generation in the videos she's currently posting. The lady asked him what issue it is and Juhyuk then said that it's legal issues like copyright and use of the content. He added that fan channels can't generate revenue, fundamentally. Sojia then said that she had donated to Sanghyun and both men were speechless knowing that she was right after all. She then informed Sojia that those videos she posted weren't intended for revenue generation, and no revenue had come in yet. Sanghyun agreed with her while Juhyuk was disappointed that he was wrong. Juhyuk then told her that he knew, and he just wanted to suggest that they should work together to create videos to generate revenue. The lady sipped her drink while thinking. Usually, when offered a collaboration, one would be curious about the profits, but Juhyuk noticed that she's not showing any sign of that. He then concludes that money might not be her goal. He honestly thought that Sojia was a rich kid, but from what he observed, she doesn't seem like it. And now, he deduces that the large donations Sojia made were really just because she enjoys Almond's stream, and the videos are purely out of fan love. Since that is the case, he decided to use the last option to convince the lady. Almond needs the help of editor Sojia and Sojia only, he said, which surprised the lady. Sanghyun then whispered to him, asking him what he was talking about. But Juhyuk told him to wait and see. You mean he needs me? Sanghyun asked, and at this moment, Juhyuk concluded that his idea worked. You have no idea how long he has been looking for you, Miss Sojia, right, Almond? Juhyuk said, and Sanghyun then added, yes, I really wanted to work with you. You can make the videos however you like. I really need your help, Miss Sojia. Sojia was speechless. She was holding on to her drink while wondering how long since someone said they needed her help. Then, may I take some time to think about it, she said, and both men were glad that she didn't instantly refuse the offer. Sanghyun then flinched the moment Sojia said that there was one problem. According to her, her current company doesn't allow double contracts. To sign a contract as an official editor, she has to quit her job. But then, she needed money to live on. Plus, her current company's salary isn't bad. Relying solely on video revenue is too risky for her. In short, a situation where she needs to be paid a salary. Upon hearing it, Sanghyun clenched his fists out of disappointment knowing that he hadn't even been streaming for a week and he was in a situation where he couldn't even buy Juhyuk a drink, let alone pay him a salary. He then whispered to Juhyuk, telling him that they should think about it a bit more. But then, Juhyuk was smiling and didn't give any response to him. He grabbed something on his case while saying that he just happened to get an email. According to him, he had received a partner streamer proposal from Funk, the game distributor, and it was seen on the message that the support items included editor employment costs. Sanghyun himself was shocked by the fact that a big distributor like Funk wanted him. Sojia, on the other hand, was also speechless as she was aware of who was Funk. After what Juhyuk said, the lady decided to sign the contract. Sanghyun was staring at her thinking that it was a matter of livelihood, so it's worth thinking about more. But then he cannot believe that the lady was willing to sign the contract from the start. He guessed that Sojia couldn't stand working for the company she was currently working for anymore. He feels what she feels since he also experiences the same thing as her. Before the lady signed the contract, Juhyuk then discussed it first. Sojia will be paid a base salary of 25 million won per year. And on top of that, 40% of her all-tube revenue will be added as incentives. There's also the option of cleanly splitting it 50/50 without a base salary. Sojia then said that she prefers having a stable base salary. She then signed the contract and agreed to the first option. After that, They bid goodbye to each other and Juhyuk then informs the lady that she will receive a message once he gets a response from Funk. What about the videos I uploaded on my channel? Sojia asked, and Juhyuk then answered that those would probably need to be re-uploaded to the official channel. The lady then headed back home, and when she left, Sanghyun then hit Juhyuk's arm and asked him if the partner streamer he mentioned was a real thing. Who do you think you're calling a scammer? Why would I lie about something like that? Juhyuk replied. Sanghyun was shocked again as he could not believe it. Juhyuk then told him that he was surprised when he saw the email this morning. He then asked Sanghyun if he was going to sign the contract, and Sanghyun then answered of course, knowing that the terms were too good to pass on. While walking, Juhyuk mentioned that Sojia was really cool and straightforward, and since the lady was Sanghyun's fan, he believed that recruiting her would be pretty easy. Sanghyun then said that there is no such thing since for him, being a fan is one thing, and being in a contract with their idol is another. Still, Juhyuk believes in his own conclusion. For him, if Sojia donated that much money, it means she really likes Sanghyun. Sanghyun then said that the lady seemed pretty serious and cold, which surprised him since she didn't smile once during their entire conversation. Juhyuk then told him that whatever it is, it's still better to work with her in the future if she's professional like that. Meanwhile, Sojia gets back home. She leaned to the door inside her house since she was still in disbelief. She immediately removed her jacket and cap, then lay down on her bed and rolled over while screaming. She was thrilled, and it felt like a dream for her to suddenly see Almond in person. Plus, being Almond's editor is more unbelievable. She checked the contract again while thinking that it was really hard to believe. But he knew she wasn't dreaming. I've escaped, I guess, she uttered. She was being bullied in her workplace, knowing that she was just a community college graduate. They always asked her what she would do after leaving the company. What made her more sad was her boss asking her if she really thinks there's a place that will treat her as well as they do. She thought she had to be stuck in that rut forever, to think that she would be recognized by someone. She then opened her phone and decided to read the comments on the video she posted. Most of the viewers said that the video quality of the content she made was no joke. There was also a commenter who said that the genius archer who descended like a god and the genius montage made that rose from the ground. There are also a lot of people who are looking forward to seeing more of her edited videos about Almond. She was smiling while reading everything. Somehow, she feels a strange feeling. At the same time, Sanghyun arrived at his house and he was thinking that to start his streaming early today. He realizes that he has been streaming at a random time, but he believes that it should be fine since he streams almost every day. He sat on his gaming capsule and he suddenly received a message from Sojia. The lady sent him a clip of the intro song and the video. She instructed him to follow the instructions she sent with it to install it. Sanghyun was shocked since it hadn't been long since they parted ways, but now the lady made it so quickly. As per Sojia, she didn't do it all today. She has been making it little by little for a while. Sanghyun watched it and he could not believe that it was impressive despite the fact that Sojia made it in her spare time as a hobby. He's really looking forward to seeing what Sojia can do when she puts her all into it. Thank you, I'll put it to good use, he replied, which made the lady smile. Sojia was also watching the stream of Sanghyun and it has been started. The fans of Sanghyun also received the notification and they were so happy that he started too soon. He used the intro Sojia made and the viewers were all surprised with it as it was so cinematic. While watching the intro, they instantly recognized that it was made by Sojia, and they felt that it totally had her vibe. Some of them then realized that Sojia has been recruited by Almond. After a minute of starting the stream, the viewers reached 1,200. Sanghyun then greeted everyone and the donation instantly started. He then gave thanks to everyone who donated and informed them that he would now start the Kingdom Age right away. Upon entering, he appeared at the same place and the corpses were still lying on the ground. Since there was also no witness, a commenter said that it was confirmed an assassination. Sanghyun decided to leave the castle and report to Emilia. But before that, since he cleared the quest alone, he believes that it should be okay to loot some items. One commenter then told him that he could take everything and still be innocent. There was a bow in the castle and he was thinking of what he should take with him. Luckily, viewers helped him to choose. He also found a treasure box with a lot of gold coins. There was also a new suit. He was speechless upon seeing it and of course, he immediately wore it. The comments then said that he now looks badass, and there were also viewers who told him to take more loot. But then, he thinks he is on the limit due to the weight of the suit he is wearing. Another commenter then said that it was sad there's no inventory in this game just like the other games. He already come out from the castle and he believes that he won't die in one hit because of the suit. He rode in the horse and was very excited to head back to Emilia to report for him to complete the quest. When he arrived at the castle where Emilia was staying, it turned to daytime. Fortunately, the travel time isn't realistic. He gets off from the horse and he then sees Emilia riding in a carriage and calls his name. Sanghyun then greeted the lady and the lady asked him why he returned so soon. He then said that he came to report to her about his mission. Emilia then told her subordinate that she needed time to talk privately with Almond for a moment. Her subordinate doesn't want to leave her alone with a mercenary, but then Emilia gets annoyed and tells her to quickly leave. She got off the carriage and guided Sanghyun on the way to the room where they could talk. Knowing that Almond had returned so quickly, she thought that Almond had changed his mind. Sanghyun then told her that she was wrong as he came to report the completion of his mission. What? It's only been 2 days since I entrusted you with this task, though, Emilia asked with a shocked face since she could not believe that Almond really completed the quest in an instant. As per Sanghyun, it's a day to go back and forth, half a day to prepare for the raid, and half a day for the raid, which is why it's a total of 2 days. The viewers then said that it was done in a day in reality. They were also impressed that Sanghyun completed it so quickly. Emilia then said that she cannot believe it. Then she flinched when Sanghyun's statement sank in on her mind. Wait, did you say raid? I am certain that what I asked of you was an assassination. Emilia said. Oh, about that. The security was tight, so I just killed them all. Sanghyun replied. The lady becomes speechless. After a few seconds, she suddenly screamed in fear and ordered Sanghyun to repeat what he just said. The viewers laughed and said that her reaction was a good meme. Emily cleared her throat then asked Sanghyun if he meant to say that the Tolerance castle was now completely vacant. Sanghyun then answered yes and proclaimed that there was no one in the castle already. One commenter then said that what Snaghyun said was also expected since everyone in the castle was killed. Right now, Emilia was speechless since she was in disbelief that Sanghyun conquered Tolerance castle all by himself. Sanghyun only smiled at her, but he was confused as to why the lady seemed very happy. He then heard Emilia say that there was no need to delay any further. As per Emilia, to protect the people in the Tolerance castle, they, from the Genritz territory, must make it to the Tolerant quickly. She then called her coachman and asked to prepare the carriage. She declared that they were now going to Tolerance castle and must arrive before the other nobles exerted their influence. The coachman then bowed down to her and said that he would now prepare the carriage immediately. When the carriage is good to go, Emilia then bids goodbye to her subordinate. When she got inside, she noticed that Almond remained standing. She then called his name and said, "What are you doing standing there lost in thought? Get in. I have a lot of questions about you." Because of what she said, viewers of Sanghyun were surprised and amazed at how the lady treated him. There was a viewer who commented that Emilia's reaction is a kind of reaction that only comes when players have maximum likability. Why bother with likability? Just seize a castle, someone replied, and most of the viewers agreed. But, upon knowing about likability, Sanghyun himself was shocked. Commenters mentioned that seeing a castle also increases likability. In the end, Sanghyun headed back to the Tolerant castle together with Emilia. While they were inside the carriage, the lady asked him why he was very powerful. That's too much praise. I'm not that powerful, Sanghyun answered. But still, for Emilia, he was really strong. She has seen many knights, but none of those men have achieved as much as Sanghyun. Sanghyun was not surprised upon hearing it. He then casually told the lady that he just happened to be good at shooting arrows. Emilia then asked him if he managed to defeat all the troops in the castle with just a bow. When Sanghyun answered, Emilia became speechless in disbelief. The commenters understand Emilia's reaction since they also cannot believe that one could defeat a bunch of troops alone using just a bow. As per Emilia, it was fascinating since she had never seen a knight who insisted on using a bow. Sanghyun then reminded her that it was because he wasn't a knight but a mercenary. Almond, after this task is over, have you ever considered becoming a knight? Emilia asked, but Sanghyun didn't respond. The lady then explains that they need someone to manage Tolerant Castle once it is incorporated into new territory, and she claims that she only asked that question to Kanghyun out of curiosity. The viewers then said that Emilia's route is quite advanced and they wondered if there was really a route to become a knight. All of them were very curious to know the response of Sanghyun, and most of them commented boring when Sanghyun replied to the lady that he was just a mercenary even if he was skilled, and he cannot think of an answer to how he could possibly become a knight. Emily was silent. Seems like she was sad to hear Sanghyun's response. After a few seconds, she informed Sanghyun that her father mentioned he'd like to see him, and she feels that her father seemed pleased with how Sanghyun handled the recent situation. Sanghyun was shocked upon hearing it. But then he was confused knowing that Emilia's father, the Earl, definitely left right after briefing Emilia. He was about to say something but Emilia stopped him by closing his mouth with her finger. Emilia was blushing. Their faces were so close and Emilia then said that it's a lady's courtesy to overlook such things. After it, she then noticed that they ought arrived to their final destination. Sanghyun on the other hand was speechless with what the lady did. The viewers at the same time concludes that Emilia was just making excuses for wanting to see Sanghyun again. Some also wondered if Sanghyun is planning to meet the Earl and become a knight. At this moment, there are people cleaning the mess in the Talorant castle. One man saw people coming. It was Emilia, Sanghyun, and two subordinates of the lady. The man was staring at them, questioning whether these people were originally from Talorant castle. Emilia heard him so she answered no and informed everyone that they were from the Generate. The people were surprised as they could not believe that people from Generate would come. Emilia and Sanghyun went above the castle and heard the people gossiping. There are people who want to kick them out but then they can't knowing that their forces have been wiped out. Sanghyun was staring at the people, believing that they were still in confusion. The lady went to the banner behind them, a banner that signifies the territory of Talorant. Sanghyun and Emilia smiled at each other and Emilia then pulled the Talorant's banner and let her men change it with their banner. The people were in disbelief, and they knew that this meant to say that Generate wanted to own the castle. The people in this castle had different thoughts, but there are some of them who heard that Generate's governance is much better than anyone else. There were also people who didn't care, thinking that all nobles are pretty much the same at the end of the day. Is it okay to just let this be? Sanghyun asked, but Emilia asked him what he meant to say. Sanghyun then replied, for instance, a speech, shouldn't they know who they should serve from now on? Emilia was smiling genuinely. They stared at the people and Emilia then said that it was fine that she didn't give a proper speech. She believes that the people of the territory will adapt soon enough. After that, a cutscene happened. 1 week later inside the game, the people of the territory, previously drowning in debt and on the brink of being sold into slavery, were now able to repay their debts through labor. They were also permitted to possess a certain amount of money from the said labor. As a result, the amount of labor naturally increased, and the territory, once bleak and lifeless, began to teem with vitality. In the long run, this is likely to yield much greater benefits for the territory. While Sanghyun was looking out the window, Emilia held his shoulder, and they stared at each other. Seemed like there was an unusual atmosphere between the two, and even the viewers noticed it. You haven't forgotten we're going to see father tomorrow, right? Emilia said, which surprised the viewers. Of course, Emilia, Sanghyun replied while holding Emilia's hand. The chats were moving too fast since the viewers reacted so much upon seeing the sweetness between the two. Sanghyun thought that this would be an ending, a happy ending, not until the horn suddenly rang, a sound of a danger. Both Sanghyun and Emilia then looked outside from the window, and Emilia was startled since the sound was familiar to her. As they look from the window, there are people heading to the castle. These people were armored knights holding swords, spears, and shields, and in front of them might be their leader. Sanghyun concludes that these people could be the allied families of Talorant. Emilia then told him he was right, and she believed that these people came to retake the castle. Sanghyun then confidently said that he could stop them all, and Emilia then held his hand again and begged him to win this battle. They waved their banners to show that they will fight. All the mercenaries, including Sanghyun and other knights of Generate, were gathered on the ground, and Roman ordered them to form up. Roman was in front of them all, and he said that they stood to defend the fortress of Talorant today for the honorable Lady Generate who has employed them. The men then bravely screamed that they would definitely win this war. Sanghyun at this moment was looking at Emilia, and he was worried knowing that the lady was also worried on behalf of their people. Sanghyun closed his eyes and opened them after a few seconds. He then saw a quest telling him to lead the war to victory. On the other hand, seeing the large scale of men in the Kingdom Age made the viewers surprised, and none of them had reached this far, so they hadn't expected this to happen. There was even a viewer who said that the icon of persistence, Bubblegum, couldn't pull this off. Another viewer then concludes that Almond can do what even Bubblegum can't. Almond saw these comments, so he told them to refrain from mentioning other streamers. The viewers then agreed with him, and some of them noticed that his streaming had improved significantly. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up today's stream here, Sanghyun said with a wide smile on his face. The viewers were upset, saying that Sanghyun wanted to end the stream at the crucial point. But still, Sanghyun really planned to stop the stream for the day. He gave thanks to all the viewers while the viewers begged him to stay a little bit more. But then, Sanghyun didn't listen to them and immediately logged out of the game and ended his stream. Meanwhile, he was lying on his bed while checking the reactions of his fans in the community. Judging by the reactions, he could say that he ended the stream at just the right moment. Most of his fans cannot believe how he ended the stream at the crucial point, and there were some who hoped that he could come back immediately. Of course, Sanghyun had a reason why he ended the stream at that point. He never forget that Acorn said ending a story-driven game is incredibly important. Although it may make the viewers feel disappointed, it is much more beneficial in the long run. Aside from the reactions of the viewers about him ending the stream, he was also enjoying reading some other interesting posts. Emilia's poker face was posted in the community, and there were different comments and reactions from Sanghyun's fans. What made him surprised the most was reading the people's posts saying that he got far in just a few days. His performance is a word class. He's a legend in the streaming world. His gameplay is truly commendable, and many more. Even if an average person wouldn't, I believe a pro archer could pull off my level of performance. Weren't there any pro archers who played Kingdom Age? He uttered. He stared closely at his phone as he remembered another thing Acorn told him. On the day that he and Acorn were collaborating, Acorn told him that his ability to focus in an instant was top tier. Remembering it made Sanghyun wonder if he possibly had a talent for virtual reality games. He also wondered if it was because of his high concentration. He agreed that archery required a high degree of concentration, but for him, it doesn't necessarily mean it's exclusive to archers. He was rolling over in his bed while checking more posts. He then found an analysis of his archery skills. He was very curious about this post, so he immediately opened it. It was said that he drew a posture comparable to that of a pro archer. His bowstring is precisely in the middle of the lips, and the right hand doesn't falter at all in the release process, and maintains its position. The analysis was quite detailed, so Sanghyun questioned if the poster was professional in the field. But judging by the content, he concluded that the poster wasn't an amateur. Then, he saw something that made him dumbfounded. In the content, there was a comment from someone saying that he personally agreed with the post, and he claimed that the pro archers might not be happy hearing it. But he was a former archer player himself, so he thinks he can say this confidently. Since the commenter said he was a former player, Sanghyun was very curious to know who it was. His hand was trembling again as he believed that he might know this guy, since the guy said he was also an archer in real life. Sanghyun was so bothered about it, and he was thinking too long. After half an hour of thinking, he gaslighted that he shouldn't be bothered about it since there was nothing specifically interesting about it. He was sad by the fact that people in the archery field all cut ties with him about 10 years ago, though. He was still wondering if it was someone he knew. The reason he quit archery was due to an injury from an accident. Nobody knows this except for his coach. He closed his eyes and recalled one of his memories from 10 years ago. At that time, he was heading home. He was wearing a uniform and carried his bag. Someone called him from behind. It was a mad lady, clenching her fists and angrily asking him if he was really going to stop being an archer without any reason. Sanghyun then casually replied that he didn't find archery fun anymore, and of course, it was a lie. Fun? Is that just fun for you? If you don't do archery, then who will? Don't you know that everyone is following your lead? But you say you're quitting because it's not fun. Are you serious? The lady said. And while she was venting her anger towards Sanghyun was hiding his hand in his pocket to avoid the lady realizing that his hand was injured. He then told him that he was serious with his decision. The lady then turned around, accepted his decision, and finally let him go. She was crying since she could not accept that Sanghyun just quit being an archer for no reason. When she left, that is the time Sanghyun's tears dropped. The next day, Sanghyun was reading the comments of his fans again. They were wondering how he could play today against the enemies in the Tolerance Castle. Reading the comments made Sanghyun feel more interested. He was heading outside to jog while he was reading comments and posts. He also saw negative posts, but at a time when viewership was low, he appreciated these kinds of posts. While heading downstairs, he saw Sojia outside her room. Sojia also saw him and asked him if he was exercising. He then answered yes and asked the lady where she was going. As per Sojia, she was heading just nearby. Would you like to go together if you don't mind? Sanghyun asked, which surprised the lady, but of course, she answered yes since she also happened to have something to show him. After a few minutes, they arrived at the park nearby. Sojia was already sitting and Sanghyun followed her with a bottle of water. He gave one to Sojia and Sojia then gave thanks to him. Sanghyun then asked her what she wanted to show to him. Sojia said there was nothing much while she opened her phone. She showed the edited videos on her phone to Sanghyun and said that she had completed a few videos to post on the new channel. Sanghyun was surprised that he would be the one who could watch the video first before anyone else. Sanghyun then immediately watched the videos while Sojia was nervous waiting for his reaction. The first part of the video has an introduction with the Note Kingdom Age Episode 1, and there was a question, are newbies not allowed to pick a bow? There was also information when Sanghyun created the account and put a note that this bio ID of Sanghyun was created just one day before streaming. After that note, the first stream of Sanghyun then appeared, including the comments of the viewers. That scene is the part when he chooses a weapon and decides to have a bow. Because of him choosing a bow, commenters belittled him. But Sanghyun never fought with the viewers but instead followed what he wanted and showed how he could play with the bow. In his first fight, he showed many headshots, and in the video Sojia created, there was a hologram effect every time Sanghyun hit the enemies. Sanghyun also noticed that the screen transitions quickly match the shooting speed, so he believes viewers won't get bored by watching it. Plus, the added enjoyment of watching the reactions of the viewers' chat. Sanghyun was focusing on watching the film, and he was very satisfied with how Sojia edited it. When Sojia heard that the video had stopped, she then asked Sanghyun's opinion. She was stuttering since she was very nervous and afraid to be rejected. Sanghyun pointed at the video on the phone and proclaimed that the video Sojia edited was a work of art. Seriously, it's impressive to condense a day's stream to this extent, and all the highlights are included. The CG added for easy understanding for first-time viewers is also clear and nice. The sense of speed, the witty inclusion of chat, and the perfect ending, Sanghyun stated, and the lady was blushing to hear a compliment from Sanghyun, the streamer he idolized. She was shy while giving thanks to Sanghyun with a stuttering voice, and Sanghyun smiled knowing that the lady was very happy that he liked and appreciated the video. He then asked the lady if he could now upload the video on AllTube, but then the lady said no. That is because she heard it is better to release at least 3 or 4 videos all at once. If it's okay with you, I'll keep making it in this style, she said, and Sanghyun answered, yes, please do that. Meanwhile, they parted ways and Sojia arrived back to her room. She sat on her bed and said that she was exhausted. She remembered how Sanghyun reacted to the video she edited and even said that the video she made was a work of art. He then smiled while staring at the wall, thinking that Sanghyun really liked it. Being acknowledged feels so rewarding for her, which is why she was very happy with the reaction she got from Sanghyun. At this time, her phone rang. He checked it and saw a message from someone. She immediately grabbed her phone while wondering who it was since she wasn't expecting someone to contact her. She is flustered when she concludes that it might be Sanghyun. But then, when she saw the sender, it only gave her a dark emotion. She felt so down while reading the message. From an excitement turned into sadness. She feels that her surroundings have become dark. She dropped her phone and told herself that she must shower since she had a lot of things to do. It turned out that the sender was from the one she called Psycho Bastard. At the same time, there was a post in the Kingdom Age community saying that Almond has siege content today. The fans of Almond were commenting, saying that the world's first archer is doing a siege challenge. There was also a commenter stating that he definitely watched the content after school today. All of a sudden, they had received a notification. It was a notification from Almond saying that he was on live. The viewers were rattled since they were all unprepared and they never thought that Almond would start the stream 4 hours early today. Some of them were still at work and school, but then they could not resist watching. Sanghyun showed his face again in his Steam, and his intro was to greet everyone. The viewers then welcomed him and it was very clear that they were all excited to watch Almond's gameplay today. Almond was speechless upon seeing the fast-moving chats of the viewers. Honestly, he was a bit worried given the awkward timing, but now, he feels like it seems there are even more people coming than yesterday. I started the stream a bit earlier today because of the siege. I'm guessing the game might run long, he stated, and the viewers were very happy that his stream would be long today. He then declared that he would now begin with the siege. He entered the game and appeared in the same scenario where he exited the game from yesterday. Almond, you've come a long way, haven't you? Roman suddenly said. Sanghyun was confused and asked him what he meant to say. But then, Roman pointed to the lady above the castle and proclaimed that Almond was pretending not to understand. Sanghyun was stuttering while telling Roman that there was nothing between he and Emilia. But then, Roman won't believe him and even said that he was jealous of him. Roman was teasing him and the viewers cannot believe that Roman had this side. One commenter then said that Roman was really a friend with many sides, but he didn't notice because Roman always got angry at him. Right now, viewers can clearly see that Roman and Almond were really close. Roman was laughing while Sanghyun smiled slightly while staring at him, thinking that Roman was really friendly before but didn't this close to him. He then looked back at the enemies while hearing Roman saying that the leader of the enemies is a type to command from the back, so they should try taking him down. The horn then sounded as a sign that war had begun. Roman and his mercenaries and knights charged at the enemies while the enemies did the same thing. The men with melee weapons positioned near the enemies while the archers were behind, led by Sanghyun. Sanghyun then commanded the archers to release the arrows, and all of them then released arrows and hit the enemies in front. The enemies in front were insta killed and dropped on the ground while their blood spread. The system window of Sanghyun appeared, asking him if he wanted to transfer the command to the NPC. He then clicked yes, and the system then stated that the troops would automatically proceed with basic combat. Now, you heard what Roman said, right? I'm going to kill that golden armor guy in return, Sanghyun uttered confidently. He then received a notification. It was a donation that came from his supporter named Shy Napoleon. This person also gives a mission. 1 kill would be worth 10,000 won. The viewers were shocked, and even Sanghyun, knowing that it would be a huge amount once he killed many opponents. There was also a comment that Shy Napoleon is really underestimating Almond. No matter what, in this chaotic situation, isn't 10 people the limit? One commenter said. Sanghyun then asked Shy Napoleon if she was really okay with the reward of the mission she gave. You must be rich, he uttered, and accepted the given mission. The chats were so fast again. They were very curious about how many enemies Sanghyun could kill this time. Sanghyun explored alone. He is heading somewhere else, and the viewers conclude that he's going into the enemy's territory alone by himself. Most of the viewers were confused if he still had a plan to complete the mission. At this time, Sanghyun was thinking that drawing aggro by himself so confidently would only raise the stakes, and of course, he also wanted to take on the mission since he always remembered that Acorn stated that donations don't usually come as expected in the game streaming. That is why, for him, single donations are very important. He was currently hiding in the bush while checking the enemies. I have about 80 arrows, and if he gets a kill with all 80, he can get about 1 million won. There's one special aspect of a mission donation. They greatly contribute to the pace of the stream. Right now, he believes that this is not just about assassinating the enemy leader and ending it there, but this is also about the prolonged fighting, which will make the stream much more fun. The remaining enemies charged at his companions. They weren't aware that Sanghyun was already sighting them. Sanghyun then shot one enemy, and one of the enemies then declared that they were being attacked from the left. The enemies then looked to the left to check the area, but then their captain told them that they couldn't waste time on just one arrow. The captain commanded them, but the captain himself was attacked by Sanghyun. The captain dropped to the ground and instantly died. The men were panicking, questioning where the arrow really came from. The viewers at the same time understood why Sanghyun went to a different area. One commenter also said that it is hard to track the trajectory since it was a perfect shot. Since the men were panicking, Sanghyun then released another arrow again, obtaining his third kill. Someone then proclaimed that the attack came from the southwest bush, and concluded that an archer unit had infiltrated. Sanghyun then paused, knowing that he got caught. One viewer also said that Sanghyun is just one person, not a unit. The other captain of the enemies then assigned 20 men to guard the left flank, and one commenter then stated that this guy was pulling the aggro of 20 people by himself. Shiver. The viewers then told Sanghyun and hurry up and run away, but then Sanghyun was busy counting 20 arrows. He then struck it on the ground while 20 men headed in his direction. There are 20 of them, so let's prepare exactly 20 shots, Sanghyun confidently uttered. But the viewers seemed to be hesitant to believe that Sanghyun could possibly kill these 20 men. The 30 enemies were slowly walking toward the bush where Sanghyun was hiding, but then, the two in front were shot and instantly died. Blood splattered around. It turned out that Almond used his consecutive shots, which is why he was able to kill numerous enemies in an instant. He continued to shoot and no one was able to fight back. One of the enemies then screamed that he was only aiming for the head. He was about to say more, but he was shot in his neck. Sanghyun continued to release arrows, and he received a notification that 3 seconds until consecutive shooting ended. The remaining men ran away as fast as they could and screamed that they needed reinforcement. But then, after the 3 seconds ended, 20 enemies have been wiped out. The system window then declared that the consecutive shot had been ended. Is it 230,000 won? He asked, and the chats of his viewers were moving fast. They were so impressed with him and proclaimed that he was very cool. Sojia also witnessed how Sanghyun killed 20 enemies in a short span of time. She was so amazed and very proud of Sanghyun. She was blushing, thinking that she now understood why everyone, including her, was falling for Almond, and she knew that it was because Almond performed at 100% no matter the situation. For her, Almond had poisoned steps from his self-confidence and never doubted himself. She can also say that this idea is not based on belief but surely on Almond's proven success. And this is exactly the image of 4 true geniuses that people aspire to. After killing 23 enemies with a shocking move, viewers started donating from 1,001 to 20,001. After killing 20 enemies in a row, there are some commenters saying that this is a form of assassination as there are no survivors. At this moment, Sanghyun only had 40 arrows left. The one who challenged him to kill the enemy equivalent of 10,001 each suddenly donated 1,001 and said, "Hiya, spare me, no, just kill me." At the same time, the leader of the enemies couldn't believe that 20 of his men were eliminated by a single archer. He then ordered one of his men to deploy another 40 soldiers to the front and not let the enemy archer kill any more of their soldiers. More armies then rushed in front of Sanghyun. Shy Napoleon donated another 1,001 again saying, "Oh please, please, no more." The other viewers then laughed at her, and there was someone who believed that Shy Napoleon might have at least 1,000,001 in her tribe account since 1,000,001 is needed to place a kill mission. Sanghyun saw that message and he was thrilled with the huge amount. "Is that true, Shy Napoleon?" he asked, and Shy Napoleon then replied, "I'm screwed." Sanghyun then gripped his bow and confidently said that he would take exactly 1,000,001. Of course, Shy Napoleon never expected it and got nervous with the confidence Sanghyun was showing. Sanghyun then started shooting the enemies in front of him and the captain screamed to maintain the formation. But then, the soldiers were killed one by one at a fast speed due to the consecutive shooting of Sanghyun. "Then, let's start again," Sanghyun uttered. While he was eliminating the enemies, Shy Napoleon was trying to stop him, and seemed like she wanted to withdraw the mission she gave. But then, of course, nothing can stop Sanghyun. He eliminated the enemies without missing one arrow. His arrows were shining at the bush and no one could even resist it. All of a sudden, an arrow struck the ground beside Sanghyun. The viewers then wondered if the enemies also had their own archer. They then warned Sanghyun to take cover. There is also a viewer telling Sanghyun not to move while currently using the consecutive shooting since the accuracy would possibly drop. At this moment, Sanghyun was searching for the enemy archer, but he wasn't able to find that guy easily. Another arrow almost hit him. Luckily, because of that second arrow, he finally found that archer. Another arrow was almost hit at him but he deflected that enemy's arrow with his own arrow. The viewers were impressed and said he's an actual monster for easily making it possible. The enemy archer was also surprised by how Sanghyun deflected his arrow. He grabbed another arrow planning to shoot Sanghyun once again, but before he could do it, Sanghyun hit his eye causing him to scream in agony and instantly die. Right now, he stepped forward looking at the few remaining enemies. He grabbed one arrow and proclaimed that he now had a total of 710,001. While he was planning to shoot the enemies in front, there was an army holding a sword and immediately charged at him with killing intent. Sanghyun then senses it and immediately shoots the guy. He shot another enemy in front and one of the enemies was dumbfounded seeing him shooting at a fast speed. After just a few minutes, only one enemy left. That enemy tried to run away hoping to escape, but of course, Sanghyun won't let it happen. He tried to reach another arrow but he was shocked when he found out that he was out of arrows. The viewers then asked if he already used all 80 shots. Shy Napoleon also feels relieved believing that he cannot kill a total of 100 enemies. The remaining enemy ran as fast as he could but then he felt that Sanghyun hadn't shot him so he turned his head around wondering if he had lost Sanghyun. Surprisingly, Sanghyun rushed to him. He then screamed in fear with a funny reaction for the viewers. The remaining enemy was asking Sanghyun to stop chasing but Sanghyun won't show any mercy and grabbed the arrow from the dead enemy. He then put the bloody arrow on his bow aiming at the remaining enemy and released it, hitting the enemy's head. The enemy fell on the ground lifeless, and witnessing how he dealt with a lot of enemies made all his viewers impressed with him. "There are 20 people left now," Sanghyun uttered. And meanwhile, Shy Napoleon donated a total of 1,000,001 after Sanghyun completed the mission. Shy Napoleon then said it was too much so the viewers laughed and asked her why she placed the bet. "Thank you, Shy Napoleon sir. Indeed, it's most satisfying when the mission is cleared, right?" Sanghyun said. He suddenly flustered when he heard someone scream. And as he checked it, it turned out that their side was so happy about winning the battle. Their side was cheering the name Robin, a knight riding in a cavalry. Sanghyun moved closer to them and found out that the knights were thankful to Robin as they all believed that they won the battle because of Robin's leadership. The knights said that Robin was truly remarkable and an undisputed hero of this war. The viewers were disappointed that the knights were clueless since it was Sanghyun who did all the work. Sanghyun was also dumbfounded by the fact that he eliminated a total of 100 enemies, but no one even noticed. Roman suddenly appeared behind him and said, "I apologize for their behavior. The way they treat mercenaries is so." He wasn't able to complete his statement, but Sanghyun concludes that it is something related to their treatment. He then asked Roman if there was a problem. Roman is hesitant to spit it out, but then he ends up telling Sanghyun that the knights just tell the mercenaries to take the basic pay and leave. And that's despite the fact that they have made a huge contribution during the battle. What have they ever accomplished? Roman asked, and Robin approached Roman as he overheard what Roman said. He then asked Roman if it was the reason why he was dissatisfied. What's wrong with giving the agreed amount? Robin asked. Roman then honestly said that there's clearly a clause for additional rewards when they perform well. But seemed like Robin disagreed that mercenaries did well. On the battlefield where the knights are fighting for their lives, what kind of performance has the mercenary unit shown? Robin said, which made the knights laugh and belittled the mercenaries. Robin then added that mercenaries fight while protecting their bodies using the excuse that it's their only asset. Roman felt insulted by what Robin said. He was clenching his fist out of anger and his face was so red while staring at Robin. Sanghyun didn't show any reaction at all. Robin then asked Roman if what he said was wrong. Sanghyun was aware that the first image came in the mind of Robin about mercenaries, normally the image when one hears the word mercenary. However, that's just prejudice. If mercenaries can't fight properly from the start, they can't build trust, and without trust, this system cannot be sustained. I thought you trusted us with this war because you recognize our skills, but throwing that respect away as soon as the war ended, that isn't very honorable. Robin said, but because of his statement, Robin got annoyed at him and reminded him that he's just a mercenary. Roman then bravely pointed at Sanghyun, informing Robin that Sanghyun killed 100 of the enemies alone. He then asked Robin if he still really thinks that they, mercenaries, brought their asset into the war and did nothing. Robin was smiling ironically while repeating what Roman said. He then asked the knights if they had all heard what Roman said, that a mere archery guy killed 100 of the enemies. Then, they all see it as a joke and laugh together. Because of the attitude Robin has, viewers giggled to kill him. There was also a viewer who noticed that Roman was really upset but just kept it in. Roman is still clenching his fist while holding the anger he feels. There was also a viewer who commented that differences in status can't be helped. Roman walked away while telling Robin that he hoped he would understand what he was saying. All of a sudden, they suddenly heard a madman ordering someone to let him go, claiming that he could walk by himself. It was the enemy's leader, and the most thing Sanghyun noticed was the golden helmet this guy was wearing. At the end, "You've emerged victorious," the guy said to Robin, but Robin was confused. Our castle being taken without shame nor justification, killing all soldiers without a single thought. Is this what the Generates call honor? The guy added. Robin doesn't know what to say. He was stuttering, which made Sanghyun believe that he was scared. And because of Robin's reaction, Sanghyun concludes that the guy with the golden helmet must be higher in status. One commenter then said that this argument would be high status versus higher status. Robin was about to say something, but the guy with the golden helmet told him to just summon Generate instead. Robin then said it couldn't be done, and the guy with the golden helmet was about to say a word, but his eyes rounded the moment he saw Sanghyun. He stares at Sanghyun for too long, causing Sanghyun to feel scared. The guy walked toward him and said, "You." Sanghyun didn't move at all, but he felt very nervous. The guy asked if he was a knight of Generate, and he instantly answered no. The guy then asked what he was if he wasn't a knight. Roman interfered by saying that Sanghyun was also a mercenary with them. The guy was confused upon hearing it and said, "Huh, mercenaries? The one that numbered 100 kills alone, is he that mercenary?" As expected, Robin was shocked upon hearing it. Sanghyun at the same time was nervous, wondering how this helmet guy knew that it was him. The viewers then told him that the enemy surely remembered his face, and there was also a commenter saying that it was an honor to be acknowledged by the enemy commander. At this time, Robin cleared his throat and said, "That is too far of a joke. How can an archer mercenary, someone who hides behind others, kill 100 soldiers alone?" The other knights of Generate were all silent, since they also could not believe it. The guy with the helmet then said that Generate knights were foolish, as there wasn't even a lick of belief from them. He suddenly removed his helmet and asked Sanghyun if he still had a plan of working with people who didn't even recognize his worth. While he was slowly removing his helmet and saying words, the viewers got an idea of who this man was because of his familiar voice. "If not, work with me instead. How does it sound?" the guy asked, and this time, she completely removed her helmet, and it turned out that this commander knight was a lady, which everyone thought was a male. The viewers knew her by the name Resignation. The messages were a lot since most of the viewers were surprised to see Resignation. Sanghyun's system window then appeared, giving him an option of how he would answer Resignation. The number 1 option given is to say that he was honored that Resignation recognized him. And number 2 is to say that he has already sworn loyalty to another. Right now, Sanghyun realizes that the lady knight standing in front of him is Resignation, the second heroine. That relaxed and confident attitude despite the defeat, an air that's unsettling yet fascinating, different from Emilia. Even as a novice in Kingdom Age, it's obvious how much effort the developers poured into this character. And it was obvious how captivated Generat's knights were too. Most of the comments in the comments section of Sanghyun's stream are in favor of Resignation. Sanghyun was pressured as he didn't know who to choose. Some viewers told her to choose Resignation, but some also said he should stay with Emilia. Sanghyun doesn't think now is the time to switch heroines considering his progress with Emilia. Even though this is just a story inside a game and he hasn't actually experienced it. He has seen Emilia since the beginning, and he grew attached to her. Are you going to leave me hanging like a fool? Answer me, Resignation said. The viewers of Sanghyun pressed him so much since half of them voted for Resignation and the other half wanted him to stay with Emilia. Resignation is still waiting for his answer. He slowly reached the system with his finger then said, and that's where we're ending today's stream, folks. He then logged out of the game and ended the stream, leaving his viewers in disappointment. Juhyuk also witnessed how Sanghyun ended his live stream, and he saw the group of people who cursed up until the end because of what Sanghyun did. And he wondered if these people don't overlap with the group that tunes in the stream before the game even starts. This kind of people are called manic fans, being the first to arrive at the start of every broadcast. They aren't genuinely cursing, and they are the ones who spread the events of the latest stream across various communities. Juhyuk noticed that Sanghyun had a lot of manic fans in his stream. The overall fanbase consists of men in their 20 seconds and 30 seconds, but the hardcore fans' genders are even distributed. While male viewers donate more frequently, female viewers win by a landslide in the total revenue. For Juhyuk, it is still too early to judge the statistics because the samples aren't large enough. The large that surpasses the total sum of donations received. With these indicators, he was thinking that he'd be better off playing the game distributed by Punk for the next game. All of a sudden, he heard a familiar scream coming from a man that suddenly entered his room. It turned out that it was his father and mother, and his father was so mad at him asking why he was quitting the company. Juhyuk was stuttering. His father then asked him if he was out of his mind for not thinking about his father's image. Juhyuk was shaking in fear, knowing that he was at fault for not telling his father. He then heard his father commanding him to come to work at their company by tomorrow morning, and he was about to refuse, but before he could say it, his father angrily asked him if there's something he wanted to say. Since he was scared, he said no and promised to follow what his father said. His father then left while his mother touched his shoulder and asked him if he wanted to eat fruits. He knew that his mother cared for him, so he lied that he was fine. He sat back on his computer and recalled that it had been 1 week that he hadn't earned a fortune nor he have earned any achievements. But he enjoyed it and started to see hope. He was crying, thinking if he only had a fleeting dream. This was too long for a dream, he uttered while wiping his tears. Early in the morning, Sanghyun was peacefully sleeping not until he heard someone knock on his door. He stood, and the time was currently 5:30 in the morning. He looked at the mirror before opening the door while asking the visitor what he needed early in the morning. Then, he was shocked when he heard a familiar voice telling him to quickly open the door as he almost died while waiting. It turned out that it was Juhyuk. Juhyuk brought a lot of stuff and he was smiling while informing Sanghyun that he finally left his house. Juhyuk brought a box of chicken and grabbed one with a can of drink. He ordered 2 cans, but Sanghyun refused to drink it since he needed to stream later on. Juhyuk didn't force him either and decided to drink the 2 cans altogether. Sanghyun was just staring at him while eating a chicken, and he was glad to see Juhyuk genuinely happy now that he left his house. He then asked him why he moved out all of a sudden, as he knew that it would be strange for Juhyuk to leave his parents' house as an adult. Juhyuk then told him that it was a bit complicated and he didn't want it to be explained while eating. Sanghyun then told him to do what was most comfortable for him. Though, is it okay for me to crash here for the time being? I should have asked before coming here, but well, Juhyuk said, and Sanghyun replied, it's fine, there's enough space for the 2 of us. They continue eating the chicken and Juhyuk suddenly asks Sanghyun what he's gonna do in Kingdom Age. Sanghyun was confused, so Juhyuk said that it looked like Sanghyun was at a love crossroad because of Emilia and Resignation. Sanghyun then asked Juhyuk's opinion if it would matter who he would pick. Juhyuk then showed Sanghyun the forum of Kingdom Age, asking him if he already checked it. Sanghyun casually answered no and asked him what popped up on the forum. According to Juhyuk, there's a lot of arguing over Emilia and Resignation, and if Sanghyun weren't careful with his decision, he could possibly start a bloodbath. There were commenters who even said that if he picked Resignation, they would not watch his stream anymore. After reading the forum, Sanghyun remained calm, which shocked Juhyuk. He cannot believe seeing Sanghyun still fine after seeing those threats to him. Sanghyun suddenly told Juhyuk that there was something he wanted to talk about. Juhyuk was curious, asking him what it was. Sanghyun then said that he wanted to discuss how things were going, as he felt like they were gonna see the ending of Kingdom Age soon. Besides, they still haven't found what game to play next. For him, it would be nice to have a game that would satisfy existing viewers while drawing in more traffic. Juhyuk then said that he figured Sanghyun would ask about it, and for that very issue, he has been doing preliminary research. He then opened it while telling Sanghyun to be excited as he had found a battle rage. "Have you ever played this before, Mr. Streamer?" he asked. And as per Sanghyun, he did hear the name a lot. It is an online survival PvP where players compete with one another in real time, with the ultimate goal of being the last man standing among the 100 players while utilizing various weapons. Top-level aim and split-second decision-making are key in this game. Taking all that into consideration, it is a game that fits best in the recent plays of Sanghyun and general trends as per Juhyuk. "Is the game good?" "It seems fun," Sanghyun said with excitement. Since he wasn't used to PvP games, he was thinking of practicing a bit before he streamed the game. But then, Juhyuk suddenly strongly disagreed with him. "You really don't know anything about what your audience wants, do you, Sanghyun?" Juhyuk asked. But Sanghyun was confused. Juhyuk then ordered him to think about what his viewers most wanted to see in his stream. Sanghyun then replied that it would surely be good gameplay. But then, Juhyuk said it isn't, and he stated that anyone can stream good gameplay if they're skilled enough. "What is it then?" Sanghyun asked, and Juhyuk suddenly pointed at him and replied that it would be an unrivaled genius. Juhyuk told Sanghyun to think back to the very first stream he did of Kingdom Age for a moment. Sanghyun displayed only the most overwhelming of performances on day one, despite never practicing. Juhyuk was very sure that viewers go crazy over a true genius, which is why he thinks it is better to do the same thing again, showing only perfect plays without practice. Sanghyun was hesitant, knowing that Battle Rage is a game primarily focused on guns, and he doesn't know anything other than archery, so he doesn't think excelling in a game with unfamiliar mechanics without practice will happen. Juhyuk turned out an interface and let Sanghyun watch his own throwback play. In Kingdom Age, he was able to shoot the head of a fleeing enemy while on a horse, and this kind of movement makes it very impossible for anyone to perfectly aim for the head of a moving target. Sanghyun was puzzled, asking Juhyuk if also could not do it. Juhyuk answered no, and he believed that if he could do it, there would surely be someone who would have already done it before Sanghyun did. He also believes that Sanghyun is incredible in these games compared to the rest. Could it be because of this? Sanghyun uttered as he recalled something. He does a program of sorts before he starts streaming, a simulation training program. Although it's something that came with the capsule, he could feel it was really well optimized, so he has been clearing it daily on the hardest difficulty. Juhyuk then asked for his highest score on that training program, and he replied that it must be around 12,000 points. Juhyuk was checking the ranking on the training Sanghyun mentioned, and he was surprised by the fact that Sanghyun was in the number 1 position. Sanghyun was also surprised upon knowing it. Juhyuk then showed Sanghyun his optimization code, and since Sanghyun confirmed that his at the first rank, he was very shocked. "I was right, wasn't I? This doesn't have anything to do with archery," Juhyuk said. He was sure that Sanghyun was a genius in this field. Sanghyun was staring at the ranking for too long since he was still in disbelief. "Alright, let's go register for a battle rage," Juhyuk said with excitement. After a few an hour, Sanghyun went inside his capsule, planning to turn on his stream. Juhyuk then told him it's still bright outside, and he replied that he was testing which time slot pulls in the most viewers. Juhyuk then said that Sanghyun had a great idea, and he then wished him good luck since he would now continue the game to where he ended. With Juhyuk's behavior, Sanghyun feels gross about him. Juhyuk then went closer to him, trying to reach him while saying that he don't have any gratitude even if he take good care of him. Sanghyun ignored him and closed the capsule. He then entered the game and started his stream. As he entered the game, Rosanida's question repeated again if he would let her leave hanging like a fool. The lady ordered him to respond, and the options at the same time were still the same. Of course, the viewers commented on who would they like Sanghyun to pick. However, Sanghyun won't depend on them. He believes that the choice he will make will completely change the direction of this playthrough. And if that is the case, he knows what he needs to do. "I am flattered you gave such an offer. However, while I am a mercenary, I've already sworn loyalty to another. he said. And the people who were fans of Emilia were so happy believing that Sanghyun picked Emilia. Is that so? What a shame. You're better than most knights I've met, Resignation replied. And she got detained by the Knights of Jeanrit by the order of Robert. His fans from Sanghyun's stream were saying goodbye to her and they were upset that Sanghyun didn't choose her. They didn't know that Sanghyun concludes that if he had chosen Resignation, the story would have run for far longer. For him, now is the right time to switch games. And also, his loyalty to Emilia is something he keeps. At this time, Emilia suddenly came and she's very happy to know that Sanghyun chose her. Sanghyun was startled when the lady came as he never intended to let the lady hear his decision. The lady was blushing while uttering Sanghyun's username, which is Almond. She walked closer to Almond and the knights of their kingdom trying to stop her, knowing that the area wasn't confirmed as a safe place yet. But Emilia didn't listen at all and continued to walk towards Sanghyun. She suddenly touched Sanghyun's face, and Sanghyun was about to ask how she was, but the lady suddenly kissed him. The viewers were thrilled and cheering for them. After a few seconds, Sanghyun slowly pushed the lady and told her that they should now head back inside since they had emerged victorious. The viewers then said that Sanghyun at this moment sounds endearing and very sweet. But for Sanghyun, what he said isn't just a joke. Emilia is still blushing. She moved closer to Sanghyun's face again and kissed him for the second time. But then, the screen becomes dark and it turns out that the kissing scene was skipped. When the game turned back, they saw Sanghyun riding on his horse. Viewers were very disappointed with the Kingdom Age for skipping the exciting part. As Sanghyun is heading back to their territory, one knight is impressed with him knowing that he's the archer who one-shotted 100 targets. But Roman was still annoyed seeing the knights acting friendly towards Sanghyun as if they didn't refuse to believe Sanghyun just a moment ago. Roman still cannot believe that the enemy is the one who acknowledged their achievement, specifically Sanghyun's achievement. Sanghyun then said that winning isn't just because of him after all. Roman then added that the knights happened not to know and wouldn't believe Sanghyun earlier since the captain and the others were fighting at the forefront with them. He suddenly gave thanks to Sanghyun, believing that Sanghyun's words would empower their forces. Sanghyun was puzzled since Roman talked to him as if he wasn't a mercenary. Though you're not truly one anymore, well, I was just trying to say that now you have the freedom to do what you want. That's all. Regardless, thank you. Because of what you did, everyone earned enough to relax for 4 months. Roman replied. At this time, the viewers confirmed that Roman is really a true friend. Some also joke that this Roman they're watching right now isn't the real Roman, since the Roman they knew is a man who is always mad. After a day, they finally arrived at Jeanrit's territory. Sanghyun was speechless as he entered a castle peacefully for the first time. Emilia then calls him to guide him on the way. Open the door. He is a precious guest who will be having dinner with me, Emilia said as they arrived in front of a door inside the castle. The door then opened. A silhouette appeared, and seeing who was inside made Sanghyun shocked. Do take a seat, I've heard much about you, Emilia's father said, Lord Jeanrit. The Lord touched Sanghyun and acknowledged him for doing a splendid job. He also thanked him and ordered a maid to make haste and bring out the food. Sanghyun was glad that Lord Jeanrit wasn't a noble who judged others based on status. But even so, he still feels anxious. As he sat down, he suddenly received a notification from the system saying that he had successfully joined Emilia's family for a meal. Sanghyun was confused about it, but before he could think, the maid put a bowl in front of him. Inside was just water and he was so clueless about what it's used for. He suddenly flinched when he unintentionally pressed the same button without thinking. As he clicked it again, something popped out making him startled. It is how the rhythm game begins. The two nobles washed their hands in the water while Sanghyun was still busy with the buttons. It turned out that there were games he needed to complete. After completing 3 games, he feels so exhausted, saying that this might be the feeling when meeting a father-in-law for the first time. The viewers laughed at him. The Lord suddenly calls Almond and asks him to be one of their knights. Almond was surprised with the offer, and the system gave him an option on how he should respond. It's either he would say it was an honor for him or he prefers the life of a mercenary. The viewers were also surprised as they never thought that the knight route actually existed. One viewer then stated that this route really existed, it's just that it never progressed quickly. Sanghyun was still thinking of how he should respond. In a game where its main content consists of wandering a mercenary if he deters from the original. So this is the ending. A commenter said. Sanghyun thought that the ending would be quick if he chose Emilia, but for the game to go to this extent, he believes there's more. There were viewers who begged him to stay as a mercenary, and there were also some who wished that he would now choose the life of a knight since they got curious about the knight ending. Sanghyun was thinking. He closed his eyes and declared that he had decided. Let's end today's stream here, he said, and logged out, leaving the viewers annoyed again. He then opened the capsule and noticed that he wasn't sweating. He then concludes that he doesn't sweat when he doesn't fight. Although the stream was shorter than usual, he still thinks he ended the stream well, although the timing was a bit much. Hey, nice work. Today's stream was fun as well, Juhyuk said. Sanghyun was hesitant to believe it since he never fought for today's stream. Juhyuk then told him to look at the feed and check the response. Surprisingly, the events from today's stream are already at the top. After showing it to Sanghyun, Juhyuk then proudly said that he's always someone who lets the date do the talking. He also mentioned that he got a call from Punk's representative. The representative said that the company gave a green light on the editor's salary. Sanghyun was glad and felt relief upon hearing it. Juhyuk then said it's natural considering Punk offered it first. Sanghyun then replied that it is still different to get an official offer. It's already evening. Juhyuk informed Sanghyun that they would have a meeting by tomorrow, so Sanghyun decided for them to sleep early. The next day, there was a link spread all over the world. As people opened it, they found out that Almond is now a partnered streamer with Punk. The news about it was so popular stated Sanghyun's real name and proclaimed that he was just a newbie streamer who recently gained attention and has been liked by a high-end game company. The fans of Sanghyun were surprised by it as they never expected it to happen for a newbie. The largest game distribution platform, both domestically and internationally, Punk, already donating to the market without any particular strategy, they've consistently maintained a strong position. However, as of late, the game's performance on the market has grown exponentially. In response, Punk is now focusing on promotions, marketing, exclusive titles, programs, and strategies. And one of those programs is called Partnered Streamer. Through this program, they push popular streamers to play games promoted by Punk, giving the streamer support in return. People gossip that it is a bit much partnering with a streamer who only pulls in 1,000 views, and they conclude that it is just the same level as the streamer named Bubblegum. There was someone who posted on socials asking what would happen if Sanghyun moved on to play bigger games. Some asked Sanghyun to throw away Kingdom Age and fly high, but some didn't want to let him leave Emilia. On this day, there are a lot of Sanghyun's fans waiting for his stream to start. But Sanghyun was still at the meeting and contract signing. They have been waiting for too long, but Sanghyun's live is still closed. Meanwhile, Sanghyun's stream finally started. At first, he didn't show up, but after a minute, he appeared with a smile on his face. He did an introduction by greeting everyone and introducing himself. Sojia was also watching his stream. He announced that he had finally created his own YouTube account and that he had Punk as his streaming partner. He gave thanks for the love and support of his viewers as he believed that it was all because of them. He informed everyone that starting from this day, all of his gameplay would be uploaded to his own channel. The previous montages will also be remastered and uploaded. He promised to continue to work hard to bring more exciting content. He then ended the stream, and more news about him being partnered with Punk had spread. Of course, his supporters still supported him and were more excited about what he achieved. Sanghyun and Juhyuk were celebrating this achievement with a cup of beer and a chicken. Juhyuk then told Sanghyun that he did great, but seems like it was just a normal day for Sanghyun. Juhyuk also mentioned Sojia, hoping that she's also with them to this company dinner. Sanghyun then said that it wasn't a company dinner but just a casual eating out. Juhyuk was so impressed with Sojia for being able to edit 3 whole videos in 2 days. But then, Sanghyun wasn't shocked about it, knowing that it was Sojia's hobby after all, making videos in her spare time before officially becoming their editor. It was the first time Juhyuk knew about it, and he wondered why Sojia wasn't more excited when they offered her the editor position. But then, Sanghyun just replied, "Beats me." He then suddenly remembered something that Juhyuk was about to tell him. He was about to ask Juhyuk why he left his house, but then Juhyuk suddenly pushed his head down, making his beer splattered on his face. Juhyuk also down his head, seemed like he was hiding himself. "Would it have killed you to tell me that you didn't want to?" Sanghyun asked. Juhyuk then shushed him, and at the same time, their former team just arrived at the same restaurant. It turned out that the restaurant was beside Punk Company and their former company. They planned to head out quietly, but then there's already a man noticed them. "And how do we have here?" the man said. Sanghyun then turned his head around and saw Manager Park. He instantly recalled how Manager Park belittled him back when he was an employee at the same company. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Kim Juhyuk?" Manager Park said. He also noticed Sanghyun, but Sanghyun looked away. Juhyuk greeted Manager Park. Manager Park was laughing, asking Juhyuk if he was working nearby. But for Juhyuk, it was obvious what Manager Park wanted to imply. Knowing Manager Park's personality, he might have been gossiping about Juhyuk and Sanghyun here and there. He just wants to tell them that they weren't able to find work. Juhyuk already knew what Manager Park thought once he heard that he had become Sanghyun's manager. Yoo Sanghyun, if you see your boss, you should greet him, Manager Park said. And to his surprise, Sanghyun replied, "Why exactly should I greet you?" Manager Park was mad at him and asked him to repeat what he just said. Juhyuk was nervous, trying to stop Sanghyun from responding. But then, Sanghyun ignored him and asked Manager Park if there was anything wrong with what he said. Sanghyun didn't forget how rude Manager Park was towards him, even questioned what was the use of having a good hand if he couldn't even use his head. "I don't think we're on greeting terms," Sanghyun added. Manager Park crossed his arms and told Sanghyun that he now acted so tough. "This is why you're an outcast. You really don't get how society works, huh? It doesn't matter what terms we're on. You're supposed to be polite and greet me regardless. Get it?" he stated. But then, Sanghyun chuckled. He was looking away from Manager Park, but Manager Park heard him laughing. "You're telling me I should be polite while coming to another person's table and pestering them with personal questions. It isn't very polite to say one thing and so another," Sanghyun said. Sanghyun's voice was loud, so everyone around them stared at them. Manager Park at the same time felt insulted, but Sanghyun wasn't done yet and asked Manager Park if he didn't agree with his statement. Manager Park was furious. He proclaimed that Sanghyun was looking for trouble. Sanghyun stared at him without any fear, but he wasn't able to punch him. Sanghyun then asks if he's not going to respond at all. Manager Park flinched as he realized that Sanghyun really wanted to have a fight with him. Juhyuk suddenly panicked, asking them to calm down. It turned out that another man came. "Oh my, if it isn't Mr. Sanghyun again," he uttered. It turned out it was Director O. Sanghyun was surprised upon seeing him, while Manager Park was puzzled. "Mr. Sanghyun, about the video you uploaded today, the view count's amazing," Director O said, which confused Sanghyun. Director O then informed Sanghyun that all the directors of Punk got so excited from seeing his video. "A director of ours really wants to meet with you for a meal, Mr. Sanghyun. I was actually about to contact you about that," he added, which shocked Manager Park. The people around then gossip as they find out that Sanghyun is the new streamer named Almond. There's also a lady who asked for an autograph from Sanghyun, and Sanghyun then agreed since Director O asked him to do it. Director O looked at Sanghyun and mentioned that Sanghyun signed the contract. Manager Park was shocked upon hearing it, as he really thought Sanghyun didn't have a job. Also, he just now realized that the newest streamer partner with Punk was none other than Sanghyun. Sanghyun greeted Director O and thanked him for the contract signing. Knowing that he achieved a jackpot made Manager Park envious and mad at him. He then turned around and decided to leave the restaurant, but then his workmate reminded him that they already placed an order. But still, Manager Park wanted to leave as soon as possible. He and his people then left, and Juhyuk immediately thanked Director O for saving them. Director O then replied that there was no need to thank him, knowing that there were some people who had the worst attitude. "No, even so, you lied to him for me," Sanghyun said, but Director O was confused. Sanghyun then said that the director's getting excited about the number of views and the meal. Director O then laughed and admitted that he may have exaggerated it a bit. Those kinds of folks are all bark and no bite, so they get nervous when they hear big names, Director O said while showing his company ID. He then decided to leave, wishing the two men to enjoy their meal together. He called Sanghyun all of a sudden as he remembered something he needed to say. He asked Sanghyun to let him know when he would be available for a meal with the company's director. Sanghyun was shocked and happy upon hearing it. He asked Director O if it was a lie, and Director O replied that he was serious. As per Director O, he only lied about the directors from the office. The rest is true. He asked Sanghyun if he had seen the number of views on his live earlier. The next day, Sanghyun remembered Director O saying that if something is popular tribe, it doesn't necessarily mean it will also do well on AllTube. It's likely they need to upload at least 20 videos to see any profit trend. That is indeed true. It's for the future, but Sanghyun wasn't expecting much at all. However, he never thought he would get so many views in just one day. He remembered hearing that even Bubblegum failed on AllTube despite being the #1 streamer on Tribe. He remembered Acorn said back then that AllTube's success is largely influenced by editors, so it's crucial to have a good one. At this moment, he remembered the montage Sojia created before. For a montage of a newbie streamer playing a niche game, the receptionist's incredible. He believes that the impact of Sojia's montages influenced the official channel's success. Because of it, he feels like he was very fortunate. While he was brushing his teeth, Juhyuk informed him that there was a message from Assistant Lee saying that Manager Park's expression was apparently looked as if he just chewed some shit. Manager Park thinks that Sanghyun was backed up by some big shot. Sanghyun then wondered how Manager Park would come to this conclusion. And as per Juhyuk, he thinks it is because director Oh backed Sanghyun up. This kind of thing works on people like Manager Park. Sanghyun then laughed, saying that Manager Park is really a simple guy. All of a sudden, Juhyuk rushed to the toilet saying that he would poop. You'd fool others into thinking you've been living here for a year and gonna work out, Sanghyun said. He jogged at the park and he felt good moving his body. He couldn't be bothered with exercise after he quit his job. Not to mention, he had chicken and beer yesterday. Even if he's retired from sports, it doesn't justify slacking off for him. He was listening to music at the same time, but then he suddenly received a phone call. He then stopped running and checked the caller. It turned out that it was only Juhyuk asking him to check his messages. Sanghyun then said he was in the middle of working up, but then he heard Juhyuk scream, believing that Sanghyun would ignore even if the world was about to blow up because he was working out. Juhyuk was nagging so much which hurt Sanghyun's ears. You really are a manager through and through, Sanghyun said. As per Juhyuk, the amount of views of the video Sanghyun posted were getting is pretty unusual. He concludes that this might be the reason why one of Punk's directors wanted a meal with Sanghyun. He informed Sanghyun that he won't be there with him, but he asked him a favor to do well. Got it. So you kicked up this much of a fuss for this? Sanghyun asked. But then, Juhyuk replied that there was more, and it would be about Sojia. He was thinking of doing something for the lady, knowing that they were this successful ultimately because of her. He wants them to express their gratitude to her at the very least. Sanghyun agreed and suggested giving a gift to the lady, but then he suddenly told Juhyuk to scratch it instead. Juhyuk was confused without knowing that Sanghyun saw Sojia also jogged at the park. Sanghyun then grabbed the chance. He invited Sojia to a fast food nearby. He ordered 2 fries and burgers and a drink for them both. He headed back to the lady who was just sitting very silently at their table. He put the food on their desk and Sojia gave thanks to him for the meal. By the way, are you sure you're fine with just hamburgers? You've worked hard. It's okay to get something more expensive, Sanghyun said. 30 minutes ago, he approached the lady by asking her if there was anything she wanted. Sojia was confused and suddenly answered that she wanted food. They then started grabbing their food while Sanghyun told the lady to let him know if there was anything she wanted. Sojia then opened her mouth widely to eat the burger, but then Sanghyun stared at her. Both of them were silent for a moment. Sojia didn't take a bite of her burger and told Sanghyun that it would be hard for her to eat if he kept staring at her. Sanghyun then apologizes as he just accidentally looks at her after she widely opens her mouth. After eating their burger, both of them were silent, biting their fries. At this moment, Sanghyun thought that he could not compare to Sojia's quietness. Even when he tried to talk to make things less awkward, the conversation went nowhere since the lady would only answer his question and didn't think of opening a topic. But then, for some reason, Sanghyun believes that small talk isn't necessarily needed. Rather, it's comfortable for him. However, he was worried that Sojia must had a difficult time while working. While he was thinking, Sojia suddenly opened up that she was not very good at talking. I guess you can't really tell considering how I am when I'm drunk, she added. Sanghyun then said that she's well spoken back when they were discussing the videos. But then, Sojia said that it is because it's all about work. She's okay with discussing things relating to work. She admitted that normally, she have no clue as to what to talk about. She gulped, seemed like she was nervous. I'm weird, right? She asked cousin Sanghyun to be dumbfounded. Sojia informed Sanghyun that everyone always told her she was weird. But she was shocked when Sanghyun casually said that it was just annoying to deal with during work. As per Sanghyun, there are pros in working at a company, but there are also times when it's difficult. If someone keeps pushing these feelings down without a word, he believes they'll eventually overflow. While I don't know what's going on, I do understand it to a certain extent, since Juhyuk and I also quit our office jobs. So, I hope you call to tell me what happened when you finally feel comfortable, Sanghyun stated. Sojia was surprised by what he just said. Meanwhile, they headed back to their apartment. Sojia was just staring at Sanghyun, realizing that Sanghyun is really an adult for being so mature. Another hour later, Sanghyun started his stream. He repeated to his stream that he's now a streamer partnered with Punk. The viewers then congratulated him and asked him about the Kingdom Age. They were so curious about what the ending would be, which is why they were sad, believing that Sanghyun would throw away Kingdom Age. But then, Sanghyun smiled and informed everyone that he would be playing Kingdom Age for today's stream. He started Kingdom Age instantly, but the viewers got a feeling that he was going to end Kingdom Age in his stream. And they also knew that a new game was on the horizon. After entering the game, he immediately picks the night route. The scene then changes. Outside the castle, snow was pouring. Emilia was with him outside. He kneeled in front of him with his sword, and the lady then landed the sword on his shoulder and hereby appointed him as a knight. Sanghyun then smiled at her and she was so genuinely happy. The viewers were wondering if this would be the end. They admired Emilia's smile. They thought that the kingdom age is now ended, but Sanghyun suddenly teleported to another scene. From snow suddenly becomes spring. He looked outside and noticed that his clothing was more luxurious. He then concludes that he became a full-fledged knight. But then, he was suddenly surprised when a silhouette appeared. There was a burning paper floating in front of him, and it turned out to be the final quest which he needed to face the final trial to become a knight. Because of this quest, Sanghyun gets confused thinking that he's not an official knight yet. A servant suddenly came and screamed, calling him. The servant was panicking, asking Sanghyun why he wasn't even dressed yet. Sanghyun was confused, and the servant then told him that he would be late for the competition. But then, Sanghyun shows no reaction and he was wondering what competition it was. The servant was puzzled as he never thought Sanghyun didn't remember any. "Did you smoke opium yesterday?" he asked, and Sanghyun casually answered no while his viewers were laughing. "Today is the day that will determine the legitimacy of your knight title. Just where has your mind gone? Dear heavens," the servant stated while preparing Sanghyun for the competition. The servant mentioned Emilia, thinking that she might get mad to know that Sanghyun hadn't prepared yet. Emilia suddenly came, which startled the servant. Emilia walked towards Sanghyun and kissed him on the lips. Sanghyun was speechless and his viewers at the same time were thrilled, telling him that the kiss was a huge reward from the start. For Sanghyun, this kind of relationship is only natural considering the timeline. "Almond, if something happens in this competition, you know our future together won't turn out well, don't you?" Emilia said, and Sanghyun then replied, "Of course." Emilia then said that she had complete faith in Sanghyun and Sanghyun was grateful for it. They held each other's hands and decided to go to the competition area together. Emilia was so proud, saying that they should show everyone that Sanghyun fit to be a knight. After a minute, they arrived at the arena located in the castle. Sanghyun was surprised as he never thought that a castle would have a huge arena. He was also wondering if this would be a trial gladiator style. "You decided to appear after all," a guy said, and the viewers then said that this guy was Alberto, and seeing his face made the viewers annoyed. Sanghyun believes that these men were characters from other routes, and while just looking at them, he feels like these men's reputations were a bit off. Just what has befallen the Generate family to take in someone like this? I didn't know that the title of knight was one of superficiality. As you are without a noble lineage, you must prove your own capabilities, Alberto added. Sanghyun was speechless. The viewers on the other hand commented that Alberto was causing fights in this route and was voted as the #1 NPC all fans want to behead. By now, he's proven himself time and time again. Sir Almond was the sole person responsible for overthrowing Tolerance Castle, and he even defeated an incredible monster, Emilia said. But then, she got annoyed when she heard Alberto asking her how they could trust such absurd rumors since there was no proof. Emilia then told him that he speak as if he's one with incredible experience count. Alberto felt insulted by what she said. He was so mad, telling Emilia to hold her tongue. He wanted to hit Emilia, but the men with him stopped him. Emilia doesn't care at all, but instead tells Sanghyun that they must now go and prepare for the competition. Emilia then looked at Sanghyun when Sanghyun uttered her name. Sanghyun was serious, telling the lady not to worry since he was the one who suggested this competition. Emilia then held his back and told him he was not worried at all. It's that she doesn't like how Sanghyun gets looked down upon. Sanghyun then smiled at the lady and promised that he would not be looked down upon from now on. He then went into the ring and the crowd screamed his name, cheering for his victory. "What are the contents of the competition?" Sanghyun asked. He was asking Alberto, but then Alberto told him to stop whining. The jail where the enemy of Sanghyun was staying then opened while Alberto said that there's a saying that goes like this: "A true knight can face a troll by himself." Sanghyun's enemy then comes out. He has long nails, long hair, and a long nose and ears. Sanghyun and his viewers were shocked to know that his opponent would be a troll. The crowd was also shocked and said that having a troll in the castle was dangerous for everyone. The troll was so tall, holding his weapon. Sanghyun's viewers were wondering how Sanghyun deal with a troll if he only used an arrow. Plus, trolls constantly regenerate. The troll looked angrily at Sanghyun. The viewers then commented that they concluded Sanghyun needed to use a slicing weapon since his arrows might not work on the troll. One viewer also suggested him to use an iron mace since he needed to deal major damage instantly. Alberto then shouted, teasing Sanghyun to do his best. "If you're a true knight, that is," he added. "It seems you aren't true knights yourself. Just when did they move so far away?" Sanghyun uttered, and his viewers then laughed. He then faced his enemy who was growling in front of him. Sanghyun noticed that the troll was not attacking right away. Since that is the case, Sanghyun decided to attack it with his arrow, but his viewers told him to use a bow. His viewers were speechless when he shot the troll. Sanghyun was showing so much confidence. There was some of his viewers believed that the troll wouldn't die with an arrow. But surprisingly, Almond turned around raising his hands and walked away while the troll fell on the ground in an instant. As expected, Alberto and the men behind him were dumbfounded as they never thought Sanghyun would easily eliminate the troll with just one arrow. The crowd was also speechless, staring at Sanghyun leaving the ring. For a few seconds, the viewers of Sanghyun were in disbelief, but then one of the viewers remembered that there was a thing called a perfect shot. The other viewers then realized that it is because Sanghyun dealt a perfect shot, which is why he easily killed the troll. Viewers believe that Sanghyun's perfect shot is his basic attack. The crowd inside the arena was screaming Almond. They proudly cheered for him, and the people said he was a true bow knight. At this time, Alberto was shaking in anger while staring at Sanghyun. He told the other knights that someone had poisoned the troll, so he wants someone to conduct an autopsy. But then, Emilia stepped forward and said, "The competition is already over. Acknowledge it already. Or are you trying to ruin another innocent life? At this rate, your honor will fall to the floor count." Alberto still trembles in anger, but Sanghyun isn't afraid at all and even tells Alberto that he will consider his knight title to be maintained. After easily winning the competition, the scene changes. It's still in the castle, but there was a finale song. And it turned out that it was Emilia and Sanghyun's wedding. Viewers were thrilled despite knowing that it wasn't true. Emilia, on the other hand, was so happy that this day had come. The wedding ceremony started, and while listening to the ending song, viewers were relieved. Sanghyun then realizes that the end has come. He then saw the main director, producers, and characters of the game, and this time, he confirmed that it was now the farewell of the game. His hand was shaking, and a part of him didn't want to say goodbye since it was his first virtual reality game. It lasted for 1 week, but it changed his life strenuously. He waved his hand and said goodbye to his game character. The screen then showed the end. Sanghyun remained sitting in his capsule and uttered, "So then, Kingdom Age is now truly over." He then smiled and told his viewers that they must now move on to the next game. The viewers were showing so much excitement, and most of them wondered if Sanghyun would still use a bow in his next game. There were also viewers saying that a PvP would be better for him. There were also viewers mentioning Electron, saying that this person should now move aside. Sanghyun noticed it and also noticed that most of the viewers were talking about PvP games. He was clenching his fist as he felt pressured. Online games are different from package games. It would be facing people instead of eyes. No matter how much Sanghyun studies the tutorials, there are already plenty of people who are used to the ways of that game. He believes that the players won't go easy just because he's a newbie. If he's not careful, he concludes that the genius image that people want from him might get destroyed. However, he can't just stay still because he's scared of disappointing others. He then smiled in front of the viewers and declared that the second game he was planning on playing would be the Battle Large. Earlier, Sanghyun had his meal together with Juhyuk. While eating, they were talking about Sanghyun changing into another game. Juhyuk said that it's likely that the Kingdom Age viewers will leave when Sanghyun switches games. Sanghyun then told him not to stress about it since it's something that all general streamers face. Juhyuk then asked him how many would viewers leave. Sanghyun then replied that sometimes streamers lose half of their viewers, but it still depends on the game. Juhyuk then realizes that streamers have to take that risk every time they switch games. As per Sanghyun, streamers have to because it's more advantageous in the long run. It's obvious if you think about it. What viewer would want to watch a streamer without growth? He uttered. Back in the present time, he was emotional deep inside as he lost 900 viewers. It hurts him, but he can't please the viewers either. The number of viewers continued to drop. Sanghyun then told himself that it was fine since he already expected this to happen. Then, as soon as Battle Large finishes downloading, I'll begin, he said. The viewers were shocked to know that Sanghyun just downloaded the game and hadn't played it before even once. Because of his bravery, Affogato, one of the viewers, donated 1,000 won and said, "Right, Almond. Battle Large is a realistic game, so prepare yourself. More realistic than Kingdom Age?" Sanghyun asked in confusion. Affogato donated another 1,000 won again and replied that the battle was largely based on the real world, so it was a bit different from the Kingdom Age. Sanghyun then thought that the game might be similar to the real Olympics since that game was also very realistic. He then smiled slightly, thinking that it seemed the game would be fun for him. At this moment, he finished downloading the Battle Large and immediately entered the game. The first thing that happened in the game was a flying helicopter. Inside was a soldier reporting that they had arrived, and he told all the battalions to prepare to drop. Sanghyun found himself sitting on the floor of the helicopter, and his foot was hanging outside the door. He was trembling as he never thought it was very realistic. "What are you hesitating for? Jumped off right now," the captain angrily said, which startled Sanghyun. Even if he wanted to, he was so afraid of the heights. The people were cheering for him, but there were some laughing at him for being scared. He then said that he never thought it would be this scary during the time he watched the tutorial video. The man beside him jumped first while telling him to follow. He then saw the first guy's parachute blow, and his viewers then told him to do what the first guy did. More men jumped and he was just staring at them. There was a commenter telling him that it would be harder for him to jump too late. Sanghyun then realizes that this commenter was right. He doesn't want to lose either. He then jumped bravely and his face was blown by the air. He was so terrified since it felt very real. He then screamed in fear, then his parachute opened. He was panting and he felt relief knowing that the parachute automatically opened on its own without pressing anything. Sanghyun was staring at the ground and thought that he was falling too quickly. He then landed strongly on the ground with his back first. The viewers were laughing, realizing that he really is a newbie, and someone said they were now able to see a clumsy Almond. Sanghyun rises while coughing, and the viewers motivate him to breathe in and out. "Why is it already like this from the start?" Sanghyun questioned. As he looked at the surroundings, it was so chaotic. At this moment, there were two enemies hunting him from behind, stating that he was a noob. He overheard them, so he decided to stand to run away, and he believed that these men might see his level, which is why they knew he was noob. But then, one viewer told him that the men behind him knew he was a noob by the way he landed. For the time being, Sanghyun decided to run and go inside an abandoned house. He entered the house and locked the door. "I came here without thinking, but I wonder if there'll be something I can use as a weapon," Sanghyun said. But when he looked on the other side, he was shocked as he saw a bow. This time, it was a compound bow. He then went towards it and touched it. He used it a bit when he was a professional athlete just for fun, but he never thinks to see one here inside the game. While staring at the bow, he heard a noise coming from upstairs. He then concludes that the enemies were going up using the outdoor stairs. He was sure that the players were trying to enter through the second floor, so he immediately grabbed the composite bow. As the men opened the door to the room on the second floor, they didn't see Sanghyun. The bald man then told his companions that the newbie must still be on the first floor. The men then went back downstairs and thought that Sanghyun was just hiding and not farming. "I'm telling you, from the way he landed, he's definitely a newbie," the long-haired guy said. And after he said it, his companion behind him was shot by Sanghyun. The system then declared that Sanghyun eliminated one enemy and got the first kill, which means only 99 players left. The remaining enemies were confused about how their companion died, and one of them then stated that the newbie used a bow. The bald man then stares at the room where Sanghyun is staying, believing that he is still inside. The bald man then saw Sanghyun and aimed his weapon at him. But before he could shoot, Sanghyun headshot him with an arrow and died instantly. Right now, Sanghyun killed 2 enemies, so there are only 98 enemies left over 100. At this moment, only one enemy is left inside the house. Sanghyun was planning to kill the remaining man immediately, but then he was dumbfounded when the remaining guy disappeared, and he and the viewers thought that the last guy escaped. "Should I chase him?" Sanghyun asked while scratching the back of his head. One of his viewers then replied that he doesn't have to necessarily kill all the enemies since it is a survival game. There was also a viewer stating that those people were teaming, so Sanghyun should skill them. Teaming is a term that refers to players allying with enemy players in a solo game. "In that case, I should go. He shouldn't have gotten far," Sanghyun uttered. But at the same time, the last guy came out and aimed an arrow towards Sanghyun. Without any words, Sanghyun shoots the guy bravely and kills him instantly. Right now, there are 92 players remaining. "He must have thought that copying me would straighten things out," Sanghyun uttered, and his viewers also laughed with him and said that he was very cool. He then looked at his system window and asked the viewers if it is normally always so easy to get kills in Battle Large. Someone then said that bow kills are difficult to get, it's just that those 3 men Sanghyun killed sucked up at the game. There was also a viewer who concluded that Sanghyun was matched with low-level players since he didn't play any matches beforehand. "Then I can play with a bit more confidence. I can farm a bit too," Almond replied, and his viewers cheered him up. He suddenly heard a noise and immediately looked around. He was nervous, wondering what sound he just heard. Then, his window system appeared, informing him that the blue zone would shrink in 30 seconds. Battle Large is a survival game, so one might think hiding in one spot and waiting for there to be fewer people is advantageous. However, Battle Large has a blue zone system to prevent such methods. The blue zone encapsulates the map, shrinking in size as time passes, and if a player is outside the zone's boundary, they will take continuous damage, eventually leading to death. Sanghyun checked his current location and found out that he wasn't in the perfect area. He looked out the window and noticed players running away, so he told himself that he should also hurry. That is what he said, but he believes there aren't many places to hide, so he should tread carefully. While hiding in a wall, he heard a noise of a car. He was thinking where it came from, but then the noise was getting near. He was hoping that the player would just drive by, but shockingly, someone attacked him. He was lucky enough that he wasn't hit. He screamed as he fell to the ground. He was so scared, and his viewers made fun of his reaction. He then looked around while telling his viewers that he only got startled because this was his first game in Battle Large. At this moment, Sanghyun finally saw the vehicle and it was heading toward him. Since there was a limit to approaching him with the car, he decided to hide his body. However, the enemies destroyed the wall with bullets, so he continued to run away with the bow. While running away, he knew he would eventually get tired. But then, he saw another wall in front of him. He then jumped while the enemy loaded his gun. Sanghyun successfully jumped on the wall to hide himself, and the enemy ended up shooting the wall. His viewers were impressed with his movement and believed that he was surely athletic in real life. Why aren't the bullets hitting him? You're going to die anyway, so stop struggling and come out, the enemy said with annoyance while continuously shooting the wall. The viewers were relieved that the wall where Sanghyun was hiding this time was more durable. Sanghyun was looking at the enemies, and it turned out that it was another team of 3 again. The viewers were annoyed, questioning why there were a lot of players teaming up. They were encouraging Sanghyun to report these players, but then Sanghyun didn't respond as he was preparing his arrow to attack. Sanghyun heard the enemies talking. One of the enemies stepped forward, but before he could attack, Sanghyun eliminated him with a headshot. At this time, there were 88 players left, including Sanghyun. Sanghyun was relieved that the enemies weren't wearing any helmets, which is why he easily eliminated one of them. The remaining enemies were flustered, and they were dumbfounded the moment they found out that their companion was shot in the head. The guy with yellow hair was uttering words, but before he could complete what he was saying, he was headshot by Sanghyun, causing him to die instantly. And now, only 85 players left. The remaining man ran away in fear and hid in the wall near him. Hey, you. Did you do rank to farm kills? You're getting reported, you asshole. The man screamed in anger. Sanghyun heard the man screaming, but he didn't know where the man was hiding. Most of the viewers told him to chase the remaining man down as quickly as possible. But then, Sanghyun said there is no need. The viewers were confused, but then Sanghyun raised his arrow and said, considering where his voice came from, right there. He then released the arrow and it was heading straight to the enemy without the enemy knowing it. Sanghyun then heard the enemy scream in pain, and the enemies at the same time were surprised that he really hit the enemy by just following the voice. Sanghyun heard the enemy questioning him about how he was able to hit him when he was hiding. He moved a bit. I should thank you for making more noise, Sanghyun replied, and he told his viewers that he determined all things based on sound. He then released another arrow, knowing that the enemy was still alive. When the arrow dropped on the enemy, Sanghyun heard a loud scream again, and this time, he knocked out the enemy, and the enemy's blood splattered. The heck, he wasn't eliminated. You can get knocked out, Sanghyun said in confusion, but the viewers were also clueless. One viewer then said that a knockout would appear when they got hit by a fatal attack, but not an insta kill like one-shotting the head. Sanghyun was getting more confused. There was a viewer saying that he was wondering why there was so much teaming, but now he realizes that Sanghyun entered a squad match. Sanghyun himself was puzzled. Now he remembers. A squad match is a mode that allows found players to team in Battle Large, but it doesn't necessarily require 4 players, so they can play this mode with 2 people or even solo. One of the viewers then informed him that he can revive his team members in a squad match, so the knocked out message pops up instead of elimination. Sanghyun then realizes that he is matched into the wrong mode. He admitted that he made a ridiculous mistake, and his viewers laughed at him and told him it doesn't matter. A viewer named Solaliance donated 10,000 won as he was deeply touched by the subversive loyalty to the party. And right now, he challenged Sanghyun to win the first rank to get 100,000 as the reward. Sanghyun then laughed and gave thanks to Solaliance for giving him a mission. However, he feels there is something a bit strange. Even if the enemies were squad, if there are no more team members left alive to revive them, he believes that the last enemy he shot should be able to be counted as eliminated and not as knocked out. He then looked around as he realized that there was still one member left of the squad he just eliminated. But then, he saw a gun and someone shot him without any words. Sanghyun's blood splattered. He slammed on the ground and moaned in pain. His body was trembling and he was annoyed that he got hit by a bullet. The pain was real. The enemy wanted to immediately eliminate him, but when the enemy shot him, he rolled over and avoided several bullets. He then hid and was panting and nervous. He then noticed that his heart rate was turning red. He knew that if the gauge turned red, the safety function would take it as a sign to forcefully log out the player for their safety. Right now, he wondered if everyone played this game at such high risk or is that there was something wrong with him. While thinking, he heard the footsteps of the enemy. He looked so scared, but his viewers made fun of him, saying that he was so scared despite that there was no noise. Sanghyun was confused as to why his viewers said there was no noise if he clearly heard the enemy's footsteps. At this time, Sanghyun believes that the enemy's distance isn't far. He feels that the approaching speed is low, but they aren't hesitant with their steps. Sanghyun was afraid, thinking that the enemy might know where he was hiding, and he believed he had zero chance of winning a head-to-head against a gun. He then opened his eyes as he had a realization. He concludes that there's a reason why the enemy is not hesitating, and he knows that the enemy's goal isn't to kill him. Rather, it's the place the enemy is going to. When he found the location of the enemy, he then attacked him with a headshot. And it turned out that this enemy had a plan of healing his knocked-out companion. Sanghyun eliminated the fourth man, so he got a double king. Right at this moment, only 66 players remain. As I thought, he was trying to revive his team member, Sanghyun uttered. He then looked at his system and saw the comments of the viewers who were impressed with him, and there were some who donated money to show their appreciation to Sanghyun for doing his best. Sanghyun checked the donors, but there are a lot of names he don't recognize among the donations. Although the donated amount is small, for him, this is ultimately a good sign. This means that he's steadily advancing the path of a major streamer. Now then, should we go farming? Let's see what they dropped, Sanghyun said. The first thing he saw was a gun. He was staring at it for a moment. It shimmers in his sight, which makes him tempted to get it and switch to a gun from a bow. According to the comments, this gun is an M4, a super popular assault rifle. The chats were moving fast. They were looking forward to seeing him using a gun. But there were also negative comments on his stream saying that he's just a generic nut without a bow. There is also a viewer who scares him that he would cancel his donation if he didn't use a gun. Almond was thinking for long. He concludes that if he chooses to continue with a bow and get first place, he will gain the image of a bow streamer in battle, large in extension to what his image was in the Kingdom Age. He does want to continue using the bow, and if he would lose this game, he wondered if the viewers would understand why he didn't choose the gun. In the middle of his thinking, he received a notification. It was Sojia donating 10,000 won and challenged him to win using only a bow for 100,000 won. Finally, Sanghyun chose what weapon to use because of this mission given by Sojia. After a few seconds, he noticed the donor's name. Knowing that Sojia lives in his neighborhood, he isn't sure the lady is well off. He was hesitant to accept the mission. However, he needed it to progress, which is why he accepted the mission. Thank you for the mission. I'll achieve first place with only a bow, Sanghyun said. But most of his viewers were disappointed as they thought that he would finally use a different weapon in this game. Sanghyun chose to ignore them and continue the game by looting first. He got painkillers, a healing item, and a soda. There was a commenter telling him to find a helmet first and advising him that he could usually find it on the farm. Sanghyun then checked the map and found out that the farm was too far away from where he was right now. He then said that it would be nice to have a way of transportation. There was a vehicle behind him, so his viewers told him to look behind. He then turned his head around and drove the vehicle heading to the farm that the commenter mentioned. He was driving, following the map, and reached the dense area. A viewer then told him that he shouldn't drive straight into a dense area. Sanghyun was clueless, so he asked why. A bomb was thrown in his direction all of a sudden and was dropped beside his vehicle. It then exploded instantly, and the viewer simultaneously replied that making a loud noise is like begging to get shot. The vehicle flew away while Sanghyun was inside. The vehicle was reversed and Sanghyun inside was upside down. He was coughing and kiddingly asked his viewers if he was now qualified for auto insurance. Thanks to his seatbelt, he was completely safe. The viewers then commented that this is why seatbelts are important. There was also a viewer who laughed, saying that he thought the culprit was a grenade, and he even concluded that another grenade would probably come. Sanghyun flinched upon reading the comment. Then, that commenter was right. There was another grenade thrown at Sanghyun and the vehicle this time was completely harmed. The viewers then said rest in pieces. Someone also stated that this is where the game ends and Sanghyun was never to be seen again after this incident. Surprisingly, Sanghyun was able to exit the vehicle and hide outside the nearby house. He then told his viewers that he wasn't dead yet, and his viewers then said they were just kidding. They laughed, saying that Sanghyun went full Sonic. Sanghyun was still looking at the burning vehicle, waiting for the culprit to show up. However, he was having a hard time seeing it due to the smoke. He decided to just go up straight to the roof. As he reached the roof, he kicked the door and entered the rooftop. He never saw anyone the same as the viewers, but then he noticed someone moving. He took a look at it, but he was shot, so he immediately hid. He was shocked by the fact that he got caught in an instant. It turned out that the enemies were in the mountain in front of the building. They still aimed their guns at the building where Sanghyun was, but they never shot. There are a total of 4 enemies. The 2 decided to go down and entered the building while the 2 covered them. The enemies then continued to shoot while Sanghyun remained hiding. He was preparing his bow, and some viewers commanded him to go inside the building, but then some said that it was dangerous since he had no cover. There was a viewer saying that Sanghyun was a coward, but another viewer reminded him that it was a squad match versus Sanghyun alone. There was also a viewer stating that it was still extremely worrying since the enemies this time seemed like they were not noobs. Sanghyun calmed himself down and closed his eyes to listen carefully to his surroundings. The enemies he saw in that short moment numbered 4 people. Judging by the sound of footsteps and their patterns, he knew that 2 people were approaching. His problem now is that if he gets up from his position, he will die instantaneously. However, there is one option he has left. The enemies left on the mountain were still aiming at him. But then, one enemy noticed Sanghyun wasn't moving at all and thought that Sanghyun had given up and probably knew he would die if he moved. Sanghyun at the rooftop prepared to shoot. He was listening to the sound of the enemies. He then released an arrow heading to the sky while continue listening to the movement of enemies heading toward him. He then shoots another arrow while the 2 enemies are clueless. The enemy with yellow hair was shot in his shoulder. His companion in front then checked him out and was shocked to see that he was attacked. However, he was also shot in his head, causing him to die instantly. At this time, there are 47 players left. The viewers of Sanghyun were surprised and thought that his composite bow had an auto-aim built into it. There was also a viewer stating that Sanghyun didn't aim but still somehow managed to aim perfectly. The comments were moving fast and were fascinating to read. Back when Sanghyun did archery, he and his friends did all sorts of trick shots as if they were in a circus for fun. But he never imagined it would be useful in this game. They played the Robin Hood game and aiming at a falling arrow game, and they were always scolded by their coach. However, they were enjoying it. Now, it turned out that the variety of weird things he did when he was younger ended up being beneficial. Sanghyun suddenly heard a noise from the stairs, so he looked straight at the door. There was someone heading to him, and he knew that it was the guy who was running in the back. He was staring at the door and felt that the enemy had a gun. He knows that it will be difficult to do a head-to-head match since there isn't enough time to reload the arrow while the enemy is shooting his gun, so in the end, Sanghyun has to hope that the enemy misses. Right now, Sanghyun feels that the enemy is standing behind the door. He aimed his arrow at the door and waited for the enemy to show up. He doesn't want to leave his fate to what others do. The enemy was holding the door. Sanghyun then released his arrow, but the viewers panicked and called him out since the door wasn't open yet. But as the enemy slowly opened, his arrow entered the door and hit on the enemy's stomach. The enemy was dumbfounded. He was puzzled how he got hit despite that he only opened the door slight. Sanghyun was staring at the enemy and saw him dropped on the ground. The viewers were too noisy as they could not believe that Sanghyun calculated the door opening and shoot. Because of that, viewers call him Godman instead of Almond. Some also said that nobody would have known Almond was a newbie if he had hidden his name. The commenters were so impressed while Sanghyun remained humble by saying that it was just good timing. However, there was a commenter stated, "Good timing my ass. If it's just good timing, why do I lose everything in stocks?" At the same time, the enemy's companion was waiting for what would happen. However, they noticed it was too quiet without knowing that their companion, Sponge, was already hit by Sanghyun. A message then popped up. It was Sponge, telling them that Sanghyun was a nut and seemed to not belong in their rank as he was arrowed as soon as he opened the door. The guy named Calamari was shocked and annoyed, stating that Sponge was a stupid guy. Sponge then told him that Sanghyun perfectly timed the door opening and shot through the crack, so he didn't have a chance to dodge it. Calamari positioned himself and accused Sponge of not being careful enough. "How can someone like that be in this MMR?" he added. Sanghyun at this moment was smiling while reading the comments of his viewers. His current enemies are the 4-member squad named Love Mondays. They're a clan of talented players, including the diamond-ranked sniper, Calamari, and even has experience completing amateur competitions. For some reason, they stopped playing a year ago, but the reality was far from kind, so they returned. Their ranks ended up resetting to the lowest rating, the so-called bronze. Sponge was telling his companions that he was stating the truth. He then asked them to come over so they could revive him, but Calamari replied that Sanghyun might end up shooting Sponge down at this rate. Sponge was coughing. Despite that, he was sure Sanghyun could not shoot him again since he was crawling towards the first floor. But then, Calamari was sure that Sanghyun was planning to use SpongeBob as bait to lure them in to revive him. Also, he wondered how confident Sanghyun was in his abilities despite that there were still 2 of them left. His companion beside him, Patrick, suggested they ditch Sponge and go as he believed that their enemy, Sanghyun, was a total pro since his shot was really timed. Calamari was annoyed and shouted, "You want us to run away from a ranked game that guys who are playing for the first time can join? Did you forget about ranking up to diamond or something? It's not like running away here will make us drop in rank." Patrick replied, and Calamari honestly told him that his pride would be the one to drop if they would really run away in this situation. Patrick was so confused about why Calamari reacted so seriously knowing that they were just inside a game. He then asked Calamari if he really wanted to go, and he decided to go instead of Calamari since Calamari was a sniper user so he should be the one to cover. Calamari stood and said that someone needed to guard while the others revived so there was no point if one of them stayed in the mountain to cover. Both of them decided to go. Calamari leads the way and he checks the surroundings. On their way, they saw Crabs, their dead companion. Patrick feels pity for Crab but he cannot do anything either, since they were just walking. Patrick suggested they run but Calamari told him he was out of his mind. As per Calamari, they have to walk slowly with their guns aimed at their enemy so their enemy can't pop out. Patrick was distracted as it turned out that he saw Sponge in the left corner waving at them. Calamari then told Patrick that Sanghyun wouldn't have an angle to shoot them if they would just stick to the wall. Calamari also commanded him to keep his eye on the scope. Patrick replied okay and they continued to slowly walk while aiming their guns at the rooftop. They were almost at Sponge so they thought they could make it not until Calamari sighted an arrow dropping toward them from above. Patrick also saw it. They both stared above and knew that their enemy was aiming at their head. Calamari concludes that Sanghyun predicted their movements so they can't go forward. The best solution that comes to their minds is to dodge so they immediately move backward and sideways. Lucky for them, the arrow struck the ground. Calamari smiled that they managed to dodge it but then Patrick was arrowed in his head. In just one shot, Patrick was instantly eliminated which shocked Calamari. He is staring closely at Patrick and realizes that Patrick is hit in the eye. Calamari was dumbfounded and he was confused how an arrow could come flying from the angle of Patrick. To his surprise, Sanghyun appeared above him. It turned out that Sanghyun jumped from above and shot Calamari without any hesitation. Calamari was instantly killed so Sanghyun got a double kill, and now, only 26 players left out of 100. Because of Sanghyun's surprise move, lots of his viewers donated so much money. After that, Sanghyun sat on the ground with a lot of bandages on his head and arms. Good thing for him that he took painkillers that he looted from the opponent's medical supplies. A viewer was questioning why he jumped from the building despite knowing it would hurt so much. Sanghyun was drinking a soda and he read a lot of shocked comments from his viewers. At this time, the system notifies that the blue zone will shrink in 30 seconds. He then stood and said, "Well then, we're down to 26 players. Since I recovered back to full health, shall we continue?" After Calamari was killed, he typed so many words on his computer. He clicked enter to post it and it has a title, "This complete pro I met in a bronze ranked game. GIF. He replayed the match and recorded how he got killed. He noted that there was an opponent who wiped them 4 out alone by himself. Of course, most of the readers won't believe him since it was just in a bronze rank. Calamari was annoyed thinking that these readers were doubters. He then replied in the comment box that he could prove everything that happened since he was Calamari who ranked Diamond 1 together with his team last year. He then smiles when the readers become positive after knowing it was him. The readers then wondered who that bronze player Calamari mentioned who managed to defeat an elite team alone. There was a commenter who then said that if the guy on the video Calamari posted was also a returning player, Calamari might get wrecked and only post just to whine. Calamari then informed the readers that he found the bronze archer from the video he posted and he pasted the link to Sanghyun's live streaming. Everyone then clicked the link and Calamari also started to watch Sanghyun's stream and he was still annoyed with him so he wanted revenge. Right now, Sanghyun was looting, hoping to find a medicine. But he didn't find anything so the viewers told him that anyone might have looted the building already. However, they noticed lots of weapons around which might mean that no one entered the building yet aside from Sanghyun. There's something popped up so Sanghyun checked his window. He found out that the prize pool of his missions increased and now a total of 400,000 won. He then concludes that more people might added to the pool after seeing him play, and now, he decided to check the total amount of viewers. He was surprised when it instantly reached 1,905. He wanted to smile widely out of excitement but he chose to control his expression. He clearly remembers his viewership dropping down to around 1,100 after switching games so he wondered why it suddenly increases. He was more shocked when he read negative comments stating that they had reported him and that he had a smurfing account. The chat tones were weird for Sanghyun as he didn't know what was happening. He noticed that the viewers seemed to be newbies on his stream. Calling him a smurfer guy was confusing for him. He was puzzled, since the increase in his viewer count was pretty strange. He concludes that these new viewers might have come from a forum post. Some then stated that he is a higher-ranked player who plays against low-ranked players. Now that Sanghyun got attention, he decided to mighty as well think positively, as he believed that the new viewers would surely know what the truth was once they watched him play. And he also thought Juhyuk would take care of the rest. A notification about the blue zone shrinking appeared once again. But before he could do something, he suddenly heard a gun sound. He then realizes that fighting has become more frequent. One commenter then told him that it's granted he runs into more people as the blue zone shrinks. If that's the case, I'll start moving too, Sanghyun replied while running. The viewers cheered for him and told him to keep going with the bow. As he was running, the viewers noticed that 5 players died instantly, so they were sure that Sanghyun would be in the top 10 even if he died now. Sanghyun was wondering how many teams were left at this time. He was thinking too much, not until he bumped into someone. He touched his painful head while the enemy was standing in front of him. He looked in front of him to see what he just bumped into, but unfortunately, he instantly saw a gun pointing at him. The enemy shot, but Sanghyun avoided it by jumping backward and hiding on the wall. He then positioned himself and prepared an arrow to shoot. The enemy slowly walked towards him while he was waiting for the enemy to appear in front of him. At this moment, he heard more people approaching. This way, the enemy said, and tried to catch Sanghyun. However, Sanghyun shot him first. The enemy was eliminated instantly, and his companions were behind him and thought that someone was using a sniper to attack them. They then looked in another direction to find their opponent without knowing that the one who killed their companion was a bow user. Sanghyun saw them and he found out that these 2 guys bit the bait. He then smiled as he realized that being solo has its advantages. He then released another arrow to kill one of the 2 guys. However, the arrow struck the helmet and the helmet got damaged while the guy only got a small health deduction. The 2 guys were shocked after finding out that the one who shot was using a bow. To think there's someone who uses a bow this late in the game, the guy stated while healing his companion. His companion was drinking a soda for painkillers and replied, "Let's see where they were hiding to last up until now." He was annoyed by the fact that he thought there'd only be 1 or 2 teams left. While whining, Sanghyun released an arrow, and this team, the enemy, was shot in the head and was knocked out. His companion was dumbfounded. He was looking where their enemy was positioned. However, he was arrowed on his shoulder. He was puzzled, but before he do something, Sanghyun released another arrow and finally killed him. Sanghyun killed 3 enemies in the same area, and there were only 5 players left. "Huh? They're dead already," Sanghyun uttered. Some viewers then laughed and told him that physics makes him better at PvP. Some were also surprised that using a bow is possible in this kind of game and stated that the bow is better than they thought. But then, there was a viewer who disagreed and replied that it ain't the bow that is good, but it's Almond. Sanghyun then headed to the safe zone and there was another player eliminated, so there were only 4 players left. It gives more excitement to the viewers. Sanghyun was thinking that if the remaining 3 people aren't on the same team, he thinks he'll be able to get first. As he reaches the safe zone, the blue game notifies that the blue zone will shrink in 30 seconds. Sanghyun feels so unlucky, but he still continues to run. The viewers agreed that he was really unlucky and stated that he is talented, so he should be unlucky at the very least. There was a viewer saying that the folks who chipped in the first place mission must be shitting their pants right now. Again, the missions are 2. The first is to win using only a bow for 230,000 won, and the other one is to win a squad match alone for 170,000 won. Some were hoping for Sanghyun to lose so they could save the money that was donated to the mission. There was also one who hoped snipers to send Almond's head flying. Upon reading that comment, Sanghyun then realizes that there is surely a sniper at this rate. He checked the map and concluded that it would be better once the map shrinks, but right now, snipers still have a lot of space to hide. He was just walking. He was hoping that the remaining 3 people were from different teams. He then heard someone nearby. He saw the remaining 3 opponents who were together, which means they were in one team. Since there are 3 of them, they were confident to become the victor of the game. Their leader then ordered the 2 men to go out and count first while he covered them. Sanghyun heard their plans. The viewers become more thrilled that the battle is now 3 versus 1. They were laughing and said that this was predicted the moment Sanghyun dove straight into a squad match alone. Right now, the 2 players went to the possible area that they believe the remaining player passed through to avoid the blue zone. They then checked the map and deduced that the blue zone was surely on their side based on the location selected. After a minute, the blue zone is shrinking again. Sanghyun was determined to be the champion, knowing that being a first place is right in his grasp. Of course, he was also wondering if he would really get the first place or end with the unremarkable fourth place. There's a huge difference between his first match, a squad match at that, solo, and he did pretty good for his first match. In the performance, one shows a high sales moment is what separates a player who's pretty good and a superstar. In a competition like this, Sanghyun knows he needs to prove it to everyone. To prove his talent, he was looking at the enemies believing that they were lax because they knew they were at an advantage. Both enemies were waiting for him but they were confused as to why no enemies appeared. Sanghyun grabbed a painkiller. He took one as he planned to aim for the gap the moment enemies let their guards down. Since the blue zone was getting smaller, the leader asked if the remaining enemy was still not in the same area. The two guys were also clueless but they chose to wait believing that there was no other place their enemy would pass. Sanghyun was staring at the blue zone. It passed through his feet and his whole body. His health was affected. The blue zone was damaging him so the system advised him to move away. One of the enemy looked behind questioning if they end up missing the remaining player. He then concludes that the remaining player is surely behind them, and this time, Sanghyun prepares himself knowing that the two guys would surely let their guard down. He then saw the enemies moving away from their position and Sanghyun saw it as a signal to attack. He then released his arrow and hit the enemy's neck. Sanghyun knocked him out and the other guy was shocked by the fact that their remaining opponent used an arrow. He then pointed his gun to the area where Sanghyun was and shot. But then, it turned out that Sanghyun was in the other direction. Sanghyun then extended another arrow and released it hitting the other guy and killing him instantly. Sanghyun moaned in pain due to the blue zone wrapping around his whole body. He then rushed to the safe zone and he was panting heavily. The viewers were impressed with his moves. Sanghyun smiled and said, "Huo, there's one person left." He then took first aid and put bandages on his body while thinking that the remaining enemy was someone who stayed silent when his two teammates were being attacked. Quite level-headed. He then concludes that the remaining guy might be the sniper who frequently showed up on the kill log. Considering the enemy hadn't shot yet, so Sanghyun was sure that the enemy couldn't see him either. He has got a basic grasp of his enemy's blind spots and where they are. The blue zone is shrinking again. He was thinking that it would be nice if the enemy would stay in the same place for the rest of the game. At this time, he noticed that the knocked out enemy was crawling. Sanghyun deduces that this guy is trying to go to his teammate to get healed. He then decided to follow the guy believing that he could find out their location. However, he instantly realizes that it would take a lot of time to heal a party member, and he isn't sure if the enemies can really afford to do that in a situation where victory and defeat are on the line. Judging from the direction the blue zone is shrinking, he knows the enemy is still at a positional advantage, so there's no need for them to take that risk and move. That means this is just a trick to lure him into the sniper's line of sight. Sanghyun crawled on the grass thinking that he needed to determine the enemy's location off of that. While he's on the grass, he is looking around to find the enemy, but he is having a hard time searching for the remaining enemy. The blue zone is shrinking. Sanghyun was sweating and nervous. Luckily, he found the remaining enemy who was also on the ground waiting for him to show up. Since the enemy was pointing the sniper in a different direction, Sanghyun believed that he hadn't seen him yet. He knew this was only his chance, so he wanted to seize the opportunity. However, he doesn't know how can he pull it off as he can't draw the bowstring while lying. In the end, he decided to flip fast. He normally lay down and the viewers were confused about what he was doing. Surprisingly, Sanghyun extended his bowstring using his foot. The chats of his viewers were moving fast since this was the first time they saw it from Sanghyun. Lots of the viewers admired him for being cool, but some of them weren't sure if he could possibly hit the enemy. Sanghyun was also not sure if it was possible in the first place. He was shaking as he pulled the string and arrow with his hands. He then told himself there was no point in worrying, knowing that he only had one option. The important thing is that he has to hit the enemy. He then released the arrow without the enemy noticing it. But when the arrow got near to the enemy, he then saw it, but he wasn't able to dodge it. Lucky for him, he was wearing a helmet. He then hit on the drum and Sanghyun then said, "You all know how I go in a situation like this." The enemy tried to heal himself without thinking that Sanghyun released another arrow. It's not just one arrow but multiple arrows. Sanghyun hit the enemy's head several times and blood splattered. The enemy dropped to the ground and died. Now, one Sanghyun left, which means he was the champion of the game. There weren't many viewers who believed Almond could achieve first place in a 3 versus 1. Perhaps they might have been certain that Almond was good but had his limits. But Sanghyun got the first place and used unexpected moves which surprised everyone. It was the first game consisting of a one-man squad match. He was being congratulated for getting the first place and first place with only a bow. He got 250,000 for winning a quad match alone and another 210,001 for winning using only a bow. Nobody could have expected the results. The viewers were so proud and many have donated. He gave thanks to everyone and he was also happy for the result. A viewer named Miho donated 50,000 won and told him he was so good. Sanghyun then realizes that Miho is a famous streamer, but he chose not to react too rashly. He just said, "Miho, Horu, Omega, become one, thank you for your donations." Miho donated another 50,000 won and asked him if he was looking for a clan. Sanghyun felt shy at first since he was just a newbie who had just started out. The viewers were also surprised that Miho seemed to be making an offer for Sanghyun. They said that if it's Miho, it's okay to be exploited. Judging from their reactions, Sanghyun could see that someone like Miho doesn't make these offers normally. "Oh, I'm still a beginner, so I think I need to practice more first. Thank you for your donation," he replied. Miho donated another 50,000 won again and said, "It was a shame. If you change your mind, please contact me." Sanghyun was shy as usual. He gave thanks to Miho once more and said that he would definitely give the offer a thought. "Well then, that's all for today, folks. Bye Tribe," he uttered and ended the stream. As he exited the capsule, Juhyuk then said that Miho might not be joking. It turned out that Juhyuk was checking Miho's background and found out that she was a model celebrity. Sanghyun and Juhyuk were thrilled while staring at the photo of Miho. But Juhyuk then said it was good Sanghyun rejected her clan offer. Sanghyun agreed and reasoned out that he was just a beginner who wanted to avoid getting compared to professionals. He then asked about the game's reaction, but Juhyuk also asked about the reactions to the stream. Firstly, the Kingdom Age forum's reaction is really good. Of course, there is a lot of talk about Kingdom Age, but that's obvious since it's a site for Kingdom Age. As per Juhyuk, there's a problem in the Battle Large site. He showed it to Sanghyun and Sanghyun read negative comments of some people about him calling him Smurfer who was sponsored by Miho. Sanghyun then said he saw comments like this on the stream chats. Juhyuk was in disbelief that Sanghyun was calm or brazen despite knowing the negative thoughts of some people about him. He asked Sanghyun if he was going to respond and Sanghyun just said that this might really happen for hiding his bio ID. "Should I make it public again?" he asked, and Juhyuk then asked him if he wanted to share his earnings with hackers. "Then there's no other option other than leaving it alone. They're interested in me anyway," Sanghyun stated. Juhyuk then told him that he thinks this kind of static is also an opportunity. If they pass this over well, he believes Sanghyun's popularity will increase a ton. In other words, they should turn this misfortune into a blessing. The next day, Sanghyun's account has been suspended due to rank manipulation. Juhyuk was so mad at those people who reported Sanghyun's account without checking the truth. He screamed, "Just whose work is this?" While Sanghyun was calm and said, "No blessing, only anger," and laughed. He cleared his throat and stated that he didn't do anything wrong, so he thought the game would fix it once he explained the situation. He never thinks that there's no response for a new hours even after emailing them. Juhyuk then told him that someone who works like this wouldn't listen to him. He then realizes it is still good. "You said it too, right? This is all interest," he added. Sanghyun was staring at him. He pointed his finger at Sanghyun and said that since it comes to this, they should garner it properly. He commanded Sanghyun to get ready to write an announcement. Sanghyun then faced his computer and typed an announcement just like what Juhyuk wanted him to do. He introduced himself first and said there was bad news. He stated on the announcement that during yesterday's Battle Large stream, many reports that he was a Smurf were sent in. As a result, his Battle Large account is currently suspended. He informed everyone that he already sent an email to the management but he never received a response. The supporters of Sanghyun were upset and couldn't believe that the game suspended an account that played for the first time. Sanghyun informed Juhyuk that the fans were worried, but Juhyuk was annoyed as he saw news stating that Almond was a Smurfer. Lots of comments on the post of Sanghyun on the forum and he received lots of nice reactions. He then told them to spread the word around everyone. And because of Sanghyun's case, he became the topic of everyone in the Tribe forum. After a few hours, there were still no changes. Sanghyun wasn't sure if this would go well and Juhyuk mentioned that the whole forum has been on fire all day long. There were also some who wondered how good Sanghyun was for those mass reporters to have thought he was a Smurfer without looking at his record. There was also a commenter who asked if someone could really be reported that much after just seeing one game. The night came, Sanghyun received a message from Juhyuk. The next day, there was a video posted with the title, "I got suspended as a Smurf on my first match." The people who saw the vid were intrigued due to the clickbait title. One guy in a comp shop then said that the forum went nuts yesterday because of Almond being reported. Some people who didn't see the match Sanghyun were curious and wanted to watch the video posted despite the title seeming to be a clickbait. The AllTube chat was on fire, but most of them watched the view. It is the gameplay of Sanghyun from the very beginning, and they stick to the view upon knowing that the match is a squad match, but Sanghyun was playing alone. The first minute already got the interest of everyone. Juhyuk was smiling reading the great reactions of the viewers. Although most viewers thought the title was clickbait at first, their doubt turned into shocks as Sanghyun's crazy plays continued to display, and at the end of the video, it was clearly shown he was the champion. Some regret not being able to watch it live, and the final 1v1 match had the viewers explode in applause. While I did see Almond live, the editing quality here is incredible. It makes sense that they premiered it. The guy in the comp shop stated. His friend beside him was surprised, saying that the view wasn't done yet. On the last part of the view, Sanghyun declared he received a Smurf report. He also showed the hate comments of people who don't know him. The viewers become more interested. Some were saying that they should at least do the bare minimum of checking before reporting, and some are commenting that they reported because Miho donated. There is also a viewer stating that reporting Almond's account is pointless since admins can see the match history. Unfortunately, Sanghyun's account suspension is a year. The viewers couldn't believe it and were annoyed by the admin for not checking just because of mass reports. They were disappointed with the battle large and said that the admin didn't even look at the match history. The premiere has ended. The chat began to close and the 4,000 viewers sought a new place to vent, so they ran off to their respective gaming communities and posted there. This incident became metastasized by the people who had complaints about Battle Large's management until now, and soon, an official news article was even posted on popular sites. As soon as the news spread, the Battle Large admin was called by the company chief. The chief was mad at the admin for suspending a player without even looking at the match history. The admin apologized and reasoned out that there were many reports, which is why he suspended the account. The chief then told him that they could not just suspend anyone due to mass reports. The users will surely be happy after hearing that. Should we also do a vote on whether you should be fired or not? The chief shouted. The admin apologized once more and decided not to give any reason again, knowing that he was really at fault. The chief sighed heavily and asked the admin how many average viewers Almond had. The admin then replied that it was around 1,000. The chief questioned if there were any other special things he would note, but the admin was puzzled. The chief then said that he meant if Almond had connections. The admin then thinks, what would a nobody who just played his first match have? He then told the chief that it hadn't been so long since Almond started streaming. The chief then commanded him to call the forum admins, but he questioned why. Why else? We have to squash this. Go call them and make dinner appointments with them. The chief angrily replied. The admin then hurry up and leave. Making me worry over something so insignificant at such an important time, too. The chief added, on the table is a congratulatory message on passing the promotion written exam. Right now, Sanghyun woke up and brushed his teeth. He was checking his phone, but then there was still no contact from Battle Large so far. He then said that he thought the suspension would be lifted a day, but it turned out he was wrong. Juhyuk suddenly calls him loudly. Seems like he was shocked. Juhyuk was trembling while pointing his finger at his phone, telling Sanghyun that it disappeared. At first, Sanghyun was confused about what Juhyuk was trying to see. As per Juhyuk, all the posts about Sanghyun that came up yesterday, the forum posts, and even the article are all gone. Sanghyun was speechless upon hearing it. They both then checked the forum and they could not find any posts about Almond. Sanghyun then said, while I didn't think they'd easily admit their faults, to this they'd do this, they're trying to bury it with evidence as clear as this. Juhyuk was annoyed as he said that the Battle Large doesn't want to acknowledge that their management is dogshit. He then mentioned that their problem for today is the stream since Sanghyun cannot play Kingdom Age again. Sanghyun then told Juhyuk not to worry as he intended to take a break for the day. Today, why all of a sudden? Juhyuk asked. Sanghyun then replied that he had a meeting with a director from Punk today. Juhyuk was shocked upon hearing it. He became excited while asking Sanghyun if they could accept the director's help. Sanghyun was thinking, and after a few seconds, he replied that he guessed they would only know once he met the director. Back then, Sanghyun went to an archery ground accompanied by his grandma. There was a coach in the field, and Sanghyun's grandma asked the coach if Sanghyun really had potential in archery. The coach said yes, and he was very sure of his answer. As per Sanghyun's grandma, Sanghyun lacks power because he's still young, but he's unparalleled compared to others when it comes to his mentality. The coach then said it is a talent that is needed in archery. Gosh, I don't know anything about archery, so I don't know if that's true or not, the grandma uttered. The coach then said he was just telling her what he saw. The coach added that talent isn't something that comes out right from the beginning like, hey, I'm talent. It's just that no one knows what might happen if Sanghyun keeps polishing his skills and works hard. Sanghyun released the arrow for the first time and surprisingly, He hit the bullseye. The coach was surprised. He walked towards Sanghyun and told him he did very impressive for not faltering even when he lost strength and let go. Otherwise, he believes Sanghyun wouldn't have hit the bullseye. He tapped Sanghyun's shoulder and said, regardless of what you do, live like this. Even when you lose all strength and can't go on, don't falter and maintain the attitude that you can do it. Eventually, you'll get back up and your arrow will find the center of the target. Sanghyun then smiled and replied, "Yes, sir." The coach also smiled at him and was hoping he would do archery. Back in the present time, Sanghyun headed to the place where he would meet the director. Calm, collected, concentration. These are compliments he heard often when he was younger. These features that made him into a genius archer are not simple lines that might go in a self-introduction and a resume. He admits himself he will never know what things might happen in his future. While walking, he heard Manager O calling him. Manager O smiled at him and thanked him for coming. They both then walked together and Manager O noticed something on Sanghyun. He stopped walking and called Sanghyun's name, then said, "You don't get nervous often, do you?" Sanghyun was out of words upon hearing the Manager O's question. Manager O raised his hand and said that he meant his question in a good way. He also let Sanghyun know that even the big streamers get nervous when getting a meal with the director. Sanghyun feels awkward and tells Manager O that he's a bit dull by nature. "Is that so? You seemed incredibly sharp when you were playing games," Manager O proclaimed, which surprised Sanghyun, believing that Manager O also watched his stream. Manager O then told him he didn't need to be surprised as it was normal for him to watch Sanghyun's game, especially since he chose him. Sanghyun then thanked Manager O for his words, and they then continued heading to their destination. As they arrived, Sanghyun was amazed since they were in the town's super high-end sushi place. He was a little bit shy, wondering if it was really okay for him to be here, as he didn't think he even earned enough for Punk to pay and eat in this place. The director said he just arrived up front. "I'll go bring him," Manager O said, and Sanghyun replied, "All right." Before Manager O left the room, he told Sanghyun not to be so pressured as it wasn't nearly enough compared to what Sanghyun had done for them. Sanghyun was speechless. He was confused about what Manager O was saying. After just a minute, Manager O arrived back together with the director. Sanghyun at the same time is still wondering about what Manager O was talking about. As he saw the director in front of him, he then bowed his head to show respect, and he then also introduced his name. The director then said, "So it's you. Nice to meet you." Sanghyun didn't utter any more words. All he knew was that the Punk's director, Han Taeho, was right in front of him. Taeho extended his hand and shook hands with Sanghyun. Sanghyun then told him it was nice to meet him. He doesn't know that Han Taeho thinks of him. He got quite the first impression and doesn't seem like most streamers. Han Taeho noticed something. It was Sanghyun's hand that was shaking. He was wondering if it was because Sanghyun was nervous or might be because of a different reason. A few minutes had passed, and their food was already prepared on their table. The waiter informed them it was scallop, which is best consumed with salt, and wasabi. There is also a filefish which is best consumed with shoyu. Han Taeho tasted the filefish first and acknowledged it for having a great taste. The sushi here is good, but to think that even the tsunami is excellent. And it tastes even better knowing it's paid by the company card, Han Taeho stated. He laughed together with Manager O, and Sanghyun also laughed with him. Sanghyun then swallowed an appetizer and he was thrilled with its taste. "It tastes nice, doesn't it? The head chef, Taoji-san, is really talented," Han Taeho said. Sanghyun agreed and stated that the food was indeed delicious. Han Taeho then asked him if he had been to a place like this, as he seemed pretty familiar with how it was supposed to be eaten. Sanghyun then replied that he had had a couple of opportunities to dine in this kind of place. Manager O suddenly whispered something to Han Taeho. "Ah, really? From Asung? And here I was thinking that you were unique compared to other streamers. You are a genius," Han Taeho said to Sanghyun. Sanghyun just smiled, but deep down, he wanted to say he was just a Nepo baby. Han Taeho then recalled that one of Asung's executive directors was regular in this place. He then widely smiled as he remembered it was Lee Chil-sung, a fellow high school alum of him. Sanghyun was shocked, thinking that he expected as much. Directors are usually of a conservative elite group, so it's hardly strange for them to form relationships with one another back when they were younger. And judging from how Han Taeho responded, he concludes he was quite close with Lee Chil-sung too. "I did think you two had a similar presence," he said. And Han Taeho replied, "Really?" He was smiling so much, making Sanghyun believe that this guy is not only close with Lee Chil-sung, but also seems proud to be friends with him. As per Han Taeho, Lee Chil-sung is better, especially since everyone knows of Asung, but all he does is clean up after foreign companies. As he sipped his wine, he heard Sanghyun tell him he was active on a global stage, and many of his colleagues always wanted to transfer to Punk. Han Taeho was speechless for a moment. After a few seconds, he then said Sanghyun is quite the smooth talker which should be expected from a streamer. But it is a bit unfortunate. No matter how popular streamers get nowadays, the stakes are incredibly high. Seeing you left Osung and came here, did something happen? Han Tae-ho asked. Sanghyun didn't respond immediately. The question was too personal for him. He was thinking that it might even be rude, but he knows it is a good sign. The fact that Han Tae-ho is asking a question like this shows he's interested in Sanghyun. And if Sanghyun would answer well, he concludes he might be able to get closer to Han Tae-ho. If Han Tae-ho liked him, he was sure both the battle large issue would be resolved and his promotion as a streamer would benefit. Now, he was wondering if this was the best time to talk about why he left Awesome Company. If he would say it, this would be the first time telling this to a person he doesn't know well. But someone in this position can keep their lips sealed, so he was confident it should be fine. I used to be a professional archer and I was quite good, he said. Both Han Tae-ho and Manager Oh were dumbfounded. Han Tae-ho then told himself this news was huge. He doesn't know that Sanghyun has knowledge about his hobby. Archery, you say? I didn't expect that. Why did you quit? Han Tae-ho asked. Sanghyun becomes sad and honestly says it was due to an injury. Han Tae-ho then remembered that he saw Sanghyun's hand shakes earlier. He then asked Sanghyun if it was his right hand and Sanghyun said yes. Han Tae-ho was so curious as he asked Sanghyun how his hand got injured. As per Sanghyun, he got into an accident on his way home from winning the gold medal in the competition. Han Tae-ho knew that it was on par with the level of a world champion if it was a national level athlete, so he asked when Sanghyun won the medal. Han Tae-ho and Manager Oh were shocked when they heard Sanghyun replied it was when he was 17, which means it's an incredible record. He clenched his injured hand and proclaimed that he ended up getting a job in Osung with the help of his coach. Osung was ultimately a job that he didn't enter through his own capabilities. Of course, there was some talk since he entered a place he wasn't qualified for. And that's when he got interested in virtual reality games. Within the games, his hand moves properly and he got entranced by gaming. But he needed to make money, so he chose to become a streamer. According to him, when his grandfather was alive, he had no time to feel lingering regret about archery, because he was too busy with company work. He was sure that even if he knew his right hand moved properly within a VR game, he wouldn't have cared much. Han Tae-ho was listening to him. He poured some wine into Sanghyun's cup and proclaimed that life really never goes the way they want it to. This may be cliché, but that's why it's fun, Han Tae-ho uttered. As per Han Tae-ho, no guarantee that a life where everything works out as they want it to will be better. He honestly told Sanghyun he was a bastard whose only dream was to be a jobless playboy. But it was a relief for him that life didn't let him stray towards that path. I live the me of the present, since I can even eat Taoji-san's sushi. What I'm saying is that you will definitely do well too, he added. Sanghyun thanked him and Manager Oh then also told Sanghyun that he would surely do well. He also remembered Sanghyun already started a new game. Sanghyun then said yes and was about to say the problem he was facing. However, Manager Oh grabbed his bag and told him to wait for a moment. Sanghyun knew this should be the best time to say the problem he was encountering, but then he didn't have a choice but to wait. Manager Oh was holding his tab. There was a graph on the tab and he asked Sanghyun if he knows it. Even Han Tae-ho doesn't know what it was. Sanghyun then asked if it was a stock, and surprisingly, Manager Oh informed them this was how much Kingdom Age had sold after he played it. Of course, Sanghyun was surprised upon knowing it. Manager Oh pointed his finger at the graph while telling Sanghyun his name is mentioned a ton on the reviews of the game too. Sanghyun was speechless since all of the comments were positive. Manager Oh was grateful to him that they had gained more power at this production company too. Han Tae-ho also cannot believe it. As per Manager Oh, although the original sales volume was so low, this graph does seem a bit exaggerated. The cause is clearly looking at the time the sales went up and the reviews. He was going to report this tomorrow, but he wanted to let Sanghyun know about it today. Sanghyun was still out of words as he never expected his streaming to be so effective. He has star potential, doesn't he? Manager Oh said. Han Tae-ho agreed with him and proclaimed that Sanghyun's charm was quite unique. He then told Sanghyun he was incredible and Sanghyun just thanked him. Those aren't empty words, I think you'll really succeed. Kingdom Age is a packaged game, right? You can't just continue that. What did you choose for the next game? Han Tae-ho asked. Sanghyun was flustered, but he grabbed this chance so he could tell them about what he experienced in the new game he played. He said it was Battle Large, and Han Tae-ho then stated that people in their 20s or 30s mostly played the game, and his son also plays it often. So, how's it going? He asked. Manager Oh then winked at Sanghyun and Sanghyun then knew this could be his chance to mention it. He then smiled and said, to be honest with you, there's a problem. The next day at Battle Large Company early in the morning, There was a man running quickly as he was called by their manager. He doesn't have any clue about the reason, but he concludes that it might be related to a promotion. As he arrived at the manager's room, he then entered and his manager told him to sit. As he was about to sit, he saw assistant manager Kim, so he got more curious about the sudden call. He was smiling widely as he really thought this would be his chance to be promoted. "Do you know where I went this morning?" the manager asked, and the two guys then asked him where. The manager pointed his finger above, which means he went to the upper floor. He then said he came from the executive director's office. Both employees were confused why, and the manager then informed them that the director heard something strange. He then asked both men if they still remembered Almond, and the old guy flinched, thinking that the incident might already reached the executive director. He was sure that he already deleted the post about the controversies of Almond, so he could not think of a reason why would the director know. Since he and assistant Kim didn't respond, their manager got annoyed and reminded them that he asked a question if they knew Almond. The old guy was stuttering as he replied, "Yes. Yes, I'm sure you do." "Then I won't bullshit you any longer since you're leaving anyway." The old guy was shocked and nervous. He then asked his manager if he was facing disciplinary action. His manager then told him that he really thinks this incident about Almond is not a big deal. "It seems like you still don't understand the situation. Do you even know where the executive director heard this from?" the manager uttered. He was scrolling his pad and added, "You probably don't, considering you tried to cover something up without even doing a quick online research." Huh. He put his tab on the table in front of the old man's employee, and the old man's eye rounded the moment he saw what was on the tab. Right now, he discovered that Almond, or Yoo Sanghyun, is Punk partner streamer. He was devastated while listening to his manager proclaiming that Sanghyun increased the Kingdom Age's sales by 5 times, which might be the main reason why the executive director called them right away. "Even if we make great games, you know what happens if Punk chooses to cut us off from promotions. And yet you touched a partner of Punk without a sliver of proof," the manager added. He sighed and said that covering up dirt is something that's frequently done by organizations, but they should know what they were doing before going to do it. He proclaimed that these two employees right in front of him were far too dull for that, and they advised them to live honestly from now on. The old employee was begging his manager not to fire him and give him another chance. But then, the manager refuses to agree with his favor. Instead, he told them to send their apology and get ready to get called by the disciplinary committee. He also said he would leave the Almond case with another team. The old guy was upset. He was shaking in anger. His manager then told them to leave the room if they didn't want him to call security. The employees then stood and said they would leave now. The moment they left, the manager then called someone and said, "Have you cleared Almond's suspension, Team 2? All right, you did great. Get everything ready for Punk and Almond's advertisement filming. Right, we have to get rid of all the dirt, don't we?" At the same time, the old male employee approached assistant Kim. He reminded Kim that he asked if Almond was someone with a connection. That time, Kim said he didn't think so, as it hadn't been long since Almond started streaming. The old guy was so mad and blamed Kim for what happened. "Why are you only acting like this towards me? I felt wrong, too. You're the one who said you wanted to bury things," assistant Kim said, which angered the old guy more. They both agreed to fight inside the building since they were already fired. Security came and other employees were watching them. At this moment, Sanghyun woke up and grabbed something to eat. Juhyuk comes out of the bedroom and asks him about what happened yesterday at the meeting with the director. He wasn't able to ask about it last night since he fell asleep. Sanghyun then casually replied that it went well, but Juhyuk wasn't satisfied with his answer and commanded him to tell everything about it in detail. Sanghyun then said he thinks the director likes him just because the director asked him to teach him some archery, which is why they set another appointment. "That's nuts, if you end up giving him personal lessons," Juhyuk said, but he was cut off when Sanghyun told him he was far from thinking. Juhyuk tapped his back and honestly said he was just being so proud, as he was really worried Sanghyun would say something wrong. He then asked Sanghyun if he mentioned Battle Large, and Sanghyun then said yes. He informed Juhyuk then Han Tae-ho would contact their director. Juhyuk was surprised upon hearing it, but then Sanghyun's phone dinged, so they both looked at it. It turned out it was a message from the Battle Large admin team. The admin team apologizes for Sanghyun's suspension and any discomfort it may have caused him. For the compensation, they are very willing to provide a small in-game reward for him. After reading the message, Juhyuk then widely smiled, believing that Han Tae-ho really likes Sanghyun. Sanghyun was puzzled, and Juhyuk then said that Han Tae-ho called another company's director's office early in the morning. Sanghyun was shocked upon hearing it. He then checked the time and deduced that it shouldn't have been long since Han Tae-ho arrived at his work. Juhyuk checked the cabinet to see what he could eat. At the same time, he told Sanghyun that he should turn Han Taeho into Jumong during their archery lessons. "What are you doing too early in the morning?" Sanghyun asked. Juhyuk then replied that he preferred to eat a proper meal in the mornings. Sanghyun then headed outside, informing Juhyuk then that drank a lot yesterday, so he needed to go outside and work out. As he was standing outside, he stretched his body first and suddenly decided to make a post that his suspension in Battle Large was lifted. He posted immediately and noted that he would be streaming later at 7 p.m. Everyone was glad upon seeing his post, and most of the comments were a great response to his post. Sojia was contacted by Juhyuk, and she's so happy that Almond's innocence was revealed. She checked the forum and saw a bunch of articles siding with Almond now, and seems that a lot of folks have complaints about Battle Large's management. There's something that suddenly caught her attention. It is content on AllTube with a thumbnail stating partner streamer facing Battle Large's admin team. It has Almond's face versus Battle Large. The title was a one newbie user who almost lost the money he just spent on a game. This video was posted 20 minutes ago with already 5,000 views, and the content creator who made this has the name Small Long. Sojia played the video, and the first thing she saw was someone with a bare head claiming he's Small Long. He then said, "Everyone, this was his first match." First, how the hell could a first-time player be banned for being a smurf of all things? While this isn't the first time Battle Large's management was dogshit, just how far will they go? But, regardless, do you know why Almond's suspension was lifted after only 2 days? Folks, that's because I heard Punk called Battle Large through a director. Almond's emails allegedly went straight to the trash, the staff not knowing he was a partner of Punk just because of his low viewer count. He said more statements. He checked his content after 3 hours and he was surprised as it reached 100,000 views. "The views are awesome. You're all pissed, right? No more at this," he said. Small Long is an issue all-tuber. He thought that this attention was simply because many people had complaints regarding Battle Large's management, though that delusion didn't remain for long. The deciding variable was the casual users. They are those who play games casually, hence they lack interest in game management. They were just curious who Almond was, a player who was mistaken for a smirk in his first match. Sanghyun right now was eating his lunch. He was watching something on his phone, and because of his facial expression, Juhyuk thought he didn't like the food he prepared. Sanghyun then said it's not it, and he asked Juhyuk if they usually get 400,000 views on AllTube. Juhyuk replied no, and according to him, their average view count is 50,000. Since AllTube edits were Sojia's expertise, he don't pay much attention to it. As he checked Sanghyun's AllTube account, he was shattered when he saw it has 400,000 views already. Is this really 400,000? Is it an error on AllTube's end? He uttered. Sanghyun continues eating while saying that he knows some AllTubers do have videos that randomly blow up. Juhyuk then told him he was incredible for having a lukewarm reaction. Still, he believes there is a reason for this many views. Sanghyun then concludes that it may be because of the account suspension incident. Juhyuk agreed with him and decided to search about the issue, and he found a lot of videos related to it. Sanghyun then stated that they got a blessing out of the misfortune, just like what Juhyuk said before. Juhyuk was so proud of himself. He laughed and screamed, but then Sanghyun cut him off by saying, "But since AllTube views aren't that related to streaming, let's still do our best, regardless." "Huh? Sure," Juhyuk replied. He feels awkward about screaming, so he decides to sit back quietly. Sanghyun isn't like he's not excited, but he knows that even the popularity of celebrities is short-lived, so he believes one video like this is just a flame in the wind. He cannot just let his emotions fluctuate. As he stood outside his capsule to start playing, he focused himself trying to use mind control, a basic skill for archery players. He then entered the capsule and started streaming. He was shocked when the chats of the views were running faster than usual. He was speechless while trying to read the messages. He suddenly screamed and opened his capsule. Juhyuk then asked him why he was out already. He then replied that there was no problem. It was just that he accidentally hit the capsule when moving, which is why it opened. He then closed back the capsule, but Juhyuk was confused about what he said, knowing that the capsule was a full dive equipment. When Sanghyun went back to his stream, he confirmed that he didn't see things incorrectly. Surprisingly, the number of viewers is getting higher. It reaches 2,000 viewers despite that the intro music hasn't even finished yet. He suddenly received a message from Juhyuk saying that this was the reason why he suddenly came out of the capsule. Sanghyun then told him to shut up, and Juhyuk was smiling as he told Sanghyun that this would be the start. He also told Sanghyun to do well, and Sanghyun told himself that he will. Most all-tube viewers are unrelated to stream viewers, yet this phenomenon is evidence that the character Almond created waves in the public regardless of platform. Sanghyun doesn't want to miss this opportunity. He felt this was the same situation as he was a real archer, it's just that the method of expression is different. From a surprise reaction, he suddenly smiled and said, "Hi, Tribe." The chat continued to move faster and the old viewers also noticed the sudden increase of the viewers. Due to the number of viewers, Sanghyun saw different kinds of messages from them. Some admired his appearance, some wanted him to explain the number of views, and some asked if the battle large already asked for an apology from him. Sanghyun was amazed that the current chat's discussions are so much more varied compared to how many chats normally are. And because of this, he was grateful to the influx of viewers from AllTube. Unlike Tribe, AllTube has a diverse audience, and its scale is incomparable. He then told everyone that he had uploaded something onto the forum, but he was sure some were unaware, so he decided to explain it again. He explained it from the beginning till the end and said it was the reason why he was briefly suspended. The viewers feel sad about what he experienced. One viewer named Cheer Up Bro even donated 10,000 won and told him to think positively. Sanghyun then said, "Thank you Cheer Up Bro. I think the same. Luckily, I'm a partnered streamer for Punk and they contacted Battle Large for me. That's why it got resolved so quickly." There was a viewer then said that what Small Long said was true. However, Sanghyun paused as he didn't have a clue about who his Small Long is. More viewers are coming in, and at this moment, Sanghyun was thinking that these newcomers might have heard something from him somewhere. He was very curious, but he couldn't just keep talking with this many viewers. "Alright, now that I've explained things, let's start for real. The game I'll playing today," he uttered. But he was cut off when Kingdom Parrot donated 1,001 and concludes Sanghyun would play a shitty game. Sanghyun was speechless for a moment and the viewers at the same time laughed. Sanghyun still smiled and declared that the game he would play would be Battle Large. He entered into the game and found his character landed on the ground. One viewer then told him to make sure to choose an individual match this time, and there was a viewer who said it would also be fine if he would solo squad it again. He then showed everyone his preparation to let them know that he chose it properly this time. The viewers were talking in the comments section. One said that Almond would be flying around by himself if he was doing an individual match. Some viewers expected his to get 20 kills. There was a viewer then said that they would never know what would happen in Battle Large and even pros can get eliminated in 5 seconds if they're unlucky. Because of these comments, Sanghyun feels that these people obviously don't have much faith in him. And for him, it is impossible to predict how things will go from this game's characteristics, so it makes sense. There was also a viewer then concluded that Almond would be in the top 99 if he couldn't find a bow. And there was a viewer then replied that he was guessing Almond would be in the top 10 since bows are a common weapon in the game. It's a game where even the first ranked player, whose abilities have been proven, might not be guaranteed winner. Sanghyun clenched his fist and told himself he still had a lot to prove. A viewer with the username BelieveIU has donated 10,000 won and given him a mission to win the first match with a reward of 300,000 won. Sanghyun was surprised upon seeing it. Of course, as a confident guy, he accepted the mission and said, "Thank you, BelieveIU." A whopping 300,000 won. His eyes were shimmering while proclaiming that he would surely win the mission and get the money. He then decided to start playing the game. His first individual match, a mission on winning, and 4,000 viewers. The board is set. Whether he will become a superstar or just a streamer who's decent at games, all depends on his capabilities. And this is what he wanted. A game notification then declared that everyone had gathered. The game began. As usual, a helicopter appeared and Sanghyun heard the captain scolding them. A newbie was scared of the captain as it was too realistic, knowing that it was just an NPC. Sanghyun at the same time was just calm and recalled that he had to jump without warning the last time. That is why he suffered from the beginning, having to fight right away without being prepared. This time, he needed to choose his location with care, a place where the fighting won't be too brutal and where he can still farm. He then jumped when he found a perfect location and he immediately opened the parachute at the right time. Some of the viewers think negatively and are hoping he will die by falling. Sanghyun sighted his location and safely landed on the ground with his hands down. Juhyuk and Sojia were so amazed by him, and the viewers were also impressed and said he had improved from only one match 2 days ago. A viewer named Restaurant Reviewer had donated 1,001 and said that this would be a small gift to him who has gotten better. Sanghyun then thanked him. He then looked at the nearby house and proclaimed he would now start. He runs to the house to loot for a weapon first. He strongly kicked the door and he was glad that nobody was inside. Lucky for him, he instantly saw a bow, but then there were viewers who booed him and said it's not fun if he would use a bow again. Sanghyun ignored it as he heard someone coming. He immediately turned around and the viewers then wondered what was going on because of his reaction. Sanghyun was sure someone was coming. He then grabbed the bow and headed to the door while saying, "Let's kill one person on the way." He then opened the door and the enemy was confused when he slightly saw an unfamiliar thing on the door. This enemy was holding a gun and he realized that the thing he saw was a bow when Sanghyun confidently showed up. Sanghyun didn't waste time and immediately released the arrow. He hit the enemy's head and insta killed him. Sanghyun got the first kill, which means there are only 99 players left including him. "This is nice," Sanghyun uttered. The viewers were so loud as they were all surprised with how Sanghyun easily killed the enemy with a bow. Most of them didn't see him shoot and they wondered how much stronger he had gotten. There were viewers who donated 1,000 each just to say that Sanghyun judged the enemy's location off of sound alone. For them, Sanghyun has gotten better than the first match. Juhyuk himself was also impressed with Sanghyun as he could see that Sanghyun was now stronger than before. It was a bit hectic during Sanghyun's first match because he was adjusting to the game. But now he's moving as if he's someone who knows what's going to happen. He showed outstanding plays even before adjusting. But now that he's completely adjusted to the game, he truly is the strongest. He saw another enemy and unalive him with a headshot. Right now, only 91 players left. Viewers were impressed with him for being the strongest in the early stage using a compound bow. And for them, Sanghyun seems like a total pro. The newbies then confirmed that what they saw on AllTube wasn't edited. Sanghyun then sent a message to Juhyuk to tell him that the viewers are fascinated seeing the kills done with the compound bow. Juhyuk then replied that compound bows are hard to use so most players don't choose it. But for him, it is fascinating seeing Sanghyun use it so skillfully. Sanghyun cannot believe it. A notification popped up. It's a donation from Rubisword amounting to 5,001 and said that it seems the new people don't know anything about how Almond plays. He then added that Almond's bow only does headshots. The old fans of Sanghyun then also sent a message stating that they should understand the newbies, knowing that everyone really gets shocked when they first see it. They tell the newbies everything is real. Rubisword, it's been a while, thank you for the donation. And those chatting right now, don't tease the new viewers, Sanghyun said. He then decided to check where the blue zone was going. He just smiled awkwardly when he figured out that the blue zone is around 4 kilometers, which means he will have to run quite a bit again. The viewers then laughed upon seeing the blue zone location, and they said this is a legendary level of unluckiness. Eggplant donated 1,001 to remind Sanghyun that he should farm first since the blue zone didn't hurt in the beginning. Sanghyun realized it, and at the same time, he gave thanks to Eggplant for the donation. He then entered a house while proclaiming that med supplies seemed important in the last match. However, he only saw basic recovery items this time. He tried to search on the cabinet and luckily, he found a first aid kit that could be useful in the second half of the game. A first aid kit is an emergency medical supply that recovers 38% of the player's stamina. "Almond, are you not taking that?" a viewer asked. Sanghyun then checked what the item was. A shotgun was on the floor. As per the viewers, finding a shotgun in the beginning is super good. Sanghyun was standing still, making the viewers think he was lagging. What gun?" Sanghyun asked. The viewers were confused and told him that the gun was right in front below him. Still, Sanghyun said he didn't see it. The viewers believe he was avoiding eye contact so they won't think he only wants to shoot using a bow. One viewer then asked, "Are you ignoring your viewers? Who's backing you for you to act like this?" Sanghyun then replied, "Ignoring. Of course not. Then, shall we move to the next location?" He was smiling with his handsome face. His viewers were thrilled as they replied, "Yep." Still, someone said Almond has someone behind him, but being handsome is highly effective. After a few minutes, Sanghyun obtained small quantities of recovery items after looking around. He also didn't find any bulletproof vests or hats. He then asked his viewers if there was some kind of strategy behind finding items. Someone then replied that it just comes down to luck. He suddenly received a notification informing him that the blue zone was shrinking. "It's already time. I'll start moving," Sanghyun uttered and ran as fast as he could. While running, he plans on moving without farming the next time. For him, rather than farming, hiding, and waiting for others to die, he thinks moving quickly, taking advantageous positions, and sweeping enemies fit his style better. A viewer suddenly told him that the blue zone was already right behind him. Sanghyun then feels it on his back. He then wondered if running 4 kilometers while racing against the blue zone was too much. He continued to run while panting. A notification then popped up that he was exposed to toxic air, so he will lose 1% of stamina per 5 seconds due to the blue zone. He then gets some pills and takes one to make it easier to endure the pain. He still needs to run a little bit further. He saw an enemy in front of him, but he didn't do something. He was thinking that the tent made it hard to see anything from the inside but the blue zone, so he concluded it might actually be safer to go in later. He wasn't aware that there was an enemy riding a motorcycle and passed through him. The enemy screamed at him to tell him to move. He then said, "Can you really avoid accidents when running that fast?" He didn't know that the enemy on the motorcycle was wondering why the motorcycle was so fast that he could not control it. He ends up bumping into the rock and flies away. A viewer then said that this is what would happen when they speed on an unpaved road. Sanghyun, who'd battled against an elite squad in his first match, couldn't have expected it. Those who matched with him on his second match were either hardcore newbies or people who were super terrible at the game. Sanghyun was dumbfounded as he realized he was still at the bronze rank match. Players were rushing inside the safety zone with their weapons on. The guy in front looked behind and pointed his gun at the enemies and told them not to come closer. One player then said, "Wait, you want to fight in this situation? Are you crazy?" Still, the guy released a bullet and was shot on the rock beside Sanghyun. Sanghyun grits his teeth out of annoyance thinking that the guy is asking for a fight. Some of his viewers were confused and some then also said that this rank was really at bronze level. Right now, Sanghyun is preparing his bow and putting an arrow on it. He then released the arrow while saying, "When in a shithole, you gotta follow the shithole's rules." The arrow bumped into the rock and deflected straight to the guy behind it. The guy hiding on the rock was dumbfounded as he never thought someone could easily aim a headshot using an arrow while running. At first, no one paid attention to Sanghyun just because he was an archer, but they were now in disbelief because of what just happened. Because of that, every one of them loaded their guns and pointed them at him as they decided to kill him first. The viewers shivered in fear and someone asked if these enemies had a death wish. Sanghyun grabbed 2 arrows with a smile on his face since the scene was very familiar to him. Right now, the viewers said the match became 4 versus 1 despite the fact that it is just a solo match. Sanghyun put the arrows on his bow, and the enemies shoot. When Sanghyun was younger and briefly lived in the athlete's village, he had some seniors who doted on him. Perhaps it was because his personality was milder back then. He was invited to play soccer by a national soccer player, and even invited to play basketball by a national basketball player, though their ways of caring were quite extreme for him. When he played soccer, he was belittled for giving up too early as he felt tired. The same thing happened when he played basketball. Receiving mocking from them makes him feel nuts. It was so bad that his coach said not to exercise at lunch. Still, he continued practicing soccer. In front of him are many defenders he can't get through, but all he was thinking is to pass. A player screamed behind him, saying, "Hey, there's nowhere to pass, so just feint them." However, he was confused and didn't know how to do it. The guy then instructed him to turn his upper body and fool the enemies, faking them until he made it. It was an unfamiliar concept for him, who had only done archery. Archery is a sport where there is no one to fool but the judge. So all of the instances he suffered thanks to what the seniors did were because of this. In basketball, a player once told him that his teammate didn't have a chance to give him a screen, so he must get past them himself. He was worried at that time as he wasn't good at dribbling. The player then said, "Of course, you're worse than us. We're national level players. But anyone can do it for a moment." He then told Sanghyun to watch him and he jumped. Sanghyun thought that this player would just shoot 3 points. However, he dribbled the ball and Sanghyun was focusing watching how he did it. After that, the player then gives him a tip that he doesn't really need to get past his opponent. He just has to make them think so. He should give his enemies a moment's gap. Sanghyun also applied it to the soccer field, though he can't half-ass his acting since his opponents are pros. He followed the advice of the pro player to make sure to take care of his gaze as well as the angle of his leaning waist and the steps he took. In short, he needs to be genuine. "Are you coming through, Sanghyun?" the pro player asked when he applied what he learned. Sanghyun continued what he was doing without giving any response. He looked at his opponent and silently kicked the ball in the other direction. He then chased the ball and his opponents panicked and ended up bumping each other. Luckily, Sanghyun made it. He was so happy, and there was also a player who was happy for him. "Look at you. I told you to do it, and it worked," the guy said. However, Sanghyun was puzzled, saying that his shot was blocked. The guy then calls him a real crazy bastard for now knowing he did a perfect feint and just tricked a national player. Of course, Sanghyun was shocked. He was thrilled and he concludes that it's not like teaching was helpful to him as an archery player, so he doesn't know what he's going to do with this knowledge. That is what he thought until today. He immediately bends down on the ground when the enemy in front of him shoots. The enemies on his back were shot and he smiled that the trick he got from the sport still worked in this game. His viewers laughed seeing Sanghyun's enemies shooting at each other and stated that this is literally the epitome of bronze rank. Sanghyun then prepared his arrow. He then released one and hit the enemy behind him. He immediately looked to the remaining enemy and unalive another one. Now, everyone around him died. He got a double kill and there are 74 players left out of 100. He feels relieved and some of his viewers cannot believe how he's too fast shooting arrows than reloading a gun. Unfortunately, he got affected by the blue zone, but luckily, he managed to run and reach the safety zone in time. He was catching his breath and decided to use the first aid kit. "Doesn't this make all the farming I did pointless?" he asked, and his viewers then replied that nobody would know there would have been 4 trolls waiting for him. He was a little bit irritated since his health still wasn't full after using the first aid kit. "This game is not easy," he uttered. At this moment, Juhyuk was surprised when it turned out that Sanghyun's viewers had reached over 5,000. He widely smiled and clenched his fist, concluding that Sanghyun could be active as a well-off streamer through streaming revenue alone if they could just maintain 5,000 viewers. He then told himself that it was a good thing he took the advice of his seniors in the marketing department back when he worked at the office. His comrade told him that noise marketing is a double-edged sword, but there's nothing better for those with nothing to lose. In short, the less famous figure always has more of an advantage. That's why, in the incident of the game, against the admin team, Almond had a better position. Juhyuk deduces that despite that, they can't be sloppy believing that attention that comes from a short issue is like foam that quickly bursts. According to the analyses, most people who are watching were first-timers and came through a specific link. Now, it's completely up to Sanghyun how to maintain this number. While thinking, Juhyuk suddenly remembered his father's disappointment toward him. He then shook his head and told himself not to worry, and he was also sure that everything was possible if it was Sanghyun. He knew that Sanghyun would do it as if it were no big deal, as he always had. Right now, Sanghyun continued moving and killed enemies he saw. He was able to kill 12 enemies in a row and grab their supplies. Currently, the person he unalive only has basic recovery items again. He has obtained 1 first aid kit and 2 bandages. One viewer then told him that there was no point in farming if he could just kill everyone and take their supplies. Another enemy then replied that it was only possible because Almond was the one doing it. "I'll have full equipment if I just get a helmet, but it's dodging me," he uttered. The viewer then told him that the rank is so low that nobody has been able to farm properly, and is just running around. One viewer also asked him if he really needed a helmet despite killing 12 enemies without it. Another viewer also stated that it is a survival game, so surviving for longer is more important than kills. Helmet Murderer has donated 5,001 and asked him why he's looking for a helmet from a player's body instead of looking through the houses. Most of the viewers agreed. Sanghyun thanked him for the donation, but he stated that he decided not to farm. The viewers asked his reason and he answered that even if he farms, he don't get good items, so he will just take the items of others. Another viewer named Solomon has donated 1,001 and stated that get killed by Almond's headshot while not wearing a helmet versus getting killed by Almond and getting their helmet stolen. The other viewers laughed, and Sanghyun then told them that he would only target those with a helmet for now so he could get one. And for those without helmets, he will let them slide by. Small Dauma, another viewer, has donated 1,001 and asked him if the 23 remaining players are safer with or without a helmet. Sanghyun thanked him for the 1,001, and he was about to answer. However, his attention was caught by the enemy walking nearby. The viewers were expecting him would let this enemy slide, just what he said. However, he suddenly shot the enemy and instantly unalive him. Now, only 22 players left including him. The enemy fell on the ground lifeless, causing the birds around to be disturbed. Sanghyun stood beside the enemy and stated that he thought this enemy had his finger on the trigger before he died. He then told the viewers that this enemy was too noisy for someone without a helmet. One viewer then said that calling the enemy noisy after killing him is a nutty af. Nutrolls has donated 5,001 and told him to die quietly if he sucks at the game. Helmet Murderer at the same time donated 5,001 and reminded Sanghyun that he said 5 seconds ago he would let anyone live as long as they weren't wearing a helmet. A viewer named Playing is the Best also donated 1,001 and stated that what Almond did is a legendary example of going back on his back. While Sanghyun was farming, he noticed that there were more donations today than usual. On the other hand, he obtained 1 energy drink. He suddenly remembered that he had heard before that gaming streams have a lower donation to viewer ratio. He decided to check the number of his viewers, and he was out of words upon seeing 5,549 total numbers of viewers he had. He was in disbelief. He then recalled something. There was a time when Juhyuk informed him that he would be able to be a stable full-time streamer if he surpassed 5,000 viewers. That time, he asked how much they would make a month with it, and as per Juhyuk, it would be $5,000 to $6,000 per month. Sanghyun was amazed, but he immediately got back to his senses since he was still streaming. He regrets checking the number of his viewers, and he reminded himself he shouldn't ever check the viewer count while streaming from now on so he won't be distracted. Unfortunately, a grenade was thrown at him all of a sudden. He noticed it, however, it exploded in just 2 seconds. Bubblegum stream snipers. It is a meme popular on Tribe, referring to players who continuously snipe the streamer, Bubblegum. The worst among them purposely lower their ranking and wait for Bubblegum. A few minutes ago, there was one player hiding in a tree near Sanghyun. He seemed to be disappointed as he thought that Sanghyun was Bubblegum, but it turned out he was not. While staring at Sanghyun, he uttered that he thought Bubblegum was near here on the stream. This guy is Bubble Sniper. He is one of those vicious sniper who helps Bubblegum reach the very end before killing him. Right now, he doesn't want to let Bubblegum get killed by a small fry like Sanghyun. He was expecting that Sanghyun was just an easy much just because his weapon was a compound bow and a bulletproof vest. Plus, he doesn't have a helmet, so Bubble Sniper was sure one grenade could end him. He then unlocked one grenade using his mouth and counted from 1 to 3, knowing that it would take 10 seconds for a grenade to explode. When his count reached 4, he then threw the grenade in Sanghyun's direction. With the current speed, the amount of time for the person to discover the grenade and react is only 2 seconds. Even if Sanghyun notices it without those 2 seconds, Bubble Sniper believes he can't do anything as bronze rank. Sanghyun was startled and nervous upon seeing the grenade. At a fast speed, he hits it with his bow. Bubble Sniper at the same time turned around to leave, planning to go back to find Bubblegum again. But then, he felt something wrong. He looked back at Sanghyun and was confused when he found out that the grenade was gone. Just where did it go? He asked without knowing that it was above him. The grenade exploded and the guy flew away and bumped on the wall. Lucky for him, he had a helmet, which is why he didn't die instantly. Still, he was in pain and he was confused about what just happened. He was clueless as to why the grenade came back to him. Right now, Sanghyun stood in front of him and said, "Oh ho, he has a helmet." Sanghyun aimed his bow at Bubble Sniper, and Bubble Sniper at the same time realized that Sanghyun deflected the grenade with an arrow. He was panicking. He was waiting, trying to stop Sanghyun. However, Sanghyun eliminated him. At this time, only 20 players left. Sanghyun was so happy telling his viewers that he finally had a helmet. A viewer with the username Give Up at Match then donated 1,001 and said, "No, wait, hold on." The chats from the viewers were moving fast. They were murmuring about what just happened. They were clueless about how the grenade literally backfired. Some saw it, but they can't still understand. Sanghyun then told them it was simpler than they thought. According to him, when he discovered the grenade, it was too far for him to kick, and he didn't have enough time to dodge backwards, so he just hit the grenade upwards with an arrow. Despite his explanation, the viewers got more confused. Someone asked why it didn't explode after getting hit by an arrow. Sanghyun then added that he didn't hit the grenade itself with the arrow, but rather its bottom at a 45-degree angle. That is how he sent it back to the enemy. One viewer then commented that it is even nuts the way Sanghyun says it, as if anyone could do it. There was also a viewer who stated that the way the opponent used the grenade means he's not a bronze rank, but probably at the very least a diamond rank. Some viewers agreed and said that this is a diamond ranked grenade killer where the user gets killed. A notification then appeared, informing the players that the size of the blue zone would decrease in 30 seconds. I'm once again the furthest away, so I'll get moving now, Sanghyun uttered. The viewers then laughed, seeing him how he was used to it. Sanghyun then ran as fast as he could, and he noticed that there were fewer gun sounds than before. While running, he saw someone hiding. He then released an arrow upward and hit the enemy with a headshot. The enemy died, so only 19 players left in total. Sanghyun saw one again and immediately unalived him. The game was getting intense. The viewer stated that the map is smaller now, so other users must be duking it out. Sanghyun killed another one, until 5 players left in total. Sanghyun was standing in the safety zone while looking at the map. He then said, "Let's end things for good, shall we?" On the other hand, one enemy was hiding in a bush. This player had a sniper. He aimed it at the possible area where players would stay. This user then said, "Okay everyone, I'll snipe those who come in the blue zone from this point forward." It turned out he was streamer Bubblegum, and lucky for him he was wearing a camouflage. His commenters belittle him, saying that it would be better for him if he would just use his fists. He was annoyed that his viewers looking down on him again. He even told them to watch him get the first place. His viewers laughed, and there was one who donated 1,001 just to laugh so hard. There was also a viewer who donated 2001 and stated that Bubblegum's win rate is 0.04%. Bubblegum becomes more annoyed and is eager to show his viewers how he will get first place. He was confident as he had a feeling of winning this time since he was up high in the center of the blue zone and his farming also went really well. He was thinking that he might finally be able to get the first place. After a minute, he luckily saw the enemies coming into the safety zone. He saw the three users shooting each other. One viewer then told Bubblegum that the game would immediately become 1 versus 1 if he would kill this 3 now. However, his viewers still won't believe he could win. And there was one who teases him that they will be able to see him miss every shot and say he's unlucky. Bubblegum is very determined. He aimed his sniper at the player in front and shot. He eliminated the enemy by hitting his chest. His viewers were surprised and the same as him. He cannot believe that he managed to hit an enemy far away from him. The viewers kept on chatting but he continued to aim enemies. He hit another one and proclaimed, "Everyone, take a look, I said that I can do it." He was so thrilled not until the game notified that a player named Almond was the one who killed the second guy. Because of it, the viewers belittle him once again and call him the man of 0.04%. He aimed his sniper at the enemy and it turned out it was Sanghyun. The viewers were clueless seeing a user with a bow as a weapon. Bubblegum was mad believing that Sanghyun hid all this time and stole his kill. Sanghyun looked in his direction. He feels scared knowing that they both just meet eyes despite they are far away. Sanghyun continued to walk. Bubblegum decided to immediately shoot him. But he paused when he saw Sanghyun aiming his arrow at him. He was expecting that Sanghyun wouldn't reach him with an arrow. He laughed and proclaimed that Sanghyun was someone who couldn't even measure distance. "Oh my, he seems like a true newbie. I'll kill him and get first place, everyone," he uttered. Whether it's the distance or force, he believes a bow can't measure up to a rifle. He then shoots but surprisingly, Sanghyun destroys the bullet with an arrow. Bubblegum was dumbfounded, and his viewers were confused. What was that just now? Where did the bullet go? Bubblegum asked. The viewers then if Bubblegum's bullet was blocked. One viewer also calls Bubblegum a bud collector. Bubblegum was annoyed but he just laughed and decided to shoot one more time. He was aiming Sanghyun but Sanghyun was also aiming at him. He shot, and this time, he witnessed how his bullet was stopped by Sanghyun with just an arrow. He was in disbelief. He then said, "I'm asking just in case, but did that guy just stop my bullet with an arrow?" His viewers were also in disbelief. Bubblegum shot again but the same thing happened, and it was very clear. Bubblegum's viewers then conclude that Sanghyun was a skillful user. Bubblegum was still aiming at Sanghyun and said, "What kind of fluke is this?" He was still aiming at Sanghyun but Sanghyun vanished at a fast speed. He then saw Sanghyun who was now very close to him. He panicked, but before he could shoot, Sanghyun hit his sniper with an arrow. The arrow reached his eye and he died. Now, only 2 players left including Sanghyun. Bubblegum, the streamer, got the 3rd place. He was speechless. After a few seconds, he smiled and proudly told his viewers that he got the 3rd place. A viewer then told him they should watch the user who killed him. Since he was also curious, he decided to spectate. Shockingly, Sanghyun already had 50,821 total number of viewers. Going back to Sanghyun, he proclaimed that a sniper rifle and a bow have similar firing rates, so he gave it a go, and he was shocked it worked. Even his viewers were confused about how it worked. A viewer then also said, "This isn't good for my heart, can't you just run and dodge like a normal person?" Sanghyun then replied, "If I do as you say, opponent will be in control of my life. I don't like that." After saying that, one said he's so cool. The live chat was so loud at this time. Fortunately, Manhwa fan have donated 50,001 and said that Almond never disappoints him, unlike the team he cheers for. Rubbisword also donated 10,001 and told Sanghyun to explain what just happened. The bigger amount was 300,000 from Strategist and he was just impressed. The other viewers then said that Sanghyun hasn't even won yet but it feels like he has. Sanghyun then remembered only one enemy left, and he thought he should thank the donators later on so he could focus on winning for now. Even though there was such a flashy fight, the remaining enemy didn't make a sound. He concludes that this enemy might be even more steeled than him. Now, the viewers came from Bubblegum's live move to his stream but he didn't notice the chat since he was searching for the last enemy's direction. Sanghyun touched the ground and put down his head. He focused on listening to the noise on the ground and he could feel that the enemy was definitely close by. He was startled and immediately rose. He looked at the nearby house, and since he didn't say something, his viewers wondered if he heard something. There were viewers who were impressed as he seemed like a professional hunter. Sanghyun prepared to shoot. The viewers were confused about where he would shoot since they never saw anyone. Sanghyun hit the enemy's helmet. The enemy is confused, and the viewers then also realize that Sanghyun really aimed for someone. Sanghyun believes that the enemy wasn't cool-headed, it was just their location that was good. The enemy shot at Sanghyun while saying, "I only had to hold out for just a bit more." Sanghyun runs away, avoiding several bullets. The viewer said the enemy has no aim, and no wonder this guy was able to make this far with skills shittier than a toilet. Sanghyun was annoyed knowing that someone who equipped a legendary helmet couldn't be killed with a headshot. The viewers were surprised that the enemy was wearing a legendary helmet, and this said this helmet was unbreakable. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 2,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.